YouTube right now. What you just described is what pretty much what's actually going on. It's cultural factors. What people need to get out of their head, they need to get racial purity out of their head. A lot of these arguments are coming from the idea of racial pure groups. Where does this come from? This comes from your Aryan race theory, your Nazis, your antebellum South rednecks, medieval Christendom. A lot of these factions created the idea of racial purity. And so what comes with racial purity? It comes with things that are immutable. They think things are immutable, mean unchanging. So if you're like that, then your parents were like that, and then their parents were like that, all the way back into the first archfather that produced your line. That's scientific racism. So when we say these groups like Sakari, IUIC, ISUPK, the Afrocentric groups, even Tariq Nasheed and his foundational Black American thing, I guarantee you, if you watch them enough, you're going to run into ideas and ideals that comes from that thinking, that scientific racism, right? That comes from the antebellum South. I promise you, you're going to run into it one way or another. And this is another example of that. Again, Guerrilla Hebrew around the hour mark, he talks about certain groups of people have certain traits passed down on their Y chromosome. This is all science fiction. This is not real observable science. This is something that has been taught before we even understood genetics, before we even knew about DNA. Francis and Crick discovered DNA, I believe, in the 50s and 60s. Now, before we knew about that, these ideas were being taught. All right, I got you. I got you, Abu. I got you, Abu. Hold on, real quick. Abu's silly, man.
Is Abu in the chat?
Yeah, yeah. He want to see it on the screen. He want to see the Palestinian flag on the screen. Hopefully, everybody can hear everything that's being said here. This is only our second time doing this, but to make the point, Al-Azhar goes on a tangent about certain groups of people and how they're immutable, their characteristics is mutable. And of course, he's talking about white people. And here's the irony behind it, man. Why are you saying that white people have immutable traits? Don't you descend from white people? Even if you don't even recognize that your forefathers were R1B and Western European, you know your mother. You know your mother is white. Come on now, white. I think of from Ireland. I think he said an Irish backdrop.
Yeah, Ireland. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you're saying that these traits are passed down, but then again, the guy is smart, so he says no, they're passed down on the Y chromosome. Oh, my dad was black, so I don't get that. He also says that when black people commit, you want to say something, James? Go ahead.
No, you good. Go ahead and finish. Go ahead.
He also says basically he makes the argument that if you're melanated, or even though he's not even melanated, he's not dark skinned. But anyway, he says black people are violent or wicked not because of the genetic thing, right? They don't inherit it. It's because out of necessity. So that's the only time black people are violent or commit crimes or wicked or sin against God is out of necessity, which is very odd and a very strange concept. I didn't know the gradation of skin color can determine someone's ability to be evil or good. But that's what he said. That's what he was alluding to on this show. So it's a lot of things. And it's like you try to discount or discredit the field of genomics, but you're trying to make a genetic argument. You're claiming. Go ahead. You got the floor, Avery. Go ahead.
One thing that's strange to me is that so we're supposed to pass down, or excuse me, fathers pass down their traits and behavioral, practices, I guess, to their sons. So by that own omission, wouldn't that mean that Esau would also have the righteous traits of Abraham, since Abraham and Isaac, since that this is his father and his grandfather? Like, shouldn't Esau also be just as righteous as Abraham and Isaac, since these traits are supposed to be passed down from father to son? What broke the line between Esau? Are we saying that something happened, or Are we going to say that he is just as righteous as them, or
That's
can people just, But yeah, go ahead.
that would mean all groups are being inherently evil because all
I mean,
groups converge at one point in time.
yeah, I mean, how do you explain, Cain? You know what I'm saying? And this brother Abel, one being wicked, one being righteous. I mean, they got the same daddy.
Right. I was actually thinking about that. Like, we all descend from Adam and Eve, and one can argue that Adam was a righteous man. So technically, wouldn't all humans be like Adam? Shouldn't we all be on that mental level, I guess you can say, and not be? I don't know. It just doesn't. This whole passing down trace things doesn't make sense, because how do we get different? How do we get different cultural elements
Right.
throughout the world?
Right. That's when I was listening to this on during my commute. I'm like, culture explains that, man. That's what changes people. Like even African Americans. Someone that lives in LA County, African American live in LA County, is not going to be the same as someone who lives in TK in Texas, right? That lives in East Texas somewhere. There's going to be different cultural attributes, right? There's going to be different, lingo. There's going to be different, styles, the way they dress. There's going to be certain differences between them that make them distinct. It's because of their culture, even though genetically they may be similar. They may be 80% sub-Saharan African and maybe 20% European. It has nothing to do with their genetic makeup. It's all about their cultural influence and their social climate, right? Someone in New York, they may have their own slang, their own lingo. Like, hey, yo, son, like we, in the South, we don't talk like that, right? So everything's cultural, man. Same thing with white people. A white person that's an inner city, living in the inner city is not going to be like a hick living in the country, living in the sticks.
I mean, we can break this down even to tribes. I mean, the Irish people are definitely not like the British people, and the British and Irish would tell you very quickly that we're not the same peoples. Even if they are, genetically, there's been so much conflict between Irish people and British people. They know for a fact that they're not the same, even though us over here might see them as all just white people. And then you got the British and the Scots, same thing. They see themselves as different, even though, they're quote unquote white people. So breaking it down even into tribes and stuff, like all these groups have their own things about them, their own niches and stuff.
Right. It's never, these things are not inherited genetically. These things are taught. You learn these things as you grow and experience the world. So for him to say that it's a very odd and weird thing, and it's not reflecting modern science, you're reflecting, Mendelian era science, which is the most racist science you can get. That's when they were, pretty much using science for the ill treatment of black people. Since you have a low IQ, it's okay that we treat you like this, or there's no need for you to have, a quality of education because you can't even achieve what we achieve because naturally you are inferior.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of what the Canadian government, and I guess you can even say the American government, did to the Native Americans. They wanted to get, I think the term is the beast out of the man or something like that.
Right.
And so they only gave them a very minimal amount of education because they were quote unquote savages. But you can go deeper into that though, just so you know a little bit more.
Yes. I mean, yeah, that's a great example. Saying black women since they're beast-like, they have a greater pain threshold. So they would, not administer anesthesia to them during surgery or while they're delivering a baby. These ideologies have harmed Black Americans, and it's kind of sad that you see these groups galvanizing through those ideologies and pretty much using it as a foundation or a backbone for their camps or for their Israelite gatherings or whatever you want to call it, or your Afrocentric groups. They're using this as like an impetus to grow and inspire. And it's so odd. It's like these same mechanisms were used and employed to destroy Black Americans and repress and oppress Black Americans. But for some reason, you think if you package it up in a nice little, box and a nice little gift with a bow on it, then it makes it fine.
Well, according to him, he gets these traits from from his forefathers because it's all what he, and so it's genetic for him. So he has to reinforce it. He can't help it for himself.
By the way, people that are watching, that are currently with us in Clubhouse, and people who will eventually see this on the replay, because replays are on. We are currently live on YouTube, and for people in the future, you can click the link at the top if you want to check out the actual YouTube channel in which we're currently having this discussion. But I see, Jashu, that there's a comment, and it says, I'm willing to debate y'all about this DNA thing, TBH. Y'all going off scientific data that's not 100% accurate or even 75% accurate. What's y'all's thoughts? The mod's thoughts on
Well, I'll say this real quick. I don't know what he's talking about. Are you talking about that it's not 100% accurate? I mean, number one, let's just say start here. Nothing that we do is 100% accurate, okay? Nothing. All right? Because of the uncertainty principle. It could be just something, so we have to keep that in account, all right? So nothing's 100%. But it's as close as we can get to accurate as far as genetics is concerned in deducting father to son, a mother to child. So I don't get what he's trying to say. Is he trying to say that it's not accurate enough to use in a courtroom because they use it every day in courtrooms to establish paternity on people's side? What is he arguing for?
Yeah, he's probably one of the thought that you cannot trace DNA going back, over millennia. There's a lot of people that think like that. And that's probably what he's thinking. But if you've read enough about this, he would know that you can't. Using Y chromosomes and as well as X chromosome.
Well, he did say he's willing to debate. So pretty much everybody on the panel, I'm pretty sure would debate him on that. But we'll have to set up a date and a time.
Where did he make this comment at?
On YouTube.
Oh, okay, then, because I was about to say, man, if he in Clubhouse, I was looking for it. He can come on up here and explain himself.
No, he's on YouTube. You know how these people are. They ask these questions on platforms where they have to.
I'm sorry, he could slide on over the Clubhouse. There's nothing to download the app and just we'll drop the link in the YouTube and you can come on over.
Yeah, the app is for free, but yeah, we'll see what happens.
And that goes for anybody who has an issue with the DNA. If y'all want to have a discussion, let's have a discussion. All right. So anybody who thinks that DNA can't be traced back thousands of years, it shouldn't be used to trace father to son, that haplogroups don't mean nothing. The floor is open. Come and have the discussion.
Facts.
Yeah, Israel descendant, man. I don't know if you're a real account, but if you are a real account, I'll put my email up here. You can just email me, and we can set up something where we can have that debate or discussion or whatever, bro. We with that. We with that.
He's probably going to turn into a discussion and a debate. Watch.
You know what I'm saying? I'll debate you. It is what it is. I am a debater, man. The brothers up here are debaters. They will debate you. So if you really want your issue, HebrewJedi@gmail.com. That's HebrewJedi@gmail.com. Just send me an email and we can discuss it.
And I say this because I say it all the time. The reason these dudes don't like DNA is because they scared to find out that they descend from these Europeans that they've been calling devils, and that you are what your father is. That's the reason they have the biggest issue with DNA that I found. Because a lot of people that have these doctrines will refuse to get it because they don't want to know.
You know what, James? I have to second that. That's true, because they definitely use DNA. Because these people love saying like, "Oh, white folks are Neanderthals. They're the descendants of the Neanderthals," and they look at DNA studies and stuff. So they definitely like DNA.
Yep.
They just want to cherry pick.
I'm gonna just dog pile on this one too. I agree with y'all on that.
Yeah, that is true. They cite DNA studies when it fits their doctrine, and then they try to dismiss it. And that's what we're seeing with Guerrilla Hebrew. You try to dismiss it when it works against you, because again, you have this ill manner or this ill will towards Western Europeans. And it's very sickening, and that's why you don't want to accept your own DNA results, which you lied and said, "Oh, I was just making stuff up." But no, we seen your 23andMe page. It had your initials on it. That was your page. It had your first name on it. That was your test, and you said you took that test. Right? There's no hiding from who you are and hiding from your DNA. And these would be the same people saying, "Oh, you hate your people or you hate yourself." No, actually, you hate your people, and you literally hate yourself because you can't even accept your ancestry, which goes back to Western Europe via R1B. Right?
And he hates his
But
MT.
we know he hates his people because he says it all the time in his rhetoric. So,
And I mean, you are who you are. Being a descendant of Europeans doesn't make them not responsible for the atrocities that our ancestors, experienced in America. It don't make you responsible for those atrocities that, your ancestors, or I can say even my ancestors did on people. So, I mean, it ain't nothing to be ashamed of. You got to accept who you are. It don't mean that you got to be a product of that. Like he's trying to infer with all these genetic traits that you get handed down. Now, if he would have said something to the effect like,
James, you muted. We lost James. I guess we lost James. He was mid-speech. We got another account that might be a troll account. He says, "Hey, come on over to Clubhouse so you can be a part of the conversation." Brick 89G say, "What's the Israelite genome?" I'm confused. When did we talk about an Israelite genome? Nobody mentioned the Israelite genome up here. What are you confused about? Well, what we do know is that you have certain people walking around like Guerrilla Hebrew, claiming one thing and their genetics is showing another. He wants to claim Haitian. Okay, you can claim Haitian. Haitian again is just what is the word Haitian? What is that? Is that a biological defined group? No, it's not. That's predicated upon people that are from that area, Haiti, right? The island of Santo Domingo. That's all that means. But that doesn't mean that you share the same genetic ancestry, the same forefathers as everybody from Haiti, right? You guys teach a skin color doctrine. You guys, and it's weird. It's weird, and it's prepackaged into the Israelite teaching. They know that African Americans and all the Latinos are mixed up, and they got a large influx of European genes and European forefathers. They know this. You know how I know they know this? Because they teach a concept known as the wheat and tares. Everybody that's ever been a part of an Israelite organization or watch videos or learn from Israelites, y'all should be, thoroughly familiar with this doctrine. The wheat and tares doctrine is this, and it may not even comport with what the Bible is actually saying about that, but this is how they interpret it. That we have wheat, which these are the people that are actually Israelites, or people that actually descend from Jacob. Then we have tares. These are the people that look like they're descendants of Jacob or look like Israelites, and they grew up with us or they're amongst us, and we can't tell them different. They have another doctrine known as the confusion of faces doctrine. So, in a roundabout way, they admit that we are heterogeneous without actually saying it. That's why they teach these doctrines. So, well, we can't cut them off. We got to let the wheat and tares grow together, and Christ will do the burning. That's how they teach it. But when you call them out on it, like, no, brother, we go by the Spirit. And then why would you teach something like that if you can just go by the Spirit? Why would you put a fail-safe in there, so to speak, and talk about these wheat and tares if you don't understand that there are people that walk amongst you that are descendants of these other groups that you guys hate so damn much? All right, why teach a doctrine known as confusion of faces? Well, you won't be able to tell who's who because everyone will look similar. That's what y'all teach. That's in the Israelite MO. You understand? Oh, you from Isaac? You ex Sakari member? He says, now I'm Yap. Shout out to Isaac. Brick 89. He said, what is the Haitian genome? Now I don't know if you're a troll or not, but I'm just gonna answer your question. We're also on Clubhouse. Jump on Clubhouse and we can talk, and have a conversation. I said, what is the Haitian genome? What do you mean by Haitian genome? You want to know the genetics of the people of Haiti? The genetics of the people in Haiti, they're going to have some European, they're going to have some sub-Saharan African. They're going to have a small indigenous component. Why do they have a small indigenous component? Because majority of the indigenous people were eradicated in the circum-Caribbean areas. We can see that on a genetic level, especially the male side, right? Male Indians are poorly represented in those regions, like in the island, in the Santo Domingo, in Cuba and in Puerto Rico. These places, you don't see that much male native indigenous line surviving because of the history of Hernan Cortez and the colonial era. They would come in and make these men slaves, kill the men, take their women, blase, blase. So what else? Anyway, hopefully that answers your question. The point is, a lot of these groups are like a hodgepodge. Whether you say Haiti, Puerto Rico, but you have to understand a lot of these circum-Caribbean islands are highly introgressed by Europeans. I mean, a lot of those people are walking, breathing, and living European descendants. Brick 89 says, Avi Aki says, you heard that Angel Davis from the 1960s Black Panther hating America. Angela Davis is what you meant to say. Her ancestry DNA came back. She had an ancestor that came on a Mayflower. She was shocked. Yeah, we played that live on the channel. She's actually a descendant of someone on the Mayflower. So her descendants, her ancestors didn't come on slave ships. She's most likely a descendant of the benefactor of slavery, not an actual slave. Brick 89 says about Guerrilla Hebrew, he just debated a 12 tribes chart, but they all have different skin colors. What's your point? Majority of the people on that 12 tribes chart goes back to Europe. Majority. You throw Puerto Ricans in there, you're talking about 80 to 90% European. You start throwing Mexicans in there, you're talking about 60 to 70% roughly European. You throw when you go to Argentina, that's like 98% European. Y'all say Argentinians are Neftali, and they're 98% European. Listen to what I just said. 98% European. So you do the math on that, brother. Not all black. Brick 89 says, I'm confused. So there isn't black and Hispanic Israelites. No one's saying that. What we're saying is the people that you guys are designating as Israelites have different genetics. So here's the claim. You guys are not making an argument for mixed multitude. It'd be different if you guys were saying this was a mixed multitude and these are different groups that are coming together, amalgamating from different biological backdrops. Y'all not teaching that. What y'all saying is everybody on that tribe descends from Jacob. And Alazar, or as we call him, Salazar Slytherin, has stated verbatim that that's what he's teaching. So everybody on that chart, it can be proven that they are not of the same genetic line on the male side, which is what you would need to show if you're saying they all go back to Jacob. They're not. They go back to Western Europeans. Some of them go back to East Asians. Some of them go back to autochthonous Native Americans. Some of them go back to Sub-Saharan Africans. Some of them go back to North Africans. Some of them actually do descend from Jews. It's a hodgepodge. They're not all of the same genetic line. That's the issue you run into. Brick 89 also says, I'm guessing he's saying, so are there no Igbo Israelites? Well, then you run into an issue. Define what you mean by Israelite, because if you're supporting Guerrilla Hebrew is saying the 12 tribes chart is showing you that these tribes actually descend from Jacob. All of these people that we list here, Puerto Ricans being Ephraim, they actually descend from Ephraim, which is the son of Joseph, which is the son of Jacob. If that be true, then they should share the same Y chromosome, because you only get your Y chromosome through one method and one method alone. That's from your father through the act of sex and reproduction. That's the only way you can get it.
Brick has a lot of questions. I wonder if he wants to come on the stage and talk. I don't know.
Yeah, I would like you to come on the clubhouse and talk, bro.
Yeah, come to Clubhouse. The link, let me see. I don't know how to. Can you copy and paste the link on your computer into the, or can you even do that? I don't know. I haven't tried. I think you can.
I know how to do it on the phone. Let me see if I can figure it out on the computer.
Actually, I put the link in Telegram. Maybe you can put the link in the comment section.
Yeah, there should be a share button here somewhere.
Well, I can tell them while you're trying to do that. But Brick, we have a Clubhouse room open, as you can see on the screen, obviously. So you could come into our Clubhouse and talk to us and give us your questions. We'll bring you on the stage and we'll actually talk to you. But you got a lot of questions, bro. So be easier if you ask us those questions verbally instead of in the chat.
Yeah, all I see is profile pic, voice assistant, record the room, voice effects, audio settings, disable clips, hand permissions, ping, reaction, PTR, profile pic, open channel insights, open audience insights, show followers. Yeah, I don't see a share option. I know how to do it on the phone.
Let me see. So push. Hold on. Try pushing. Well, actually, I don't know if you should do that. I was about to say try pushing edit, but I don't know if that would give you the link.
Yeah, no, that's for the ping up top. Anyway, we'll figure out something. I'll figure out how to get it in there. But I want to answer his questions. He says here, then he says Latinos, question mark. So I'm guessing you're saying, what about the Latinos? So Latinos are just Sephardic Jews, which is what your next question is, right? Or a language or dialect that they spoke. And with these Latinos, the same thing applies. They're a hodgepodge too. They're a hodgepodge of individuals. They have some African components. They have some European components. They have some Levantine components. They have some Trans-Caucasian components. So even that group of people will be a hodgepodge. You guys have this, again, I start to show off by saying a lot of these arguments boil back down to racial purity arguments. Racial purist arguments like the Nazis had with the Aryan supremacy ideology, right? A lot of you guys are just, regurgitating a lot of those old scientific racist arguments, which have no basis in biology, no real basis in biology. Right? Exactly. Central and South America has vastly more European paternal ancestry than Black American. That's a fact. I think it's like 17-1. Brick 89 says, so Israelites weren't in Europe. That's not okay. Let's say Israelites were in Europe. Everybody in Europe is not a damn Israelite. Also, that doesn't change the fact that the 12 tribes chart is largely European. So are you saying the European component is the actual or real Israelite component? Is that what you're trying to say now? To try to save or rescue the 12 tribes chart? Then that would mean the African component is not real, which majority of African American males, it's about 60%, have an African Y chromosome. That would eliminate them altogether. Brick 89 says Europe doesn't mean Edomite. Who said it did? If anyone's teaching that, it's going to be Sakari and Guerrilla Hebrew. He teaches that white people in general are Edomites. We don't subscribe to that. That's actually a fallacy. Brick 89 brings up the Spanish Inquisition. For what reasons? I don't know why. You're not giving me, I need more words. Exactly. Mari says, can't claim one paternal lineage with groups of people that have different paternal lineages. It's just that simple. You can't claim that Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans all descend from Jacob if they have different Y chromosomes. They have different DNA. They can't be the same. They're heterogeneous, not homogeneous. Again, that's you guys trying to shoehorn in racial purity. Hey, Isaac said, through the spirit, you had the best 12 tribes chart breakdown. Now they lost it. Yeah, I know. They did a better job at pseudo than they did. Rail Ruga says they are European, but there's also a percentage of us in those places. They just OD on that chart saying it was everybody. And just because they are European doesn't mean they are not Israelites. No one's saying just because you're European. When we say European descendant, we're talking in genetic terms. In genetic terms, European is talking about different groups that have been in Europe for a long time, right? Just like our DNA, well, us that of the diaspora that actually are descendants of slaves is called sub-Saharan African because we've been there a long time. Mari says it's not that they're European, it's that they have different paternal lineages, so we aren't all paternally related. That is the point. Yep, right. All Israelites are not. Hey, what are you doing, Rail Ruga? Jump on the stage, brother. You down there. You playing games, brother. The prodigal son says, "Can you break down Ezekiel 3 and Jeremiah 50 issue? What relevance is that, brother? I don't understand. What relevance is Jeremiah 50? Are you trying to reference Jeremiah 50 and 33 where it says Judah and Ephraim were in captivity together? And I guess in your mind, that means that the 12 tribe chart is validated because the scripture says Judah and Israel were in captivity together." Anyway, Rail Ruger says, I think Yashub just challenging their argument because if they say mixed multitude, they have a case, but they don't want to admit that. Yeah, you have a stronger case saying that, hey, we're a mixed multitude. We're not all from Jacob. That's just simple, basic logic. And Brick 89, of course, I'm sure you're one of Sakari's followers, if not one of Sakari's main members or whatnot, for you to say that. He said haplogroups in the Bible don't mix. No, haplogroups in your understanding doesn't mix. That's the problem. The Bible has nothing to do with your misunderstanding of science. But I guess you mean it's incompatible. That's not true. People have sex in the Bible, therefore they pass down Y chromosomes, therefore haplogroups are congruent with the Bible. It's not that hard. See how when you demystify stuff, man, you just get rid of all of this nonsensical BS that floats around in the Black Hebrew Israelite circles. Brick 89 says, how is the 12 tribes chart European? Very easily explained. It's very European because you have a lot of Europeans in it. Even African Americans, you got 30 to 40% of African American males that are European. When you look at the female side, it's about 15, 20%. There's some European there. Puerto Ricans about 90%, if not 96 or 98% European. Come on, man. So your whole tribe of Ephraim is pretty much European. Same thing with Cuba, right? And we go to, like I brought up Argentina. How are you guys saying that Argentina is Naphtali and it's like 90-something% European? Let me pull it up. I want you to ping this, brother, when I pull it up. Avery, if you can, sir. So Argentina, let's type it in, European DNA. Let's just type that in. Wow. So let's see. So the average ancestry for Argentine sample overall was 65% European and 31% indigenous American and 4% African. So how is that Naphtali? Someone tell me that, man. Can someone explain that? Maybe somebody that's on the YouTube, you can jump on and explain how Naphtali having this much of European introgression and European representation in their genes. How are they Naphtali again? Let me show you here. Here's the article there. I'll put it in the chat so you guys can have it. And hopefully one of my mods will ping this. There you go. Boom. So you guys should see this on the screen for those that are on YouTube. We're reading heterogeneity in genetic admixture across different regions of Argentina. It says here the population of Argentina is a result of intermixing between several groups, including indigenous American, European, and African populations. Despite the commonly held idea that the population of Argentina is of mostly European origin, multiple studies have shown that this process of admixture had an impact on the entire Argentine population. In the present study, we characterize the distribution of indigenous American, European, and African ancestry among individuals from different regions of Argentina, and evaluated the level of discrepancy between self-reported grandparental origin and genetic ancestry estimates. A set of 99 autosomal ancestry informative markers was genotyped in a sample of 441 Argentine individuals to estimate genetic ancestry. We use non-parametric tests to evaluate statistical significance. The average ancestry for the Argentine sample overall was 65% European, 31% indigenous American, and 4% African. So again, you ask the question, oh, where's the European in the 12 tribes chart? It's all over the 12 tribes chart. That's Argentina, which you guys teach is the tribe of Naphtali, and they're 65% European. The math is not mathing. All right, let's see what else you say after that. We give you evidence, we give you proof. And this is where cognitive dissonance happens, right? Let me see what else this guy has to say. He says something's false. I don't know what is false, Brick 89. And you're learning well from Guerrilla Hebrew. Dismiss anything that goes against you, that goes contrary. You know what that's called? That's called special pleading. That's a logical fallacy when people do that. Right? Hey, Avery, if you're there, ping that article to the top of the clubhouse, please. He said that's not fact. What's not fact? You know, with that being said, here's a link. You can come on and explain and demonstrate how the peer-reviewed scientific article is not fact, that the genetic information that they sequenced from the people living in Argentina is not fact. Right? There's the link. You can jump on and explain to everyone that is listening how that's not fact. I gave you a source. Go study the source. Right? And then when you look from a paternal side, that was just an autosomal side. What about the paternal side of things? What if we studied the Y DNA of the people you guys teach is Naphtali? Right? Because you say you are who your father is. Well, how do you trace male lineages? Through the Y DNA. Right? And you just claiming it's false is not evidence. That's not an argument. That's not an argument at all. I'm actually demonstrating what I'm telling you guys. But Black Hebrew Israelites are not known for demonstrating their points. They're not. They're just known for echoing sentiments.
So, Jashuba, I don't think he or she, whoever, is gonna jump in the clubhouse room. But maybe we can put the link in for them here. You want to do that or what?
I did. Look at the chat. I did.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I told them to come on through.
Well,
man.
I'll put it in there too.
Yeah, what happened? I thought you was dual streaming.
I am.
No, Clubhouse, he meant.
Yeah, on Clubhouse and on here, and then you just disappeared on Clubhouse.
No, I'm still here. You don't hear me?
No, we don't hear you.
No, we couldn't hear you at all on Clubhouse. Your icon ain't there, nothing. That's why we all came over here.
Yeah, I've been my mic has been open, Yeshua, from over here to Clubhouse.
Oh, so they can hear me though. Look at my screen. It still says I'm here.
It does? Hold on, let me see that.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
you're
froze.
not
It froze. I see. Let me close that.
They probably need to restart it. But
Yeah,
yeah,
this-
you was gone for that whole time. Like when we were talking in there, we couldn't hear nothing.
but y'all heard me over here though. So just
Yeah, I have my mic open.
yeah, keep doing what you're doing, Dan. My club that crashed on me. I didn't even know.
Okay. Well, that's understandable then. Because at first we thought you had just left us without saying nothing. We were like, wait, where's the shoe?
Hey man, look, the Black Santa is saying this for a reason.
What's
Like,
he saying?
come on the show and explain what you're saying, and we're gonna have a dialogue and conversation. Because I think you're a troll account, and you might be Salazar yourself. I don't know.
Either
might-
that or it's some of the people from Clubhouse, because we did have folks in Clubhouse come in. I told them to come to YouTube. So
Real Ruger says, what percentage of Latinos are related to us is the better question. A very small percentage of them. A very small percentage of Latinos are actually African. Now, when you go to places like DR has a greater African component than most of the circum-Caribbean places outside of like Trinidad and Jamaica. DR is your best bet. And then, of course, Haiti. Do you call them Latino? I don't think they really call them Latino. They have a greater African component as well.
Shout out my Trini Massive.
Yeah, but when you go like Mexico has a very, and my grandfather is Mexican, so people take this message as an act of hate towards Black people or Hispanic people. No, it's an attack on ideology and ideologues, not people per se, but it's the ideologues. I have no problem with Blacks and Hispanics unifying, but I have an issue with your doctrine. Right? You can't go around demarcating and using antebellum South mechanisms and racism as a means to do so. You know, these things are all destructive, and it still is destructive to everybody, not just Blacks, Hispanic, not Africans, Europeans, to everybody. It's very destructive, and it's not constructive at all.
Yeah, I would say my biggest issue is not productive because it doesn't. Where does it really getting us? You know what I'm saying? It's not getting us anywhere by doing it. We want to move the pendulum forward. We always want to be being productive, moving forward, not spinning our wheels in the same spot all the time.
Exactly. What do you have
Yes.
outside of all these camps you build and all these churches you build? What are you really doing? Upper mobility is not being promoted. You're not restoring a familiar structure. You're not doing anything. You're not competing in the political realm. You're not doing nothing. You're just on a mic talking about, whatever it is you're talking about or your doctrine and telling people your doctrine is superior. That's it.
Well, they can't say anything political because they got them 501c3s. Everybody got all them conspiracy theories around 501c3s. The only thing that is you can't say nothing political. You can't endorse political candidates. And that's how, the government pretty much used that to kill all Black movements, because all Black movements were centered around the church, and the church pushing political agendas for the Black community in unison is the whole reason the civil rights movement really kicked off. So what did they do? They turned around and said, oh, nah, we going to give them tax exempt status only if they don't say anything about politics. When that's the main thing our people need to be focusing on, getting tangible things politically.
Mm-hmm. You got to work within the system, man.
Oh, and they doctrine of, get her pregnant, let her get on food stamps, let her get on housing, and you just stay around and pay them bills, or you just stay around and sit on the couch and have about 3 women like that. Like, come on, bro.
Right.
Like, come on, man. You pushing for dependency on the state as if the Bible doesn't demand that you be the head of your household and provide for your household.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, Brick 89. You're saying that DNA and 60K years ago, 100K years ago is BS and isn't biblical. Can you show me in scripture where it says the exact year of the biblical narrative?
You know what?
Where the Most High says, the earth is, or the world is 6,000 years old, thus saith the Lord.
But you know what? You can even just keep it simple and be like, look, man, just look at them like chronological markers. Don't take them as serious dates. Look at them as chronological markers that establish that this happened before this. All right? Or that this happened after this. Look at it that way. Use relative dating. You don't have to be, you know, strict to the secular dating model, but the mechanisms behind it gonna still be the same no matter what time frame you use. So it's a mute point to bring up time. It's irrelevant.
Right.
But in
And
their
also,
mind,
that's the point. That Brick says also only males have Y chromosome. That's the point. We're following the male line. I mean, we can't follow the female line to X, but it's by, according to scripture, it's by the house of your father. I'm not, you're making these circular, these arguments going in circles, brother.
yeah. Yeah, the Bible's written androcentrically, so it's about focusing on the male. That's why you look at Asher. All the Asherites, are contingent upon Asher. They follow Asher. Any other tribe, Ishmael, the Ishmaelites, Judah, the Judites. It's very male centric. Patriarchality is actually a theme in the Bible. So if that be the case, then why don't y'all apply that? That's in the Bible because you want to bring up the Bible to that 12 tribes chart. Y'all don't want to apply it because you do understand that these groups are largely introgressed by Europeans. You do understand. You just want to deceive your followers. That's all. You want to deceive your followers.
Yep, you want to get them numbers up, get them tides up, but you ain't telling, since you preaching all this seed of your father, you ain't told them to go get one DNA test. You tell them don't trust the DNA. But you tell them to go to court and establish paternity for that child, but you tell them don't trust the haplogroup they give you, though.
Yeah, Brick. Yeah, the women don't have a Y, and the men do have Y and an X. These are sex chromosomes, bro. I'm about to lose it on them, but I'm gonna try to stay. These are sex determining chromosomes. If you have a Y and an X, you are a man. If you have only a X, you are a woman.
Brother, I'm
Like, this is
sorry.
simple, bro.
In today's political climate, you can have a
I
Y
mean,
and an X and be whatever the hell you want to be.
exactly. It is binary, right? The binary thing.
And it sounds like that's what these brothers are arguing, non-binary. That's what they argue. They don't want to be defined by their Y chromosome.
Well, they left. They act like they right leaning, but they more left leaning than anything. They all about affirmative action and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
They need it to sustain their lifestyles of depending on women and children. What kind of
Right.
man are you?
Right. That's another thing about Black Hebrew Israelites. They don't teach self-accountability. You understand? It's all about looking for a phantom or a ghost to swing at while the real problem still persists. Right? Y'all creating y'all aiding and abetting these crooks, man, because they are producing some of the worst in this community. A lot of these guys look like domestic terrorists. Like I said in the last show, you shouldn't be teaching Black Americans to go out and put their hands on random people because differences in doctrines, or spit on random people, tell people to bow down and kiss their boots. You look like
Reinforce every bad stereotype that you can
right,
think of, pretty much.
right, right. That's all y'all have done, man. I've seen this Israelite thing go on and go on and go on. What are the fruits of it? What are the fruits?
Where's the united community? Can't even come together because one camp got to be above another camp, or one church got to be above another church. Can't even have no unity. They don't even want to talk to each other because of doctrine differences. Come on,
Right,
man. This is insanity.
right, right.
All right, so how far are we into this live stream? How you guys doing?
We're doing good, brother. I remember you the other night, man. You was having a long conversation with Ivry.
Yes, yes, sir. Now, I'm here to, since this is part 2, is what it looks like. I would say, are we going to go in? I'm not gonna say watch the debate, but obviously, him debating the chart, in my opinion, that's not debatable. I don't think you can win with the chart, in my personal opinion. But what about on the information side? From what I've seen from the debate, I believe that he only used Jewish sources, and those Jewish sources they disclaimed a lot of the claims that they say that keeps their Jewishness together, if that makes sense. Well, were those sources wrong or misused? Because I'm seeing a lot of people say that, but Dr. Brown, all he did was talk. He didn't bring a. I mean, he held up one piece of paper one time, but
Mhm.
for the most part, all he did was talk. So on an information level, it's hard to say that he lost. But if you want to say by the debate title and how it was structured, I wouldn't say he won because, like I said again, you can't. I don't think you can prove the chart like how they think they can prove it. But again, on an information level, he used their own sources against Dr. Brown, and then for me, that was looking crazy.
All right, so let me respond to that. First of all, the reason why you don't see Dr. Brown information heavy, which he was in the first round, is because the style of debate they took. The style of the debate they took is classic, where you get one presentation round and the other two rounds are rebuttals and rhetoric. That's all it is. That's why it wasn't supposed to be a slideshow all three rounds. That was the structure that they agreed to. That's why. Secondly, he did use sources, but primarily what he was doing was focusing on showing the audience and showing Alazar that the sources that he used, he was not even well aware of, and he was not knowledgeable of the sources he used. He explained to him why. For instance, he said he made a statement saying, "I never brought up the Khazars, but you quoted Dr. Wexler," which his whole argument is that Jewish people are non-Levantine and they're Khazars. That shows that the unfamiliarity with the stuff that you're bringing out, meaning you're not researching and reading this stuff. You're just regurgitating, copy and pasting. That's all you're doing. That's why he won by a landslide. That's why he won. He did that on multiple of occasions. He showed a higher understanding of the information that Alazar was presenting. Um, yeah, as far as the Khazar hypothesis, that it's completely false. Linguistically and genetically has been proven to be false. There's no connection by and large with modern Jewish people to Khazarians. No one takes that serious. That's a fringe position.
Okay. I was just on Berean's channel like literally 10 minutes ago, and we had watched a video where one of those pretty much somebody said the same thing along the same lines. But it's interesting how the dude explaining it said that supposedly the Khazars disappeared. He said like they just kind of vanished in thin air. But the borders between what he's calling the Germanic Jews and the Khazars, I would say like they kind of meet somewhere in the middle. I mean, unless I'm getting my map wrong. Like he said, the way that the Germanic Jews traveled and the position of the Khazar, I don't know, I guess kingdom, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
or the central locale of the Khazars, they're kind of like they look damn near like. I mean, it's like one side was the Khazars and the other side is the Germanic Jews. I'm trying to. I mean, I don't know. I think that's kind of funky to me, to be honest, to tell me a people group just vanished in thin air like that. But I mean,
No, people don't vanish. So this is what happens: kingdoms dissolved. The Khazarian kingdoms dissolved. They don't vanish. And the people that we have Khazarian royal burials, we have their DNA to compare them to. Jewish people do not compare to Khazarian royal burials. They don't. So what do you say to that? Oh, well, DNA's not real. That's all you can do is dismiss the evidence instead of just observing the evidence. It's a great quote that says we follow the evidence wherever it leads, whether we like it or not.
You should maybe you should explain to him what the what the Jewish Levantine DNA going back to the Iron Age and prior is, as opposed to what the Cagnet or the royals that
Jewish people, they have a Levantine component that goes back to the ancient Levant during the time of the formative years of Israel, meaning the time when Israel begins to hit the world stage. They have that DNA. It doesn't. You can't take that from them. No amount of rhetoric. No, there's a quote. Without data, you just have an opinion. So no amount of opinions. Know how many times you go out in the streets and you yell at white people and tell them they're Esau and they're going to get killed when Christ returns. It's not going to change the fact that Jewish people, whether white or black, have a Levantine connection that goes back to the time period of Israel. There's no way around that. And when we talk about, we can see in their genes the route they took. They took a Southern European route. Hence, the book of Italy, the book of Hebrews, it says to the Hebrews of Italy. They were in Southern Europe. And then they go to the Black Sea region and make their way into Germany and to Eastern Europe and into Western Europe. Hence, Yiddish.
And we know that the slaves that were taken from Rome and taken by Romans in 70 AD was taken into Italy. That makes sense of the Southern European route.
Come on, man. They didn't go through Khazaria. They went through Southern Europe. They have Southern European Southern European DNA. Come on, man.
No,
those that
And
we
they
see
and,
through
and let me say
those-
let me say this real quick about the Khazarians. They didn't just disappear. A Khazarian noble became the Roman emperor Leo the Khazar, and he dispersed the Khazarians after they fell throughout the Roman region. So it's not like they just magically disappeared in the thin air. They were dispersed by their kinsmen.
okay. Now, if you guys don't mind, can I get some time frames in this? Would you say that happened like 500 AD to 700? Would that be the timeline, or is there a different timeline?
Shalom. Can I be heard? My
A
fault.
little bit earlier than that. I think it's around the Leo the Khazar came to, I think it's the mid 400s.
Okay. Can anybody corroborate with that? And what's going on? We can hear you perfectly fine.
Oh, that's me. Y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, shalom, y'all. What's up, man? Shalom, yeah. What's good?
Yeah. What's happening?
Yeah.
All right, so I stepped in because I heard y'all talking about Khazars, and that's what I be into because I was doing my DNA. You know, I wasn't Yap, but it's all good. A brother was R1A linking with the Nogay and the Khazars and the people over in Russia, Ukraine. So I went into it because I ain't gonna lie, I did have a hypothesis that okay, maybe this could have came from a Jewish person, but as I was looking through the Y-DNAs, even my haplogroup is still rare among the Ashkenazis. So my haplogroup that links more closely with Khazars isn't widely spread within the Ashkenazi Jews. Only a little bit of them have some connection with Khazars. And I only wanted to come and say that because I feel like some of the Israelites they hear when people be like, okay, so Ashkenazi Jews ain't got no connections to the Khazars. They be like, man, that can't be true, man. You trying to tell me the whole people disappeared? But there are like answers to the questions. They didn't disappear, but it's not like the whole Jewish population are Khazars. Like the brothers were saying, they came from the Levant. They came from North Africa. They went into Italy. They went into Germany. And then they went east into Poland, where they would have met up with some of the remnant of Khazars who could have been Jewish. But they would have been assimilated, and they wouldn't have played a big part in a genome. It's just a little bit.
I took the word. No, I'm just kidding.
What's your Y chromosome, bro? You mind me asking?
You said what's the Y? What's the Y
Yeah.
chromosome? R1A Z280.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all
Okay.
better leave my
Shout out
kinsmen
Yamnaya.
alone, right?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody gonna be messing with my kinsmen in here.
Shout out to the Yamnaya, baby.
You know
Shout
what
out.
I'm saying? Shout out to the Naya. And
Hey,
hey, what
Shout
culture?
out to
What
Guerrilla
ancient culture
Hebrew.
was R1A a part of? The Quarter War? Was it the Quarter War culture?
yeah, quarterware, and then
Yeah. Shout out to the Quarter War culture.
it went quarterware, and then Shrubnea, and then the horses and the Turks. You already know it's a wrap from there. The Scythians.
Let me ask, how this whole Ashkenazi / Khazarian little thing, does anybody have any time frames? Like, I'm seeing that the Khazarian Empire was like from the 7th to the 10th century.
Right, around the 7th century BCE is when they say that they supposedly converted, somewhere around there. Could have been a little later. But the Levantine DNA that we're talking about, that made up the founding population in Germany, that came into Germany, they were in the Levant, going back to the Iron Age. This DNA structure that we're talking about, I see you have to have a working understanding. I know you're just asking questions because you trying to piece this together, but you have to have an understanding of Y chromosomes and migration patterns. You have to know who belongs to which haplogroup, and then you can start to separate people from there.
Thank you.
Now, this
Yeah,
17
and Leo the Khazar, my bad, is mid 7th, is the mid 700s, so the mid 8th century. Then.
Yeah. If you want to look at when they fell, around 1000 AD, you're not going to see the kingdom no more, and the Khazars would have been scattered from there. They went all around the world, really. So, and then some of them became Muslim and some of them became Christian. So not all of them stayed as Jews.
Okay.
Right.
No.
So
Yeah,
when we
and
say
it
the
was
Iron
only a
Age,
small selection of the nobility that converted to Judaism anyway. It wasn't like it was the whole nation.
exactly. It was
Okay.
the cabinet, the generals. So when I say, I just want to say this to you too. When I say the Iron Age, I'm sure you understand what I'm saying, but those were the formative years in the Levant when the nation of Israel was formed.
Yeah, like
And this,
1200 to 700 BCE.
right. And these J markers, or this Levantine Ashkenazi, because there's E amongst them too. So I'm just going to say both of those major haplogroups were in the Levant and made their way into Germany.
And you said J and E?
Yes, both of them.
Interesting.
And
So you have to
R1B.
read,
R1B
right?
was
So,
spread during the Bell Beaker culture into Western Europe. They weren't there back into perpetuity.
exactly.
That
So
was
you have,
I. That's why you had all the Danes and stuff trying to reinvade and retake uh, uh, England and stuff during those time periods because that was originally theirs.
Facts. The Vikings, the original Vikings.
right.
Were
So
the
what you're
original
gonna have
Vikings
to do,
German?
Yeah, the Saxons. Well, they were eye markers, so I don't know if we can just say German. What y'all think?
yeah, I
Well,
would say eye
okay.
markers.
Okay.
To
Well,
the,
would you say
there are
Germanic?
R markers. Hold on, bro. There are R markers that were also a part of it. I think G might be there too, but I know I is like the majority.
Yeah, they were likely related to those Philistines that came into the area of the Levant right there around Dan because that R1B was responsible for spreading the Iron Age into Western Europe. So when you think about people like Hamilcar, the navigator, who took that overflow from like the Levant and stuff due to the Assyrian invasion over into Western Europe, that's when you start seeing the spread of the Bell Beaker culture. That's when you start seeing the rise of the Iron Age in Western Europe. So it's likely that they could be related to those Philistines.
Mm.
When you say Western Europe, can you give? Is it like what's
Everything west
England,
of Germany.
Ireland,
Everything
yeah,
west of Germany.
right.
France, England, uh,
Ireland,
Ireland, yeah, all that.
France.
Spain, all that.
Spain? Okay.
Portugal as well on that Iberian
I might need to keep a map up with y'all. Y'all too smart.
What's up, yeah?
Okay. Now, if you want to read this, if you want to read what you got on the screen right here, I'll take a second.
Yeah, this is the latest study on the Khazarians. We have the Khazarian burials, bro. Y chromosome haplogroup What is a haplogroup? A haplogroup is a group of individuals that share a common ancestor. If it's a Y chromosome haplogroup, that means they share a common. It's a group of people that share a common male ancestor, right? So if you have the same Y DNA, like Guerrilla Hebrews are, he's most likely R1b. That means he shares the same male ancestry as 60% of Western European males. That's just a fact. That's ostensible. We can observe that because that's how you get a Y chromosome. You get it through descent, through sex and reproduction. You get it from a male. That's the only way you can get it. So when they studied this, they revealed the Y chromosomes of these royal burials in Khazaria. And it doesn't look Jewish at all. Again, it says out of the 9 skeletons studied, 3 individuals had R1A Y haplogroup. Shout out to my brother Ezra. 2 had C2b, and 1 had G2A, N1A, Q, and R1b Y haplogroups. Jewish people, what makes them Levantine is J1P58 and EM123, and then T1A. They don't have those haplogroups. They don't have them. So argument done. There is no Khazarian hypothesis that has been proven true about the Jews. There hasn't. There's no evidence. It's all lip service.
So, hey, I did have a question, if you don't mind me asking real quick. I'm not trying to change the subject. I just heard somebody say something. I had a quick question before we moved on. Mm-hmm. I heard the brother say that E and J were found as having connections in the Levant. And a while ago, I came across this document that said Y chromosome haplogroup assignments for Near Easterners that supports that. They pointed to the Israel Natufians. Have you familiar with that?
Yes.
Yes, we're familiar with all those papers.
So I guess my question is if that's true, like I've seen on this document, it says like E1B1, and then it has a little parentheses, and then it has the X, E1B1A1. You know what I mean? Is that X an exclusion in the parentheses?
No, that X is saying that pretty much that its descendants is a variable for the 2 descendants A and B, pretty much.
Okay, because I was told that was
a placeholder for it.
Okay. Yeah, because I was told it was an exclusion. I was told, like in this case, I can share that from.
Yeah, it's kind of showing that their paternal link is in EP2, which is that E1B1. That's EP2, and that's the father of E1B1A and E1B1B. So it's showing that that's pretty much what's central to that region. That's why when you hear us make our talks and explanations, we always point back to, hey, the Jewish groups and the sub-Saharan African groups do have a common ancestor in EP2. That we always argue that we think that it's most likely that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob most likely carried EP2.
Okay. If would you just show the source for the Khazarian stuff? Can you pull up a source for the Jewish stuff?
Yeah, that's easy. Gotcha.
Bro, you gotta start doing some research, man. Because I get it. You want us, you know what I'm saying? You want us to do the heavy lifting for you, but these papers are not hard to find, bro.
No, I know that he's been doing this for a long time. I've been watching him do the DNA thing for, honestly, I think since COVID.
Okay, that's what's up. But we can show you Jewish groups, or at least burials from the Levant during the Iron Age. We can show you burials of Jewish groups in North Africa. We can show you burials of Jewish groups in Spain. We can show you all these, and you're going to find them same common haplogroups everywhere you go.
Yeah. JET.
Real quick, that paper that Dr. Brown put up, don't it say in that paper, it has the admixture of the first Ashkenazi Jews, and it shows their Levantine, the Southern European, and all that.
Yeah, we covered that.
That's the one that shows the sub-Saharan African component that obviously had to be there pre-exile.
Facts. There you go.
And if you on this one, it actually says J is
North Africa during the Iron Age. They also have that sub-Saharan African component. So that's why we're saying, like, and if you look at it, even in, like I said, Spain, you'll find a couple of E1B1As amongst these Jewish groups. I mean, like the DNA is consistent throughout what 2,000 years.
Yeah, that's
Oh
continuity.
man, it ain't even an argument.
That's continuity. That's like, these arguments that BHI is trying to muster up. It doesn't work. That's why when he runs into somebody like Dr. Brown that knows something on the topic with academia, they get smacked up because it's like it only takes a little bit of scholarship to beat y'all because most of what you have is fictive. It's fake. We got Zadok in the building, y'all.
Shalom, Jay.
Hey,
Yeah.
shalom. Shalom.
And
Shalom. Salute.
Long.
Yeah. Brothers, I don't
Shalom.
have too much to say. I'm just listening. Once again, I'm always getting educated, appreciating what the Ruach has put on you guys' heart to bring to the community. That's why no one comes to you guys and argue with you anymore about it, at least not the suspects who we would rather see up here. So I'm just going to ask that from this point forward that we be more honorable towards Al-Azhar and just refer to him from this point forward as the HGIC. He's the head Gentile in charge over there. And we'll just know that people are going to have to recognize that man's the worst thing he could have done for himself with a doctrine that is such patriarchal in nature with the need for the bloodline to trace through the father. Well, if that's the case, if you were a kid, if a woman said you were her child's father, brother, and you went to the court, they'd be using your Y chromosome to match with the blood of the child, male or female, to see if you're possibly the father. His Y haplogroup is out here now, and he can't get out of that. So, good job, brothers. And anywhere I go, I'll let people know that, hey, the HGIC over there, he doing his best. He's making his rounds. That debate, and there's a reason they wanted it on Berean TV, because that allowed 1,000 Sakari supporters to come in there and be in the chat acting as if that brother came with any scholarship. And me and my man Blacktastic was talking earlier, and I had pointed out of note to him that the whole thing is that when Dr. Brown is able to cite off of not just the sources of the DNA research, like, hey, people, you could go and search this yourself. His expertise in Near Eastern Semitic languages wasn't even respected by people. So when you got this guy up here talking about the damn word Brazil sound like the Hebrew word for iron, and no, he said it's the Hebrew word for iron. And then when Dr. Brown checks him, and who speaks Hebrew literally, he said, why did you say that Brazil is the Hebrew word for iron? He said, no, I said, is it ironic that it sounds eerily similar to the Hebrew word for iron? Okay, so if that's the case and you corrected yourself, you're saying on you guys' chart, you name Brazil and the inhabitants of it is one of the 12 tribes because the word Brazil sounds eerily similar to a Hebrew word for iron. Y'all, if this is what the so-called Israelite community is banking its reputation on, then for those who are going to listen to it, it'll mean something. But for the greater world at large, especially Black academics like yourselves and others, this is just an embarrassment. This is just an embarrassment. I'm sorry. So yeah, that's the HGIC over there. I appreciate y'all for letting me vent a little bit.
Yeah, anytime, brother. Anytime. You funny, man.
That's my man. That's Young Chimney in the building.
Oh, man. Oh, then we got Adam coming up here. Y'all trying to jump this brother, man. Listen, thank you.
Where Adam at?
Adam trying to get his device connected right now, man. It's a bad day, but my son, they're gonna Adam right there.
Hey, Kedrick, I do got knee problems.
So you an Israelite then? Because Guerrilla Hebrew is teaching that if you got bad knees,
That ashy knee doctor.
That why Kedrick asked that question.
dude got knee problems. That shit suck.
I mean, you got people saying he won with that garbage. He won. All right, what else?
My knee's on point, by the way, so that's crazy.
So you ain't an Israelite, brother.
Hey, we got vocab in the building on Clubhouse.
Oh yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I ain't firing my club deck back on. So if you say anything, just keep your mic open. Hey, Mazan.
Yeah, the mic is open.
Yeah, I'm right here.
All right, so this is the article you want to study, right? You posed a question about pretty much genetic continuity with Jewish people, right?
That's correct.
All right, so this paper right here is the genomic history of the Middle East. It was published September 2021 on sale. So if you go down here, we'll talk about the haplogroups that have been there for thousands and thousands of years. Let me see if I can get it. And these haplogroups are still amongst the Jewish people today. So I don't know how anybody is saying they Khazarians. The Khazarians is a common era empire. You said it yourself, 7th century to about the 11th century. That's when we see them dissolve, right?
Yeah.
The ancestors of the Jews go back to the Levant 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years ago. We're talking about Bronze Age peoples, right? So watch this. It says, in addition to local ancestry from Epipaleolithic and Neolithic people, we found an ancestry related to ancient Iranians that is ubiquitous today in all Middle Easterners. Previous studies show that this ancestry was not present in the Levant during the Neolithic period, but appeared in the Bronze Age, where approximately 50% of the local ancestry was replaced by a population carrying ancient Iran-related ancestry. We explored whether this ancestry penetrated both the Levant and Arabia at the same time and found that admixture dates mostly follow a north to south climb. So all of this is before the Israelites. Remember, the Israelites are Iron Age people, right? These people got to the Levant before we even heard of an Israelite on the earth. It says with the oldest admixture occurring in the Levant region between 3,300 and 5,900 years ago, followed by an admixture in Arabia 2,000 to 3,500 years ago, and East Africa 2,100 to 3,300 years ago. So you got East Africans like your Somalis, your Oromos, your Afro-Asiatic speakers in Ethiopia are in the Horn. A lot of those people are Eurasian, and they get there about 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. They look like the rest of the population, but they descend from these people that have these Iranian forefathers and parents. It says
Don't
here
forget about the Lemba too, bro.
The what?
The Lemba.
The Lemba, yeah, the Lemba as well. Who could forget about them? The Lemba. It says these times overlap with the dates for the Bronze Age origin and spread of Semitic languages in the Middle East and East Africa, estimated from lexical data. This population potentially introduced Y chromosome haplogroup J1 into the region. So J was there. J was there. Haplogroup J was in the Levant. They don't come from Khazaria. They've been in the Levant for a long time, man. 5,900 to 3,300 years ago. It says here, majority of the J1 haplogroup chromosomes in our data set correlates around approximately 5.6 thousand years ago, agreeing with a potential Bronze Age expansion. However, we did find rarer earlier divergent lineages correlating approximately 17,000 years ago. The haplogroup common in Natufians, which you brought up earlier, right? It's E1B1. It's also frequent in our data set, with most lineages correlating approximately 8.3 thousand years ago, though we also found a rare, deeply divergent Y chromosome, which correlates to 39,000 years ago, right? So I read that to show you that these haplogroups are these people, because again, a haplogroup is a group of people that share a common ancestor, have been in the Levant long before there was a Khazaria. So why are we put so much faith in this Khazarian hypothesis? Why do we keep bringing up the Khazarian hypothesis? These people existed before there was a thing called Khazaria.
Hey, can I say something real quick? If you read the 13 Tribes, like if you actually read the book, Arthur Koestler, he don't say that all the Jews come from Khazaria. His argument, is that he thinks that majority of them does, but that's been proven to be false. But he never said that there was a whole bunch, that they were all Khazars. He says that there's German Jews. So people holding up his book, then this dude rolling in his grave because everybody lying on his book and his work.
Yeah, I think Kessler had some decent information in his book, but I think Harry Oster and them, from the reports I read from their research, they're saying there's no way that the Ashkenazim are the descendants of Khazars, while there is a small a mix of Khazarian descent among the wider group called Khazarian. It's not high enough to even possibly make a claim like that. But I do think what is important with this is, one, it gives validity to the DNA that that Dr. Brown carries in his genes. But one thing a lot of folks also are going to have to admit, and I'm talking about in this context, that he more than likely comes from a people who historically come from the Levant and had been there, 3,000-4,000 years ago. But what does that say about individuals like us who, through our DNA exploits, have found the E1B1B markers closer to some of our brethren in Arabia, and some of us, with the E1B1A within our haplogroup in a major way? What does that say when we know that that group is not indigenous to West Africa, but it is a more Levantine haplogroup? I just think that many people, if they're going to be honest, while that still doesn't prove necessarily that you're an Israelite, pardon me, it does put you and who you come from in the realm of the population group that was there when there was a nation, quote unquote, called Israel forming. And if you got Jacob's blood or the mixed multitude's blood in you, you come from a people who may have been there in the beginning in the formation of that nation.
Yeah, I mean, because E1B1A was definitely because E1B1A, like you said, ain't indigenous. Most scholars argue it came from the north, which is North Africa. And if you look, and any scholar will tell you that North Africa and the Levant is the same biogeographical area. So the same people, animal, plants, everything were located in these areas. So it's no doubt that the sub-Saharan African component was there, and all the studies all actually show the sub-Saharan African component of the Levant.
And one of the great papers on that is the Green Sahara paper. And so back to what Zadok was saying. So this is the narrative we've been pushing back on for years, even before we started getting into DNA, where we had people saying you were landlocked. And this goes for the urban apologists as well as the conscious community. When they were just landlocking us to West Africa, you never came out, you've been there for tens of thousands of years. We were explaining to them in so many ways without using DNA that it's a high possibility that they were not indigenous to that region. Then once we started digging real deep into these papers and we start bringing it out, and now you have people saying, well, you know what? I'm not going to say that, they're like pushing back on the argument of being absolutist on the fact that we were landlocked to West Africa, even to the point where now they're saying, well, I can't say that everybody that was on this on the slave ships during the transatlantic slave trade weren't Israelites. There was a time not too long ago, 2-3 years ago, when they were absolutely against the idea. But now the science is proven otherwise, and we're pretty much showing it to them. We try not to be disrespectful about it, but you see on the conscious community, as well as the apologetic urban apologetic community, they're starting to realize, and they're starting to read some of these studies, whereas we have Israelites that we're pretty much giving you exactly what you've been saying all these years, and you want to poo-poo on DNA.
Yeah, one of the the Green Sahara, right, is a big factor, but also the David Reich Southern Levant paper from last year brought in a whole bunch of new samples, and we're not seeing E1B1A specifically, but we are. I mean, there's A in central Bulgaria,
Yep.
8,000 years before present. So,
and there's a haplogroup BM60 in the Levant.
yeah.
They found BM60 in the Levant. That's a sub-Saharan African group. What is it doing there?
Yep. Also, just breaking news: David Reich just dropped a new paper in the last few hours on the Swahili, and they go really in depth into Swahili DNA admixtures in medieval times. Really interesting.
Oh, we got another show to make.
Yep, definitely. I wonder if that's the paper that what's the name was alluding to when we got that little short clip of Reich speaking at what's that channel he be on all the time on YouTube? Some institute.
I know
they have a channel.
I know you're talking about. That's not that paper. You're talking about the they found, and that's gonna hurt a lot of you Black Hebrew Israelites when that comes out. I'm telling you right now. They're saying they found they finally did a genetic analysis of someone in the Judean period. So the time of the kings, right? They're saying they did a genetic analysis of a skeletal remain there, and they're saying it's no different than what they find in the Canaanite burials and whatnot.
Right.
Which is going to hurt a lot of you guys' feelings because you guys going around saying they're Khazarians. No, those people actually belong there. They actually come from there. But go ahead, Sean.
No, that's it, bro. I was just wanted to bring that up. But yeah, Adam, I didn't know that this new paper. What's the title of the paper? You know it?
Yeah,
we got to grab that.
Called,
we haven't been alerted about that yet, but thank you.
Yeah, it's called Entwined African and Asian Genetic Roots of Medieval Peoples in the Swahili Coast. They find that there's predominantly a male admixture into modern Swahili in the medieval period from primarily Persia and India. So the Y haplogroups are pardon me for my pronunciation, the Kilwa individual carry J2.
Check the chat, Jashu. Go ahead and finish, brother. I'm sorry.
2 out of 3 Manda carry J2, and a third carry G2. 14 out of 19 males from Mitwapa carry J2, and then there are 2 R1A in there as well.
And you know, Swahili, for the people that don't know, where is that spoken?
East Africa, Kenya.
Right. It's supposed to be like a derivative of the Bantu language, like infused with like Arabic or something like that.
Maybe even Farsi. With this, like it seems to be it's Persian. The Arab component isn't is minimal. It's primarily Persian and pastoralists, and some Indian as well.
Yeah, man, like that just goes to show you can't just look at people.
That also shows ancient trade. My bad.
Yeah, you're right. But it goes to show you just can't look at people and say, I know who your ancestors were just by your physical traits. It just doesn't work like that, man. It don't work like that. And we get more and more evidence to show that that's not true. That's why you got people that's confused, like Black Hebrew Israelites, like Guerrilla Hebrew and his followers. They're confused. And I say they're confused because they will say things like, oh, we know who Esau is based on how these people look. But then you look at Guerrilla Hebrew. Wait a minute. Guerrilla Hebrew. You look like a white man. You look like a European. You have the same hair texture. So if you're going off looks, why aren't you counting yourself in that group?
So the timeline here for inferred admixture events along the East African coast, there's a African pastoralists mixed with West African related Bantu speakers between 274 and 1176 AD. And then the Persian Indian population mixes with African populations 896 to 1145. And then we start seeing like the Kilwa, the Manda, the Omani, and so on through like the 1200s through 1600.
So
Yeah.
India was their pre-colonialism.
Yeah. Hey, off subject real quick. Hey, Elijah, you know what my wife told me? She said, "Get him, daddy."
These guys will say anything because they don't like their precious leaders being questioned. Y'all in a coat, man. Y'all in a coat. When people can't question your leaders, not my pastor, not that, like these people. You look at these people as gods. We can't talk about your God. We can't discuss the flaws in his ideology. We can't bring that to the forefront. That's a sin now. You know what I'm saying? I've talked to him in person. I would tell him in person that you are a white man, and you are a descendant of Western Europeans, bro. That's not hard to say. What you gonna put his hands on me? You're not
Exactly.
gonna put your hands on me. I'm a firm believer in the Second Amendment. I'm just gonna keep it at that. Because people say that. People say like, "Are you afraid?" I'm not afraid of nobody. You understand? All we doing is giving critiques. What he's beyond critique. We can't talk about his doctrine. We can't discuss the flaws. We can't say the man lost in a debate. A lot of you guys have your panties in a wad because I said the man lost. I said the man got obliterated. He got destroyed. It wasn't even close. Oh, here we
And
go.
was saying that he's a
You
descendant of.
look, what's
Yeah,
that
I mean,
called?
the title is what the title was. It was
Hey,
about
wow.
that, and the 12 tribes chart was in that title, and it ain't no defending it. So he lost.
Yeah,
Just is what it is.
he
Because
lost,
I
man. Look,
actually think he did okay outside of the 12 tribes chart. I think he did okay. Not great, but okay.
look what this dude said. Genesis 49. You will die playing tough. Hey, that ain't playing tough. You don't put your hands on people because you're insinuating that if I say that, he gonna do something to me.
Yeah.
If anything happened to me, brother, just know I'm not gonna take it. So just leave it at that. I'm not the aggressor. He is, right? In your scenario, your imagined scenario in your sick brain. Just leave it at that, man. Anyway.
All right. Now with like, how do I say this? No, I'm just gonna say it straight up. So let's say me, I'm putting the DNA aside because I'm still a little iffy on it. I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm still a little iffy on it. Well, without that, how would you guys trace the diaspora of Israel after 70 AD? How would you guys format like?
I mean, how could you actually? I mean, only thing you could do is say, all right, there's historical claims that have been made about, Jews being in North Africa, Jews being in the Sahara, Jews being in sub-Saharan Africa. We can go through and do that. We can show some archaeology that show the emergence of, different types of cultures in different regions at different times, but nothing is emphatic as DNA is, because DNA is going to show you a direct ancestry, father to son of a people, mother to daughter of a people. Like it's no way to get around DNA. It's so emphatic. I don't understand why people are even iffy on the concept of DNA. Like what is the reasoning behind that?
Do you want my actual answer, or is that like
Let me answer your
Like
question
why do
first.
you why are you iffy about it?
well, when you see people that use like the DNA process or whatever centers that they give it to, like they'll have a DNA of like an animal and it'll come back like human. They won't say like this dog has a DNA of another dog. It'd be like this DNA that we collected from you. It's come from people, but they got the sample from a dog. Or you have twins and triplets that come from the same sperm, but their DNA is different.
What do you mean by different? If it's a very good possibility that, all right. So first of all, triplets and twins would have the same DNA. They probably have different percentages of the same DNA. So because they're not identical with the same percentages, um, like one twin might, autosomally might show 73% of something, and then the other twin shows 75% of something. So, it's little stuff like that that people try to critique, but when the DNA is reassembled, it doesn't come back exactly the same. All right. So as far as like animals and stuff, like I think that this is more talking points than anything else.
Well,
Because
no,
if you feel like
there was something. There's a little something to that, but it's
no, I
more
don't have
to
a problem with that. I'm not saying it's
it.
not. What I'm saying is that you have these rare occasions where these things happen. All right. Now I don't know if something like that would happen at the Max Planck Institute. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
no, it wouldn't.
I'm saying that with DNA, maybe with DNA companies, you know, who don't have their shit together. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, but again, to me, that's more of a rarity. All right. But when we're dealing with ancient samples, they're coming from institutes and universities.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Hold on, hold on.
so maybe that's what
Let
it
me
is.
say something. Hold on one second. Let me say something real quick to that animal point, because the concern should be more, in my opinion, about the institution or the commercialized DNA company that did it. Because what happened was the reporter sent it to, I think it's 7 or 8 different DNA companies. 7 of them came back inconclusive because they didn't have nothing in their system that came up with a match with the DNA, because their system only contained human DNA. One, called Origin DNA, came back with the result to it. So I think if we're looking at this from a objective perspective, we would say, hold up, the question ain't about the DNA methodology, because 7 of them came back and said is inconclusive and only 1 came back with something. The question is, what the hell is this company doing? Is it just sending out results to get money, or is it actually doing the testing? That would
Exactly.
be the question. But that was what that scenario was about. And like 23andMe came back inconclusive.
Yeah.
Family DNA came back inconclusive. These are the ones we support. These are the ones we'll tell you to go deal with. And but DNA is an objective science at this point. To question DNA is like to question atoms and molecules and stuff at this point.
Yeah, and another point about these people that always go to the dogs, or animals taking these tests. A lot of times, if you guys understood how the test is done, you wouldn't be fooled. 23andMe does swabs. I mean, spit. Excuse me. They do spit tubes. They don't do swabs. A lot of these videos they show they'll swab the iguana, and they'll say, "Well, we're sending it into 23andMe." No, 23andMe doesn't do that. They do spit. They spit in the tube. Anybody taking a 23andMe test?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're not swabbing.
you're not swabbing, man. You know, that's just people preying on your ignorance. That's all that is.
Okay. No. So I only say that because I would like to have more of a historic based evidence. I'm not saying that DNA is not or cannot be used as a historic base as evidence, but you know, some people adhere to it, some people don't. I think most people would can't argue with secular history as they can have an argument for DNA personally.
All right, so I'm gonna try to alleviate you of that burden as well. So most of the time when they're doing ancient DNA, taking or sequencing uh, bodies, ancient bodies for DNA, they're not going in there just for DNA. Usually it's an archaeological dig. A lot of times when they do these archaeological digs, in their the permission or the licensing that whatever country they're in that they're doing these digs in, it usually tells them that if you find a body, you can't touch it, can't disturb it. So what happens is if they do run across a body, now they'll find they'll find pottery, they'll find tools, they'll find beads, they'll date it to a certain time, maybe some script on some tombs that they could take pictures of and try to compare the language to different languages to see what kind of script this is. All of that stuff goes on first. What happens is that now they have to get permission to touch these bodies. So now they either have to cover up once they're finished, or the site still might be open. They might be doing all kind of work down there, looking for different things, and then they'll ask permission. And that permission takes a while to get because you still can't disturb the bodies. So like if there's a loose tooth or something laying, they take pictures, or somebody comes out to oversee what they're doing, and there's a loose tooth where you're not actually moving the body. They might allow you to take that. They might allow you to take, they'll allow you to take certain parts to be able to sequence the DNA, but they're not going to allow you to necessarily dig up the body, because these things, burial grounds are sacred. So there is actual, when they're doing this DNA, when they're sequencing this DNA, they already have the history and the culture of the people there, oh man, I can't believe the word is slipping my mind right now. The material culture, or the script that they were writing in, or what I'm saying, they have material culture of these people already, so they know who they are. And now it's just a matter of finding out what their DNA is. So now they can trace and map and plot, as the migration patterns of these people, where they were, where they could have, where they may have found other bodies at, and when they find those bodies over there, and they dig it up and they check for the material culture. That culture might be a little older than the one they just recently found, so they know that one is older, and they find the same DNA. They say, oh, they was here too. Like, this stuff is really simple, and I think y'all either overthink or underthink how this goes down. I yield.
I mean, you say it's. I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's as simple as how you say it. Like, well, what are those two examples that you brought up? One of the haplogroups is it J1? Is that the Jewish or Israelite haplogroup? And then is it E1B1B?
All right. So according to scripture, I would ask you this. According to scripture, the foundation of the nation of Israel coming out of Egypt, what were they?
What
did they say came out of Egypt?
Say it one more time.
What did they say came out of Egypt? What the scriptures say came out of Egypt when they was set free?
Well, what, like 500 million?
A mixed multitude, brother. That's what he asked you about, the mixed multitude.
The mixed multitude.
Okay.
Okay, so which means if you have a mixed multitude, you should find different haplogroups amongst these people. And we're finding just that.
Okay.
Now, if you're asking what is the founding lineage, or the lineage that would be the precursor prior to, because that's how far we go back. We don't necessarily just, dive into who is Israel like all the rest of Israel does, the rest of the Israelite paradigm does. That's not how you do this. You have to go back and see who was Levantine first. Now, if you go far enough back, if you do your research, you go far enough back, you find that haplogroup and haplogroup J and haplogroup E, they're not directly related to each other. One was in the Levant prior to the Israelite paradigm, and the other one, or the founding of the Israelite nation.
That's the J1, right?
And one came, let me finish, and one came from a whole nother region.
That's the J1.
Okay.
So this is how you do proper methodology. This is how you do proper scaling. This is how you build a proper model. So you have to, everybody's so stuck on, well, who is Israel? Who is Israel? Well, if you figure out who was there before Israel, you'll pretty much figure out, you could put this puzzle together. And nobody wants to do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, and we always gotta keep in our minds that Israel is a mixed multitude. It's not just the sons and daughters of Jacob. No, they picked up people along the way. Those people were there at Sinai. Those people were brought into the covenant, and the DNA shows it.
Did the
actually
mixed mode?
proves the scriptures more than it goes against it. That's what confuses me, why people are so against it. I think it's just that it's kind of new to a lot of people and they haven't really dug into it to really understand it yet, so they're just kind of standoffish against it.
Yeah. Did does does it matter that the mixed multitude died, or does that not
Where do
matter?
you get that from?
The mixed multitude died.
I'll read it.
Okay,
Well,
go ahead.
tell me, could you source that for me, brother?
Yeah, I think he's gonna go get it. You're not gonna find the mixed multitude dying without the generation that they were with dying. And then with something that has to be taken into consideration, 2 texts, as a matter of fact, actually 3. Deuteronomy 29 lets you know who Yah made the covenant. He made it with the literal children of Jacob. He spoke to their males and said, you, your wives, your children, and the stranger that is with you in your camp, who cuts your wood and draws your water, with all of you, the Most High Yah is making the covenant. That's what Moses told him. So when you read Deuteronomy 27 and you saw the 2 tribes split on Mount Ebal and Mount Gerizim, the strangers that were among them were split among whoever they camped with. And then another thing you have to consider is in the book of Deuteronomy chapter 23, the Most High Yah says from his mouth through Moses, he says, look, the Ammonite and the Moabite will not be able to have any part in rulership among the people. And I'm just saying it like that because in most of our English translations it'll just say they shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. And some people make that seem like they couldn't be among the Israelites.
Right.
Israelite people. That's not what that means. You got 2 words. You got kazal and you got kahal in the Hebrew text. And so what's being said there is that they can't have any position of leadership among the people until the 10th generation. But before them, it says, a bastard shall not enter into the congregation until their 10th generation. Then it says the Edomite and the Egyptian and the children who are born from them will be allowed to come into the congregation in their 3rd generation. So the Edomites, who are a twin of the Israelites, but of course are mixed with various mitochondrial DNAs and stuff, whatever is considered an Egyptian in Deuteronomy 23, along with the Ammonites and the Moabites, who are the children of incest that would carry Lot's haplogroup, which more likely will come out of Mesopotamia, and then things like that. All of this is making up the people of Israel, even though the lead of Israel are the descendants of the 12 tribes. And then how about this for a kicker? An entire Canaanite tribe tricked Joshua and them into sparing their lives. And Joshua said, well, we can't kill you because we gave you our word. We wouldn't touch you. So you and your children shall be bondservants forever to the house of Levi. You will cut their wood and you will draw water for them. Throughout your generations among Israel, this will be your position. And so when you go about 500 years later, Saul tried to genocide the Gibeonites out of Israel. And there was a famine in the beginning of David's reign because of Saul's evil. Yah said Saul did evil in breaking Joshua's covenant with the Gibeonites. So what is their Y haplogroup? And could you point out the difference between a flesh and blood Gibeonite and a flesh and blood Israelite today? Of course not. So we just have to, if we're going to look at history, DNA is history within man's literal body. It is an
Exactly.
acceptable history. So we can't kick it off the table. But if we're going to use the Bible as history, because this is a biblical discussion we're having at the end of the day, then the things I pointed out have to be on the table as part of the claimed history of the biblical narrative. And if that's so, then that thing is just wide open for a mixture of haplogroups among the founding people.
And you can even go into I think it's what, Second or First Chronicles 2:34 and 35, where it talks about an Egyptian pretty much becoming the heirs to a whole lineage of Judah. An Egyptian, Sheshan marries his daughter to one of his Egyptian servants. So that Egyptian's Y chromosome becomes a lineage in one of the most powerful houses of Judah. What we gonna do? Say that's not true? Come on, it's in the scriptures.
See, the Israelite paradigm is so polarized, and we're using these social constructs that we've been taught, and we're mixing it into the word and mixing it into our understanding, and it's causing a hell of a delusion. We have to do better.
Yeah, here it is right here. Here's the verse right here. First Chronicles 2, verse 34. It says, Shishon had no sons, though he did have daughters. He also had an Egyptian servant named Jarha. Shishon gave one of his daughters to be the wife of Jarha, and they had a son named Attai. So then he has a whole lineage listed under Judah. He has a whole lineage listed of children that descends directly from this Egyptian man.
And one
So
of those guys was a judge in Israel, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sorry. In the
yeah,
book
you
of
got
Judges.
it, brother. Go ahead. You got it. Bring it out.
Oh no, I was just saying, look at the list there. Follow the lineage. One of those guys was a judge in the time of Judges, and he and his son-in-law inherited bloodline descent because he didn't have any sons. So the Egyptian servant that he gave his daughter to, they became named in the within the constructs of the nation of Israel. And I'm just pointing out that one of the sons, if I'm not mistaken, I got to find which one. I think one of those guys actually was risen up as a judge in the days of Israel, after the time of Joshua. So this is just further proof showing that, hey, what do you do with this? Look at the mix of haplogroup admixture that would be in the founding of the nation. And because of this, it's not our job to say which haplogroup can we prove is Jacob's blood, but by deductive reasoning, when you try to find what haplogroups were in the area prior and the ones that come with a sudden influx within a short period of time through migration pattern, then you can at least start to kind of, you could kind of start to winnow out the ones and see like, hey, whoever comes in as being like later, but in a quicker migratory pattern, those might possibly be those who were of the 12 tribes, while you had some people who joined them when they came into the land. And at the same time, it wouldn't have been just one haplogroup that came with a quick migratory pattern, because that mixed multitude is coming in at the same time.
Right.
And we're just talking about what you're going to find skeletal wise. When you look at the work of Manfred Betek at El Adaba, which is ancient Avirus, and what they're doing, because they found so much skeletal remains there as they've been unearthed in that city, which people believe is connected to the Goshen. Y'all, they are proving Shemitic influx into the Sinai Peninsula, coming into northern Egypt, and then going back. So what do you do with that?
Hey, Jashub, also grab that verse in Esther where all those different peoples decide to become Jews once the king decide to let the Jews fight back.
Oh, I'm gonna get
I
that
mean,
one.
it's
We,
all
we,
throughout the scriptures.
Hey, my fault for cutting you off.
we from Texas. No, you good. Yeah, we from Texas, man. We can't leave no meat on the bone, man. This is a beef rib, right? From the pit room. From the pit room. This is one of the big ones, bro. We can't leave the meat. Bro, look at this. Look at this. What does that say right here? It says their sisters were named Zeruiah and Abigail. Zeruiah had 3 sons named Abishai, Joab, and Asahel. Abigail married a man named Jether, an Ishmaelite, and they had a son named Amasa. This is cutting so many doctrines from Black Hebrew Israelites. This is one of y'all doctrines is anti-miscegenation. That's not even in the Bible, but y'all, for some reason, y'all think it is. If that's the case, why were they allowed to marry Egyptians and Ishmaelites? Why were they allowed to do that?
Wow, I never knew that's who Amasa came from. You just double whammy, because those 3 sons are David's nephews. Zeruiah is David's sister, and their father is never named in the text. They're constantly called the sons of Zeruiah. So there is a matriarchal descent in the genealogy. Their dad is never named. And then their cousin Amasa, who is an Ishmaelite, eventually becomes a captain.
Mm.
In Judah.
But you know why it's not named? Because since it's the nation of Israel, they're going to trace along the Israelite bloodline, not the outsider's bloodline.
Right.
Yeah, once you amalgamate, you're part of the nation. It's naturalization. That's what we try to explain to these people. This is not a homogenous group. It never was and never will be. It's so weird, man. It's so weird.
Didn't they go into Egypt with slaves too? Them
Yes.
slaves, once they got, oppressed, just gonna amalgamate amongst one another. So now you got even more haplogroups just from your slaves.
Look at
Yeah,
I
it was
gotta
supposed
think
to be
about this
70,
stuff,
70,
man.
73 lives or something like that. 73 lives went into Egypt.
Well, now that was just who came out of Jacob. They didn't even count the
Right.
slaves
That
and
ain't
stuff
count.
that they
And their
took in
servants. It
with them.
says in the scripture, and their
Yeah,
servants.
and when you look in the scriptures, you remember Reuben came to his father asking for food, not just for his family, but for his servants too.
Exactly. Y'all gonna have to get y'all. This is the great awakening reset. We're not gonna stop until y'all get this in y'all thick heads.
Damn.
We're not gonna stop until we get this in your thick heads. We're gonna continue this. This is ridiculous. We're just trying to get y'all to have better arguments and think analytically. Like stop have some nuance to your arguments. Be willing to listen to other people outside of One West doctrine.
Hey, Sean, we told them they're not getting their arguments from the Bible. They're getting their arguments from the antebellum South. I keep saying that. Anti-miscegenation,
100%.
that's Jim Crow, black codes, the rednecks. That's where y'all getting all y'all information from, man. That's your argument. You understand? Telling other human beings they're not human, that they Nephilim, or they doomed, they all gonna die. God gonna kill them by virtue of their white skin. That you got that from the antebellum South, man. Y'all still using stuff that's 100, 200 years old. Come on, man. Stop it. So this is Judges 3 and 5.
The same white man science that y'all arguing about and arguing against, y'all using it.
Yep. Yeah. This brother
unwittingly.
Hey, Sean, check this out. This brother said something. I believe this is one of the Sakari members' burner account, by the way. Brick 89G. He says here, all people within the Levant, I think that's what he's trying to say, aren't Israelites. No one said they were. And he also said you could literally be a Canaanite by that folly. So I'm going to go to Judges 3, verse 5, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says here, so the people of Israel lived among the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. You know, all the people that the Lord told them not to mix with, right? In Deuteronomy 7. But what did the Israelites do? And they intermarried with them.
Yeah, you could very well be a Canaanite, brother.
You're right. You're right. But that's our point. They're all mixed up.
And you call it folly, and it's right there in scripture. How you missed that, bro?
Israelite sons married their daughters, and Israelite daughters were given in marriage to their sons, and the Israelites served their gods. Now we're gonna go genetic, man. No, hold on. My brother wanted me to get Esther. What was that, Esther 7? Let me find that. After old boy died.
Say that for the Esther 7?
Nah, James wanted Esther.
Yeah, because I want to show intermixing events in the scripture so people can grasp it in their head that this is scripture. We ain't just going off secular science here. The scriptures validate what we're saying. You know, since they think we all atheists and stuff.
Here it is. Yeah. I always get, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in the Bible. How could you believe in science and believe? No, I don't believe in your antebellum South redneck racist version of the Bible. Get it right, brothers. Right here. Like, this brother was proud to say that his camp is, looking forward to stumping random white people heads in until their brain. It's just weird. Like, how do you get that from? Anyway, But you're the priest, you're the godly one. I'm the ungodly, an atheist. Esther 8, verse 17. It says, in every province and city, wherever the king's decree arrived, the Jews rejoiced and had a great celebration and declared public festival and holiday. And many of the people of the land became Jews themselves, for they feared what the Jews might do to them. That's called amalgamation. It is what it is. Now I want to go to Primer Johnny. This is just to reinforce what we just read.
Well, can you guys elaborate numbers 11 and 4 for me? I could be misunderstood.
Hold on real quick. Numbers what?
11 and 4.
Okay, I'll get there in a minute. Hold on real quick. Let me go to this. And then I'll go to your scripture. Numbers chapter 11, verse 4. So we went to this paper before. This is Primer Johnny, The History of African Gene Flow in the Southern Europeans, Levantines, and Jews. What's interesting about the Jews, I go straight to it. The Jews have the oldest African admixture out of all those groups. Right? They have the oldest African admixture. If I can get to it in the discussion here. Right here. It says a striking finding from our study is the consistent detection of 3 to 5% sub-Saharan African ancestry in the 8 diverse Jewish groups we study. Ashkenazis from Northern Europe, Sephardis from Italy, Turkey, and Greece, and Mizrahis from Syria, Iran, and Iraq. This pattern has not been detected in previous analysis of mitochondrial DNA and Y chromosome data. And although it can be seen when re-examining published results of structure like analysis of autosomal data, it was not highlighted in those studies or shown to be unambiguously reflect sub-Saharan African admixture. We estimate that the average date of mixture of 72 generations, approximately 2,000 years, assuming 29 years per generation, is older than that in Southern Europeans or other Levantines. The point estimates over all 8 populations are between 1,600 and 3,400 years ago, but with largely overlapping confident intervals. So Jewish people have this old sub-Saharan African group, and it's older than the other Europeans and Levantine groups.
And it's important
Jews.
that we realize this is because this is what validates your claim secularly that you are part of that ancient nation. All right?
Right.
This validates it. The DNA. That's why we're saying the DNA is important and we can use it to prove our points.
Yeah, we don't have to make up fake charts and say the Neftalis, the Argentinians.
Exactly. The circular science is pointing right, is showing you that your sub-Saharan DNA is in these people groups. Like, and it's like this goes right over your heads all the time. It goes over your heads. The same arguments you've been trying to make, like bro say with the 12 tribes, making up confabulations and all kind of stuff. That's doing you guys a big disservice. The DNA is showing that you are linked to these people, like my brother James said.
Right.
You're linked to these Levantine people.
It says, it is intriguing that the Mizrahi, Irani, and Iraqi Jews who are thought to descend at least in part from Jews who were exiled to Babylon about 2,600 years ago share the signal of African admixture. Remember, we're saying these people are a mixed multitude. They even have our DNA. So there's no way around this, man. It says a parsimonious explanation. Parsimonious means the explanation with the least amount of assumptions, right? A parsimonious explanation for these observations is that they reflect a history in which many of the Jewish groups descend from a common ancestral population, which was itself admixed with Africans prior to the beginning of the Jewish diaspora that occurred in the 8th to 6th century BC. The Jews are from an admixed group. They're from an admixed group, just like the Bible says.
Damn.
Come on, man.
Yeah, like why? That's why people gotta understand, man. Science is not in conflict with the Bible. Now, I understand when people get into the date arguments, but that's why we always tell y'all, look at them like chronological markers, use relative dating, and don't even trip on the dates. Look at the mechanisms behind it, because it proves everything the Bible's been saying. We've built a channel, for the last, it's been about 3 years straight now, just off how
Yeah.
the science has been proving what the Bible's been saying.
And we've been going hard every show, continuously showing these reports, these scientific papers, these peer-reviewed sources. We've been doing, and then using scripture too. And y'all can't grab a hold. What you think, Zadok?
I think that's why Damon Richardson ain't called you Negroes yet. That's what I think.
Oh,
But
man.
hey, you know what? This is so interesting. You know how over in First Chronicles, when they named the 30 captains of David of David's army, and the foreigners who made up the beginning of David's kingdom, to the point that they literally fought. We know David unfortunately set one of them up to die, Uriah the Hittite, and he wind up getting the woman pregnant. And that was of course that was unfortunate, and the Most High, he got on him for that. But
He
what
did more to
about
get on him.
but honestly, but what about Ithma the Moabite? You had Uriah the Hittite. You also had what was the name of the Ammonite guy? Zalek?
I was thinking about him too. Yeah, a lot of those military leaders were like of other nations, or other nationalities.
Right.
Yeah,
And
because
it,
you got to
Also was
remember
an
that
Edomite.
David went and was amongst the Philistines, warring for the Philistines. So he was amalgamating different peoples as he went around doing his mercenary duties. They got tales David was going as far as North Africa and Egypt, fighting and stuff with these Philistines. Some people say he went all the way to Spain, fighting with the
man,
Philistines.
come on, bro. I mean, bro, they were so mixed up that the very first king of Israel had Doeg the Edomite as one of his main guys. He the one who started killing the priest at Nob, because he was the one who saw David there when David first ran from Saul. It's just interesting how people don't look at Israel as a nation. They made them just like they was this Bedouin group of 12 tribes who went in the land and was just there by themselves and kept everyone out. No, they did commerce. They did business. This is why the Most High, like, look, man, you got the hired servants, you got the strangers and the foreigners. A foreigner could be in Israel and get rich. The Most High said, look, if a stranger, if an Israelite sell himself to a stranger to be a slave, he shall not be allowed to oppress him in your sight. And at any time, if any of y'all can afford to buy him, redeem him, then any man, his brother, or any of his near kinsmen got the right to redeem him. But you can't break his contract with the stranger. He says, if he sell himself to the stranger that's among you, and people, the strangers among Israel, we're not just a mixed multitude, but also now that Israel is supposed to inherit the land, they're looking at the populations that were there as now being the strangers among them. And we know that they never got rid of them all. And so if we're going to be honest, this is even why those who do archaeology and they're looking for certain things like, well, where are the destruction layers and this, that, and the third? There would be no destruction layers the way y'all looking for, because we're not talking about colonialism. The Most High says in the scripture, when the Israelites went in, besides the claims of like Jericho and stuff like that, you're not going to find destruction layers. You know why? Because the Lord said, I'm giving you cities you didn't have to build. I'm giving you houses you didn't have to build. And I'm giving you fields and vineyards you didn't have to plant. So while archaeology is trying to find destruction layers, and because they're not finding them, they're like, well, if they went in there and waged war and destroyed so much, why aren't we finding these destruction layers? Idiot, the scripture don't give you destruction layers, because it said the Most High was going to allow them to keep the cities and the houses and the fields they didn't build and plant. It's all about how you reading this book, man.
Yeah, but I mean, the only place you really gonna find like the major, like they do find the destruction layer. It's just where they put it at in the chronology. Like
Yes, fair point.
that's what it really comes down to. Where they placing it at in the chronology. It may not fall within the window for this secular chronology, but could fall in the window for another secular chronology. Because, you know, this dating back history like that ain't something that's just exact and emphatic like that. We're not trying to make that type of argument like it's super emphatic, but it's good for chronology, just for getting an understanding of what happened before what. Because if you don't understand how these things are happening in a chronological order, you end up getting lost, and you end up, like, for instance, like when the brother was saying just history, how can we do it just history? Well, the reason we had that issue is because then you have an invader come in, move a whole people out of that region, but in the historical record it said that these people was in this region. So now you go into this region looking for it, but them people been gone for thousands of years. So, but if you have DNA, okay, you can be like, all right, we dug up this region back during this time period. We found the DNA. We can tell that these people got pushed out by these people now that we see that their DNA popped up. And then the people who moved, their DNA pop up way over here in Central Africa somewhere. We can see things like that through the DNA, but you can't see that through the history. Not unless the people got their own history, and we know when Europeans came through, they they burnt a lot of it. If you did have writings, they burnt it and tore it up because they wanted to present you as savages to give them the right to come and Christianize you.
Okay, that's a good point. What you said right there. That's a good point. Now, when you said that there's people that are here and then people came and invaded, don't and you say that the DNA is like the best way to prove. Like, how would you go amongst doing that?
Because, for instance, like a lot of times when people come into a region, they're gonna bring their culture with them, right? So they're gonna bring certain cultural markers. It could be like their pottery, the way they do their burials, the way they build their houses. Like for Israel, a big ethnic marker is the 4-bedroom house, right? It came from the Nile Valley. You see it pop up in Israel during the rise of the Israelites. So you have certain ethnic markers that show up, right? So you find one of the burials during that time of those ethnic markers, and then you synthesize the DNA and see what the Y chromosome and the mitochondrial DNA of the peoples are. You know, the different Y chromosomes, different mitochondrials. Then you go into another layer, and you may find, and then you dig it up, and you may find out, oh, wait a minute, these are a whole different people than the people we found in this layer. So obviously, some people were moved out, and in this more recent layer were invaders that came into the region, or some climatic event happened that pushed these people out of this one region, but other people moved into the region. You see what I'm
Okay,
saying? So the DNA would help you when you find the burial sites and the graves.
okay, that makes sense. But for me, it's like, wouldn't it be? I'm not gonna say better, but for me, I think I have an easier understanding. Trying to figure out who was just in the land with what they would call like secularly, because I think it can be done. Because if history is correct, well, if what we believe history to be is correct to about 70 AD, because 70 AD for me, after that, it seemed like it's up in the air, so to say. But if the Roman Empire was like the last big ruling empire, who would be the next ruling empire or the closest best thing after them? To my understanding. Oh, go
Wait,
ahead.
what?
Uh,
Wait, what are you
Rome,
asking?
Yeah, I'm lost. Like you left a big gap by going to 70 AD or the Romans and asking who is the next great. You don't know who that could be?
yeah, there's other empires after the Roman Empire. I don't think when you in the Israelites, they don't really be pushing history after 70 80. That's the thing. They don't
That
really what happened after.
I agree. So that's why I brought the question. Now he said that if you do the DNA way, there's going to be a top layer, and you can get some samples of some people. Then he says, let's say you dig a little more, there's a lower layer, and there's a different set of genes in there. He said that those people were either they were before, or probably the natives, and then people that were on the higher level are the invaders and people that
All
probably
right,
came
let
in
me
there
give a
and pushed
great
them out.
example. Let me give a great example of that. West Africa. All right. The original peoples in West Africa, when they dig up to like 300 BCE, I mean 3000 BCE and stuff, you find pygmies, the pygmy hunters and gatherers that's there right now. and the Khoisan. These are the original peoples of that area, right? But
Okay,
then
but
when you start
hold on,
seeing the
let me stop you. Let me
Bantu
stop
and
you.
the food producers, you start seeing E1B1A pop up, RV88 pop up.
Okay, so instead of going 3,000 years backwards, why can't you do more of a modern thing? Like even if you say that's how you're supposed to do it, then who would be the Khoisan and the Pygmy people
You can't.
in today's words? You
You can,
can't.
hold on. No, you can't use modern population density where people are today to determine who they were in the past. That just does not work that way. For
But
instance, most
that's not
of
what I
us,
asked.
that's what I heard. You said, why can't you do it modernly? You can't
No,
do it modernly.
so they, no. What I'm saying is that they don't have a modern name. I didn't say
No,
that they
that
were the
is the
modern
modern
people.
name of them. Pygmies and Khoisan. That is their modern name.
Yeah.
Okay, so Pygmies and Khoisan, they are the original people according to DNA in West Africa. You said.
In West Africa, you know the little short people in West Africa, the little pygmy forest people in West Africa. Those are pygmies, and then you have the Khoisan. They live in South Africa today.
Okay, and then you said there's another people when they did DNA. You said it was
I said
R1B and
R1B
E1B1.
V88, which is what you find in like Cameroon and amongst the Hausa people in West Africa, and then you have the E1B1A, which is typical of the Bantu hunter.
Right. These would be
Bantu
your
folk.
Bantus that came in later.
Yeah.
Interesting. And what would be the timeline of that example? What would be the
Well,
timeline?
you're looking at around, I say the Iron Age around 1000 BCE, but that's when the Bantu expansion definitely kicks off. Some scientists say it could be as early as 2000 BCE.
Right. There's different movements of the Bantu. Some were very small, and then others were, for some reason, there seems to be big movements, which is the one around 1000.
Look,
What circular scientists would say were 1,000 years ago. I mean, sorry, 1000 BC, and that is around the time of, it's about 300 or 250 years off from the Assyrian captivity.
hold
Yeah,
on real
that's the
quick.
best place to argue for the entrance into West Africa, the Assyrian. But go ahead, Yusuf.
I'm gonna give it right back to y'all. Brick 89, you Salazar Slytherin. I know you are. Look what he says. But he said R means Europe. First, because the brother brought out RV88 in Africa. Where does RV88 originate from? In Europe.
Exactly.
Ancient Europeans.
Ancient Europeans,
Exactly.
ancient Italy. You understand? R has been in Europe for a long damn time, all the way back to the Bronze Age. There's no way of getting around it. So you can run to the Sudanese R carriers. They came from somewhere. They don't originally come. They don't originate from Central Africa. They're not
And
from
that was kind of
that.
my whole argument during that time, was that they came in and pushed the pygmies out.
Are the R Sudanese like the people that are in Sudan right now, like the Sudan area,
They're the
or say what?
Chadic.
Wait, what was he asking about Sudan? I'm trying to.
RV88 is amongst the Chadic peoples.
Yeah. And Chad.
Okay, I'm gonna have to Google them right now.
Okay.
And that would be like
Yeah, they're
current
gonna look
or
like typical West Africans today, but their ancestors don't look like they look.
Look what this brother. Look at how this brother is thinking. He said, "So that means R is an Edomite." Duh. Nobody up here teaches that. First of all, we don't teach Western Europeans are Edomites. That's what you guys teach. Y'all teach that white people in general are Edomites, which is inherently flawed. How you going to just group everybody together by their physical traits and their skin color like that and say they all have a common male ancestor? That makes no sense at all.
Let me give him a hint. Let me give him a hint, a real quick hint. Edom would definitely not have. Edom would share a specific haplogroup with a specific population, and it's not R. You know, get a clue.
Yeah, R is not Esau.
Everybody's pivoting. You're pivoting. Your brain is pivoted. It's on a slope.
No, he's not pivoting.
Your brain is on a slope.
He's not pivoting because the pivot means like you still have some kind of footing. Like you didn't completely trip over yourself at this point.
You don't
You're not
bump your head so many times.
Okay, so would you guys be under the impression that I'm not gonna say the whole people of Edomite is white and white only, because that's crazy, because Esau's first sons were, some of them were what you would call Hamite. So that's out the window. Just
I'm sorry, that laugh wasn't for you, bro. It was Zadok's comment. Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
No, it's all right. I'm not worried about it. But I mean, it's hard for me to say that some of the Caucasian population is not of, or I would say Esau, some of their people are not of a light skin, because Esau did mix with Japheth.
Right, but the point I was trying to make, so this way you don't have to. I think I mean I pretty much know where you're going. Yes, some of just like Israel would be, there would be some European looking people amongst Israel today. The same thing would be for Esau, but all white people are not Esau, and they do not, because all white people don't have the same haplogroup. Esau would belong to one specific haplogroup, even though he mixed in with Europeans. He was a man, right? So which means he would have mixed in with women, right? So that person, those Europeans would have a specific haplogroup.
Right. I don't have any arguments against that.
Hey, brother, what's this brother name? Brick 89. I think you are a burner account, but all you gotta do is click that link, and we can have a live discussion right now, man.
He ain't coming.
Yeah, come on, Brick 89. You got to come up here and use your voice.
At least this brother, Manza, am I saying your name right, bro? Let me make sure I'm saying your name right.
You can just say
Mazan.
Mazan.
Mazan. See, at least Mazan is coming up here and he's asking questions to our model. We're being respectful with him. He's being respectful, and we're just giving him information. So what are you scared of, Brick 89? Your kid is asleep. Another one. Okay, here we go.
Go to the other room. Go to
exactly.
The other room. Hey, come on, your
kid.
Live
in a one-room apartment. Y'all live in a studio. And if you do, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But you go in the bathroom.
Shotgun house. He live in a shotgun house.
Yeah, you go in the bathroom.
Go to your car, bro. Like, go in your car, man. What's going on?
We can have a discussion. Stop the nonsense. Stop with the, any question because we're not going to keep addressing you here. We're not going to keep addressing you here in your comments, bro, because we got brothers up here that's asking real questions and we want to answer them. And we got our brother Zadok up here, and he's giving scripture. All of us are dealing with scripture. We always deal with scripture. And as you see, everything that we're saying is congruent. All the circular science that we're using is congruent with scripture. So you're more than welcome to come up here. If not, I might kick you out in a minute because I'm getting tired of reading your this nonsense you're putting up on in the comment section.
I want him to stay because I want him to learn. You know what I'm saying? Because eventually he's gonna learn. He be thinking about these things we're telling him, like what I'm about to show him here about the chat.
He gonna go to sleep tonight and dream about it.
He gonna dream about it, man. He gonna have a nice little dream about it. Like it all makes sense now. You know how Black Hebrew Israelites, they need somebody to have a dream or a vision for it to all click. Maybe if I told these people I had a dream and the Most High came to me in a vision, maybe they would agree then. Maybe they will update their scholarship then, Sean.
Right, he's gonna go to sleep tonight and the scroll gonna open up with DNA and scripture on it. And then right after he see that, it's gonna be another
Quit
vision
giving away my story,
of the 12 tribes chart being ripped to shreds.
Oh man. So this article right here. Maybe I shouldn't say it's an article. Maybe I can say I had a dream. This particular article, the article here, the peopling of the last Green Sahara, revealed by high coverage resequencing of the trans-Saharan patrilineages. It talks about how the Chadic forefathers got to Africa, right? So all we gotta do is Control F, type in VA8. So I want the part where, right here. So VA8 has been observed at high frequencies in the Central Sahel, Northern Cameroon, Northern Nigeria, Chad, and Niger. It has also been reported at low frequencies in northwestern Africa. Outside the African continent, two rare RVA8 sublineages, RM18 and RV35, have been observed in the Near East and Southern Europe, particularly in Sardinia. Because of this ethnogeographic distribution in Central Sahel, RVA8 has been linked to the spread of the Chadic branch of the Afroasiatic linguistic family. As we can see, these people are linked to what? Southern Europe. That's where they originally come from, right? And the paper explicitly says that. Let me get that real quick. Let me teach you something, man. You're gonna learn something. You know, you here for a reason. I think you're here to learn, man. Even though you don't know it yet, but we're gonna show you, right? It says here, is this what I want right here? Finally, the RVA8 lineages date back to 7.85 thousand years ago, and it's a main internal branch from a star-like topology suggestive of a demographic expansion. When you start seeing star-like topology, that means it's a rapid growth. So this particular group of males were pretty much reproducing like bunnies, like rabbits, and spreading, right? It says more specifically 18 out of 21 sequence chromosomes belong to branch 233, which includes 8 sister clades, yada, yada, yada. I want the part where it talks about where they came from and how they got there. Pretty much their migratory history.
Brother, you can't add nothing to take away from the secular scriptures, brother. Yada 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 definitely wasn't there.
Yeah, you can't add or take away, man. You breaking the commandments. It says right here, the genotyping of RVA8 internal markers disclose the phylogenetic relationship of two rare European subclades, RM18 and RV35, with respect to the African specific clades. The presence of two nested RVA8 basal European clades can be related to the high frequencies of RV88 internal lineages in the Central Sahel, assuming movement. I want you to hear this. Brick 89, are you listening? Now you're saying European is in the Bible. See, this is why you guys just move the goalposts all the way to Alaska when people bring out empirical data to you guys, right? Take off your biased lens for just a second so you can learn something. I'm going to read it again. The presence of two nested RVA8 basal. What is basal? Basal means at the base, right? Right? These are the early antecedents of these people. At the base, at the beginning, the origin. Nested RV88 basal European clades can be related to the high frequencies of RV88 internal lineages in the Central Sahel, assuming, I want you to hear this, a movement from Europe. This is where they start from. They start in Europe toward the Central Sahel across Northern Africa. All right? So these people originally are in Europe, more specifically the Villabruna complex, right? That was in Italy, and they make their way into Africa and migrate to the Sahel, into Chad. This is the history of the Chadic people.
Now I'm gonna say that I think that it may have something to do with the Carthaginians, because I know they were invading those islands, especially around Italy, and taking back tons of captives into Carthage and enslaving those people. And if you're gonna escape somewhere, you probably gonna escape south.
Yeah. There's two migrations involved with them: 6,000 years ago, and then 3,000 years ago.
Around
right?
that Iron Age, you know, saying that I always argue for.
So that second post could be what you're talking about, right? So there's
Yep.
there's different things that could have caused that. The Bronze Age collapse could have caused people to, leave the Near East and go into Africa. The Assyrian invasions could have caused it, and what you're talking about, like they all could have been factors of, humans fleeing or migrating into the interiors of Africa. You got somebody else in here. This Brick 89 in the building. That's what I'm talking about, bro. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up?
What's happening, man?
Not bad, man. Y'all don't understand DNA and all that haplogroups. Y'all making it more confusing than it has to be. The Bible doesn't The Bible is not mentioning anything about a DNA. That the people have no idea of what DNA science is when they was reporting this
Does
stuff in
the
the
Bible
Bible
talk
and
about father to
lineages.
son lineage though? Does it talk
But
about
a
father to son lineage?
father could be a teacher. Your teacher,
What?
So
a
Abraham,
father.
Isaac, and
That's where you're
Jacob
gonna
is
pivot
teachers.
to? You pivoted now.
So if Abraham had people in his house that wasn't of his seed, they still had to circumcise, and they still didn't work on the Sabbath.
Okay,
Even
who begot
Ishmael
who?
himself
Who
was
begot
circumcised.
who? Who begot who? And who begot who is not in scripture.
It is, but that's the same thing would apply
Okay, thank you.
in Abraham's
Thank
house.
you.
Would apply to all
Thank you.
to any male Israelite.
Bruh. All right, go ahead. Let me finish here and you spew this nonsense. So we could peel your cap back. Come on. Give me some
You
more.
want me to finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just saying that could apply. Any male Israelite could adopt a son and teach him Torah and teach him
All
the
right, we
way.
understand that. But does the Bible deal with so and so begot so and so, and so begot so and so, and so
Well,
begot?
obviously, it's not going to show every single begat amongst Israel.
No, we're just
I didn't
asking
say
is
that.
that
That's not your
that
pivoting.
relevant?
That's not what I
Is
said.
It's going to show the most relevant ones. Yes.
Okay, no problem. So is that dealing with genealogy?
That is your genealogy. Yes.
Okay, so DNA. I'm not saying they dealt with DNA, but DNA
Obviously
science
not.
today operates the same way. Y
Yeah,
chromosome,
DNA is the best way to
begot
track
this
genealogy that we
one man
have.
But
begot one son.
even the Jewish sources are saying that there is no really a Jewish genome. I mean,
We're not arguing that there's a
We're
Jewish
not arguing
gene.
that right now. You're pivoting again.
There's a difference between a Jewish gene and a common population. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference.
but that's all suggestive though. That's
What do you
based on
suggestive on what? Explain what you mean by suggestive.
that's based on who's saying what. Like you said, some people they have a vested interest in saying that we maintain these records from.
This is consensus. No, we're
Let me
not saying
finish. They're
records.
saying we maintain these records from Abraham to me, which is pretty far fetched. When nobody else on the planet can trace their records back that far, but these people.
That's not no argument that we're making. So I mean, can you tailor it towards what we're actually saying? What we're saying is that.
But that's why it's suggestive, and they have the vested interest in saying that this DNA comes back to us.
Brother, I hear you.
gotta let him
But
speak.
there are many different scientists without that vested interest that do the genetic analysis and come back with the same thing. So your argument just doesn't
But you just agreed that no Jewish genome has been isolated. But
I never. We don't
that's
argue.
pivoting.
We don't make that argument, and there's no.
Actually, it has because we.
No, there's no particular genome that has been signified as definitive.
So as far as
chromosome, is that what you're?
So as far as now, let me backtrack. I want to say not Jewish, ancient Israelite. You cannot isolate ancient Israelite genome.
That's
what
our
do you mean
point.
by isolate? What do you mean by isolate?
Wait, that's our point, brother. That's our point. Israel was a mixed multitude, so you wouldn't have what you call consanguinity, right? Where you're going to find the people in that region to all share the same ancestor or male ancestor. We've been saying it all night. Israel was not homogenous. It was
that in itself would disqualify Y haplogroups.
No, it doesn't.
No, it wouldn't, because it was.
What are you talking about?
The Y haplogroups prove multitude. That's what we've been doing all night, literally, going through DNA articles proving the mixed multitude.
Well, you can't say. You can't say, for instance, you can't say if when I say suggestive, you would say this haplogroup it can't be Jewish because this haplogroup is Jewish. That's suggestive.
No, what we can say is that this haplogroup comes from Caucasus hunter-gatherers, so it's less likely that it's Shemitic.
Well, you can say less likely.
Wait a minute, hold on.
Why don't you listen, bro?
I don't even have to say less likely. It's definitively not, according to the scholars. It's not Shemitic. It doesn't come from a Shemitic line. The Shemitic line is the EP2 line we keep pointing out, which spawns E1B1A and E1B1B. That's the Shemitic line. We've taught that for the last 3 years, brother.
Right.
I mean,
which would be proto Israelite. This would be the proto-population before the Israelites even became a nation. So we don't start just with Israel. I think I said that earlier. I don't think you was listening because you was busy.
So Israelites are so-called Jews, or that is an ethno religion.
Wait a minute.
You
I
see
don't
what I'm
know.
saying?
How do you spin off that?
This is an ethno religion.
You
Okay,
are
so
spinning off somewhere. I didn't
it's
say nothing about
not
Jewish. Stop
necessarily a
for a
race.
second. Stop.
You're
Stop.
conflating race with the
I don't.
ethno
First
religion.
of all, we don't operate by race. You operate by race. Nobody up here said anything about a race. We don't operate like that. So again, you're ad hocing an argument to argue against us instead of listening. You spun off to a whole nother argument in the midst of us explaining to you what this haplogroup that we think was would be part of the proto-Israelite spectrum, the ones that gave rise to the bloodline of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You're not. It's like this is going run in one ear and going out the other, and you're continuously making your argument.
Well, okay. Well, make your argument. I mean, get to the point.
We did all night.
Hey, Sean. Hey, Sean. Can I point something out to the brother? If the E group, if the E marker is considered to be the Semite marker, and spin-offs of that EM2 and all that stuff would be the E1B1A and the E1B1B. Most of us in here might have the the E1B1A within our DNA patterns. If there's a male among us who claims to be Shemitic and his haplogroup, his Y marker comes from R, then he wouldn't at least be part of a Semitic group in any way, whether it was Israelite or any other Semitic group. Is that fair to say, brother? DNA wise?
So
Yeah,
okay,
he would be a descendant of
that's
Japheth
fair.
on a
That's fair.
DNA.
So are we saying that European
Wait a minute, brother.
Jews
You ain't gonna come over
are
here and
Semitic?
dominate, brother. You ain't
We
gonna come
have
on here and
some
dominate.
Jews.
We get to respond.
Yeah.
Hold on, Sean.
I just responded. I said it was fair.
No. You said, but I'm saying let people finish off the response to you, brother. Don't just hop on. What I'm saying is that you say it would be no way related to Shemitic. I would argue against that point.
I
I
didn't
would
say
push
that.
back. Okay, what you say then?
You saying I didn't say anything about not related to.
You said R wouldn't be Shemitic. You literally said that. You said if E.
No, your guy
that
said
was
that.
me.
I didn't say that.
No, that was me. I was saying that if E is the major haplogroup that would be considered Semitic, then someone having an R marker would not be considered Semitic, but that would come from where you guys showed where it came from. This is one that is more of a European origin. It's not
Well,
a
yeah,
Mesopotamian
I
origin.
get you. What I'm saying is that my pushback on that point is that direct lineage it is Japheth, no doubt. But that doesn't exclude him from intermingling into the Shemitic culture. You see what I'm saying? And being
100%.
raised that way. That's the only
That's
pushback. I
fair.
just wanted to put that nuance into it because
And that's
that's
fair.
what you end up having a lot with these haplogroup J's that come in and stuff is that their ancestors was amalgamated into the culture, raised to be Shemites, and that's all they know is the Shemitic culture, even
So
though
wouldn't
on
that
direct lineage line they're Japheth.
So to the brother who came up, he made a fair point. If the original circumcision covenant of Genesis 17, we would say marker wise, only Abraham and Ishmael were circumcised. Abraham had no other relatives out of his loins per se. Now, if Lot would have been with him, Lot could have got circumcised, but Lot would not be Abraham's descendant. He's a cousin. That means that the majority of the original circumcised household of Abraham were not descendants of Abraham, but they were considered part of his house. So when you go to Genesis 18, the next chapter, and the Most High visits him before he destroys Sodom and Gomorrah, he says, I know that Abraham will teach his children and his household after him to keep my laws, statutes, and judgments. If someone may not have been a flesh and blood descendant of Abraham, but yet from Abraham all the way down to them becoming Isaac's servants, Isaac passed them servants to Jacob, And then them servants go into Egypt with Jacob and the 70 souls out of his loins. From the beginning, even in Goshen, you have an admixture of haplogroups, because the purpose of Israel was never about themselves. Israel was simply the conduit by which Yah is going to carry out his plan of redemption for all the sons of Adam. That's why Israel is so important, not just for their sake. So you know the gospel and the message of salvation is not an and nan thing. It is Israel understanding its purpose. So from the beginning, brother, according to what you said, at the end of the day, from the beginning, Abraham and his household that came into covenant with Yah, Abraham was outnumbered by other haplogroups who were circumcised by following him, because it was only him and Ishmael. Then Isaac was born, and Isaac was the first one circumcised out of Abraham's bloodline on the 8th day of his life. So now when Abraham passed them servants to Isaac, when Isaac passed them servants to Jacob, in Exodus it says out of Jacob's loins 70 souls out of his body went into Egypt along with their servants. Who are we saying are the people of God? If you yourself said there is no genomic evidence we have of Jacob's chromosome.
Well, I
This
don't
is
think
the
that
Bible.
I would say that who are the children of God is everyone who made that covenant on Sinai within that mixed multitude and their descendants, and
Okay.
anyone that came in and met the requirements of the 3 generations. If you Esau, Edomite, or an Egyptian, or 10 generations for your Moabite or
Canaanite.
Ammonite.
Yeah.
Whoever meets those requirements would be amalgamated into that people. Now, we're not saying that there is no strict bloodline. The reason we point out that the Shemitic line would be EP2 and its descendants is to show a strict bloodline within this as well. And then we show the amalgamation of the other peoples that added on to it. That's why we got the J1s, the J2s, the T's, the R1Bs also thrown in this cabal with the main branch, which would be the EP2, which spawns E1B1A and E1B1B. So we're not saying that there's no way of tracking this lineage here. We can use, like the brother's been saying, the information from the people that's before them, the information about the proto-Semitic peoples and what their haplogroups was, the information we get just from the diverse Israelite populations, the information we get from the digs we do in the land around that time period. We're compiling all this information and bringing it together to get a cohesive view of what this mixed multitude look like and what the main branch would look like as well.
And this is why we don't tell people who have haplogroup J or haplogroup T that say they're Israelites today or Jews. We don't tell them that they're not, because if they came in under the national umbrella if their haplogroup came in under the national umbrella during the Iron Age, during the formative years of Israel, then they are Israel by way of conversion.
But to say,
hold on. So they would be Israel. So we're not saying that there's not a strict line, but there is also the national. So we don't just run around telling people you fake and you this and you that, because according to scripture, once you convert and you fulfill all the requirements, you're not Israelite. That's from the beginning. That's from the mixed multitude coming out of Egypt on down. If you married a woman today, you call yourself an Israelite, and you marry a woman today who was not an Israelite, she converted to your way of your walk. She is not Israelite. Who gonna tell her she not if she fulfilled all the requirements? This is the arguments that y'all not getting. This is what y'all don't want to see through, because a lot of people, and I don't just want to like lean into you, bro, but I'm just saying a lot of people in our community do this. They don't look at the big picture. Everything is about color and lookership. And you know what I'm saying? And what happens is us being a light to the world gets lost in translation because we're condemning the very ones that we're supposed to be saving and bringing into this walk so that the Most High can save them. This befuddles me. So a lot of times we get frustrated. We'll be on here and we get to cursing and carrying on because we get so frustrated. We get in our flesh because we like everybody else. But y'all keep coming with these same arguments. All we asking you to do is sit back and listen. Just listen to what we're saying, because what we're using, this DNA that we're using, is actually proving that you are not landlocked to Africa, that you are Afro-Asiatic or Semitic. You come from a line that the geneticists say is Afro-Asiatic and Semitic. So which means you came from somewhere. You wasn't in Africa, and that's what the scriptures say, that you came from somewhere and then went into the transatlantic slave trade. What's so hard about this?
Hey, Sean, it's hard to understand and grasp because they have what you call catechisms. I know that's usually a term used with the Catholic Church, but it's the same thing in the BHI community too. It's these axioms that they echo and they teach each other, and they tell you if you go against those things, you're going against the Most High. That's the trick bag. They use that to stop people from criticizing and critically thinking about what's being taught. That's what it is. That's why you have nothing but confusion. At 1 minute, y'all say, "Oh, white people the devil," but then when you look at your 12 tribes chart, it's inundated with white people. So which one is it? I land my plane.
Yeah, but trying to say the argument that trying to dispute the 12 tribe chart based off saying that the Y haplogroup for South Americans is Europeans is bogus.
Because it's bogus.
All right,
Hold on real quick, Sean.
before I
Hold on real
answer
quick,
that-
Sean. It's bogus because. Keep going.
What do you mean it's bogus? Because that
I'm asking you to explain your position. Why is it bogus?
you can't dispute the 12 tribe chart in saying that that all South Americans have a Y haplogroup, because it's not true.
That's a circular argument. You can't use the 12. You can't dispute the 12 tribes. That's not an argument. Explain to me why you're saying these things. Go ahead.
Well, somebody made that point in the comments. I'm just responding like that's just asinine.
All right, but let me ask you a question.
First off, like so they're saying Mexicans have a European Y haplogroup. First off, Mexicans are closely related to the Native American more than anybody. And so that also would mean the Native American has a European haplogroup.
Slow down, bro. Slow down. One thing at a time. Slow down. Mexicans, they do have haplogroup Q amongst them, or indigenous populations, but they also have European DNA amongst them. They do.
Maternal DNA or no, they're saying the Y haplogroup is European in origin.
Yes, the Y chromosome,
and therefore that would disqualify them from being a part of the 12 tribes chart.
I got you. Let me help you. Let me help you. But hold on, Roshan, hold on. I want to educate him. I'm going to give him some sources.
Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna give you the floor, bro.
That he can read. You understand? I just don't want to just have a dry argument with this brother. Right? We're not. This is not Sakari. We don't just say things here, man. We try to give you empirical evidence. So here's the article right here: admixture and population structure in Mexican mestizos based on paternal lineages. I don't have a bias against Mexican people. My grandfather is Mexican, right? My grandfather, Jose Vasquez. That's my grandfather. That's who I descend from. I have nothing against Mexican people, but facts are facts, right? And when we look at the DNA data of the Mexican population, right? What does it say here? You see it on the screen. What does that say right there? What does that say, brother? You want to read that? You want to read it? How about this? In a total population sample, what does that say right there?
Sorry, we're sure that will put you in Spain, right? What is the
No,
percentage?
no, this isn't Mexico. This is Mexico, brother. Focus on Mexico.
It said West Europe, North and West Europe,
No, it doesn't say that, brother.
which you highlighted previously.
No, that's North and West Mexico. Now look at this. In the total population sample, paternal ancestry was predominantly what? What does that say?
It says European. What source is this?
But
What am I reading?
You're
Oh
reading.
my God.
You're reading this article here in the Journal of Human Genetics.
Admission population structure in Mexican mesticitos.
Not mestizos.
Well, yeah, Mexican mestizos.
Yes, because based on what?
That is a certain subgroup of Mexicans.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Majority. Hold on. Let me. Let's just read it from the top. Let me help you out, brother.
Okay.
I really want you to understand. I'm trying. You know what an abstract is, right? An abstract is a summation of what the paper is going to be talking about. It's a summary. It says in the non-recombining region of the Y chromosome, there's a single nucleotide polymorphism, also known as SNPs, that establish haplogroups. What is a haplogroup? Haplogroup, a group of individuals that share a common ancestor with particular geographical origins, European, African, Native American, etc. The complex process of admixture that gave rise to the majority, listen to what this says, majority of the current Mexican population, approximately 93%, known as mestizos. 93% are known as mestizos. Can be examined with Y SNPs to establish their paternal ancestry, the ancestry coming from their fathers in population structure. Hold on, let me finish reading. We analyzed 18 Y SNPs in 659 individuals from 10 Mexican mestizo populations from different regions of the country. In the total population sample, with all the samples put together, paternal ancestry was predominantly European.
Do you understand do you understand the definition of a mestizo?
You didn't listen.
Do you know what a mestizo is?
A mestizo means mixed.
Exactly. Sorry.
93%.
So what context are you talking about?
Are you going to acquiesce? Hold on, listen.
Yeah.
Right.
Would you like to know what the Y chromosome is?
You're done cackling, right? 93% of Mexicans. Hold on. 93% of Mexicans are mestizo. They're mixed. 93%. That just flew over your head.
So what was a Spanish conquistador also a mestizo?
What? All right.
Was a Spanish conquistador a mestizo?
Spanish conquistador is the father of 65%.
Would he be?
Hold on.
He wouldn't be called a mestizo.
Listen, brother, the Spanish conquistadors and related people from Western European Iberian Peninsula are the fathers of 65% of the Mexican male population.
And guess what? They are one of them of their 4 grandparents. More than likely, one of them was black.
Oh, now you're moving the goalpost.
What?
Yes.
You're moving the goalpost again. All right, bro.
More than likely, one of them was black.
I gave you another. You want to
or
source
quote unquote North African.
Go ahead, Sean. You got it.
Wait. I missed that part. I had to walk away for a minute, but because he was.
Now that we proved that 65% of the 93% of the Mexican
he pivoted somewhere.
Yeah, yes. Now that we prove and establish that majority of them are European descendants, right?
Exactly.
Paternally,
Hold on.
Now he's saying, oh well, those Europeans had one of their grandparents had.
And I said one of their 4 grandparents was a black person, or probably maybe even a little bit, or say a fifth, but more than likely one of their ancestry came from North or West Africa.
Did you say it said Europe, right? It said European, right?
Exactly.
It said European, right?
So you had the Moorish conquest. So that means one of their grandparents was African.
It said European. European. Didn't say nothing about Africa.
Yes, that.
All
So
right. So
those.
you're interjecting. You're projecting. Right now, you're projecting your personal belief.
So do you know when they actually start using the name Africa in inside of books?
You're pivoting now. You're pivoting now. I didn't say nothing about no books and where
Because
they get Africa from. Dealing with the mestizos.
that area is also
Bro,
known as Iberian.
Bro, we're dealing with.
I thought we traced lineage from father to son. I don't know what we're talking
So
about.
that name was known as the
one of
Iberian.
their
If they were not,
ancestors
there was
being a quarter
no
black. That don't
Africa.
matter.
There was no this naming. The differentiation of continents came more so after the world map was made.
What? Are you saying that the Asian continent
The
and the
names that
American
we use
continent
today
didn't split until
are
world
products of
maps
after
came?
the world map was made.
Okay, the world didn't split till after the world map was made. All right, let's move on. I'm done.
Hey James, don't let him pivot into another argument. Keep him right there with the mestizos and the.
Well, we know he's just
Mexicans.
fishing right now for a way out. That's why I'm like, yeah.
Exactly. So keep him, pin him to the wall, please.
No,
I want him to leave this conversation learning, and hopefully he understands.
And
that
so what you need to realize is some of those conquistadors are actual converts, are the descendants of converts.
I got you. So maybe 5%. Let's say 5%. Let's say 5%.
Well,
that's still 60%. That's just, I'm gonna grant you that without any empirical.
So
evidence.
was there, okay, so when we take the transatlantic slave trade, were there in fact some of the Ashkenazi Jewry that were involved in the shipping and the insurance and the banking?
Off topic.
Yes, it's not Ecuador, but yes, but that has nothing to do with mestizo populations. Some of these mestizos.
Okay, so
hold on, wait a minute. Listen to what you're saying. 65% of Mexican ancestors were involved in the enslavement and destruction of Africans and indigenous people. 65%. They're descendants of that. You do understand that. And when you get BHIs reading scriptures like Isaiah, prepare slaughter for the children, you do know you're condemning majority of the people on the chart because they descend from those conquistadors and those colonists. They descend from them.
If they're the closest link to the Native American, which their people were basically also Native Americans, correct? Previously,
30% of the Mexican males, 30% of them are ancient Native Americans.
Okay.
What about the female?
Exactly. So
the female is much higher.
So what you need to understand is that population was genocided. Of that previous Native population was genocided.
Of course.
So what was left over was you had incoming Africans that mixed into the population to supplant the labor. And so that labor came from generally West Africa, the Brazils, and Portugal. Or to the Brazils from Portugal, and some people who kicked out of Spain also. And so you have the Gancha people who were on the islands west of San Tome, west of West Africa. You had a native population of fair-skinned Gancha people who were also taken captives by the Spanish and sent out west. So those people supplanted the native population that was pretty much decimated. And
that's what we see, and that destroys the 12 tribes.
What they mixed with was European royalty. What they mixed with was friends and like relatives of European royalty, and so a lot of those people were converts who were able to convert to Catholicism. And they were
wait. Are you implying that the 65 European element is all Jews or something like crypto Jews? I'm trying to follow your reasoning here.
No, I'm saying that the European element, which just the Jews were in Europe for over 1,000 years.
Yeah, these are not Jews.
Over 1,000 years.
These are not Jews.
Say it again.
These are not Jews. These are Iberian,
what I'm
regular
saying is
Iberians.
they resided in Spain for over 1,000 years. And they came from France. They were kicked out of France. They headed into Spain and in Portugal. So a lot of them were first to convert, leave, or die. And so so if you want to use the European argument, that's a cut on you.
It's a cut on me. How
Yes.
so? How so? Explain.
Because I just explained to you the Jewry was in Europe, the Sephardic.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean every European was a Jew. They
And
were.
we just discussed that European does not mean some type of Edomite lineage.
No one up here believes that.
Okay.
Sakari
So get
does.
that out.
Sakari believes Western Europeans are
nobody
Edomites.
said that. Nobody made that point.
Sakari does make that claim. He says white people are Edomites, bro.
Well, there's Jews in Europe,
and we understand that. I'm not getting the correlation because most of these people that are Western European are like R and I, and Jews typically are J, E, and T.
Once again, the why haplogroups in the Bible they don't intermingle.
Now you're moving to another. I want you to realize that every time a point is made with empirical evidence, you move the goalposts and go to something else. Why not hammer down one thing before we move on to something else? It's called gish galloping. Now you mentioned the African element. Mexicans have a very small African element, as you can see on the screen. They only have 4.2% of their Y chromosomes going back to African males. 4.2%. That's it.
So, do you really think that they have maybe over as time goes by, they will have a more in-depth, gene pool to analyze? But I don't. These are sample groups.
Yeah, you usually use samples.
Okay,
because you don't.
When you're going into a third world country, you're going to be in the most modern parts of the city where you would probably see the most fair, probably like brunette Mexicans with brunette hair. But I know Mexicans who look very indigenous. They have jet black hair, and they don't seem to favor much European.
Okay.
And so, I'm pretty sure, like I said, they're taking sample groups from places like where highly, kind of built up areas in the cities. They're not going into the deeper states. They're not getting sample groups all over. It's just what they can get for now. So that's what I'm saying. DNA is somewhat suggestive. Or, is what somebody was saying previously. Like it doesn't tell you the full story.
Okay, so to tackle the first part of that, this paper is dealing with 10 Mexican mestizo populations from different regions of the country. It's not just worried about one place.
So how many people did they sample?
650
people.
659. Yes, that's a great.
That's what I'm saying. And we don't know what pool we don't know how that process goes. You know what I'm saying? It's that, that's out of our control. I'm not saying that it's totally invalid. What I'm saying is it's not fully conclusive.
Let me show you what you just did, brother. I'm just gonna give you that's really a bad faith argument, man. What you have to look at what we're presenting to you, brother. This is a sample size. Of course, you're not going to be able to get the genome of millions and millions of Mexicans. The type of money and equipment you would need and resources you would need to do that is not feasible. So we go off sample sizes. 659 people from 10 Mexican mestizo populations from different regions of the country. That's a fairly good size sample size. And what we're getting hold on. And what we're getting is 93% of them being mixed or mestizos, 65% of them going back to Europe, and only 30% of them going to Native American.
Well, you see, remember when you said, well, on average, they're coming up, they have like about a 5% African genome, correct?
4.2%, yes.
So that would mean the ancestor that European ancestor, when I said one of their grandparents was African, makes perfect sense.
But you're missing the point. The point is you have people with a chart that's going out and saying, hey, the Mexicans are Issachar, right? They're Issachar. And they're related to African Americans. Listen,
sir, there's a high probability that Spaniard ancestor could have descended from an African. You know what I'm saying?
But that's
or like they could have had
the DNA
African
doesn't say
mother.
that, brother. It says R1b, not E1B1A, not even R1b.
So in North Africa, those are not all E1B1 or E1A. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about the North African.
R1b is predominantly Western European, brother. There's no way
Western
around
European would be Portugal and Spain, correct?
That would also include parts of Germany, France, United Kingdom, but it's the predominant one there. It's not like a minor one there.
So if you're gonna, so what they called it was Germanic peoples. This is before the country of Germany. They were the Europeans by and large were called Germanic peoples.
Okay,
and so that
and not Levantine peoples. So they don't
so
descend.
those Vandals, the Germanic
right?
Vandals, is present in the North African genome, and so
of course, because Carthage warred with the Vandals, had land that way. The Vandals actually conquered Carthage at one point. I mean, what's your point?
So what I'm saying is that the name Germanic peoples is well before the country Germany.
Correct,
Okay?
but the Y chromosome is still R1b.
That doesn't necessarily mean a specific phenotype.
What? So you saying R1p ain't European? Like what?
They're so are you saying that the Caucasian
has it is not
are
that,
you saying the Caucasian originally inhabited West Europe?
The Caucasian that originally has inhabited Western Europe was
Are you saying that the Caucasian was originally the Spaniard?
No,
who is the Caucasian?
I markers, G markers.
The Caucasians descend from the Caucasus Mountains.
Okay.
All of them descend from the Caucasus Mountains. What's your point?
I don't really play in the haplogroups. I couldn't tell you.
All right, then you're not going to understand.
But I could, because I do.
Okay, I mean we can all Google it. I mean, but I
don't have to
I'm
Google
not,
it. I mean
if you know that off the top of your head,
on this.
cool.
Yes, I do.
I mean, good for you.
But you don't. But you're arguing. That's what I don't understand.
So are you saying because I don't know the haplogroup off the top of my head, I don't have a valid argument?
Because you haven't read the studies, you haven't seen the haplogroups.
Because there's nothing intriguing about the studies.
Ask me a question. I'm trying to finish answering. You don't understand the migration patterns. You don't even understand
I understand
how DNA can be used to track people into the modern period. You don't understand none of that.
But I don't go off the timelines of haplogroup mutations. That's not biblical
fine.
whatsoever.
Next point.
That's not biblical.
Next point.
So
okay.
the migration would be tied to the timeline.
Got past the point that modern science is not in the Bible.
So when did the Native American migrate to the Americas? When did that Asian?
10,000 years ago?
After the Great Ice Age or Flood, as the Bible calls it.
10,000 years ago.
On the secular timeline, shorter than
so you have archaeological digs of civilizations 10,000 years ago.
No civilization was 10,000.
Exactly.
Whoa, hold up, Jericho.
Wait, that's not a civilization. Hold up, that's not a civilization. That's a town.
Exactly. So I don't understand how you're saying migratory patterns.
Wait, watch this. What is a civilization? Can you tell us?
No, he can't.
Can you define the characteristics of a civilization?
Well, obviously, there was no civilization here 10,000 years ago.
Can you define the characteristics of one? Because you're so emphatic about this, and Johnny, but I'm pretty sure you don't even know the
Civilization where
characteristics of one.
you're going to have writing, you're going to
That's one.
have building. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have
Megalithic
you're going to
building,
have
not just building,
farming.
megalithic.
You're gonna have
Agriculture is required.
animal husbandry. You
Correct.
know, an array of things.
That
Irrigation.
falls in agriculture. That falls in agriculture too.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So we don't have that.
It requires
When you're saying that Native
it
American
requires large
migrated here, so that and that could be true.
Brother, slow down and let's finish that out. Stop just throwing stuff out there. Let's finish our thoughts. That's what we like to do here. We like to finish out the whole thought, not just jump from thought to thought to thought to thought because you get uncomfortable because you don't know nothing about that what was being discussed. All right. So all right. So let's look at it from just the standpoint of you have to have large metropolitan cities. Now, if we're talking about in ancient times, like for instance, let's look at Sumer, well, the first actual civilization in Sumer. Their large metropolitan city for that time period was only 5,000 people. But for ancient times, that's a big old city. So
and
you
what
have to
year
have
is that?
large cities.
And what year? Give me a rough estimate of what time frame
Sumer
that would be.
civilization was found in Sumer. I put it as early as 3,300 BCE.
3,300, and you say less than 5,000 people?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
So
around 5,000
I mean,
people would be a.
so when you try to go back to 10,000 years, it's getting a little bit more, even more finite.
Let me get this one.
No, because you don't have specialized. There's more to it. You have to have specialized jobs, right? You don't have the type of specialized jobs which would again require farming. You don't have
Okay. So all right.
an
So
aristocracy.
let's go.
Wait a minute, hold up. You don't have an aristocracy with ownership of land. Like you have to have literal ownership. People who have borders to their land.
Well, then you have to also prove to me that the people from 10,000 years ago have a genetic connection to people today.
Let him finish his thought. Could you let him
you have to be sedimentary, a sedimentary people. This is key. This means you can't be hunting and gathering, grazing over large periods of land, following cattle over 10,000s of miles. You can't be doing none of that. You have to be in one single location, unmoving.
Okay, so you're forgetting there's multiple waves of migrations. There's not one or two migrations.
No, we're defining the characteristics of a
you'd have to
civilization
prove to
right
me that those people 10,000 years ago are related to anybody here today.
Got you.
I got you, but we were talking about the characteristics of a civilization. But all right, go ahead, because that was a sidebar. Go ahead, shoot.
Hey, look, this brother keeps saying 10,000 years. I don't know why this has anything to do with anything, but I'm going.
He said 10,000 years.
Oh, stop, brother, stop. Ancient Jericho, Tel Es Sultan, right? Ancient Jericho. This is from UNESCO.org. Ancient Jericho, Tel Es Sultan is one of the oldest towns in the world, dating back to more than 10,000 BP. That's 10,000 years before present, right? You go down here and read about it. Justification of our outstanding universal value. Ancient Jericho is well known as the oldest and lowest town in the world, located in a green oasis within the Jordan Valley in close proximity to the River Jordan, the Dead Sea, in Jerusalem. It embodies 10,000 years of human development. That's what you asked for, right?
So would you say that? Would you say that pre or post flood?
Brother, let me read. Let me finish reading.
Is that pre or post flood?
I will answer that when I'm done reading. I believe this is all post, but let me keep reading.
Post flood.
Yes, let me keep reading. I don't want to be sidetracked. Evidenced by its vertical stratigraphic sequence that consists of roughly 23 archaeological layers, housing the remains of several civilizations, including fortification systems, residential houses, impressive public architecture, and examples of Neolithic ancestor worship that has long disappeared. This is 10,000 years ago.
Hey, just
I would at most give it about 5,000 or 6,000 years.
Hold on, bro. I would give this pushback on what you read.
Oh man,
they're saying that those civilizations are encompassed within that 10,000 year
That's not
period.
calling it a civilization. It's
You see what
calling
I'm
it a
saying?
town.
Let me continue reading.
No, because in order to be a civilization, you have to have a writing. Writing wasn't even invented
No, it's
until at
not.
the earliest you can
I
say
got you.
3,400.
There is no writing
Yeah.
here.
Let,
No one's
let
saying
the
writing.
Sheik
Let me
finish.
finish reading it.
Yeah, go ahead.
The occupation of the site started in the late Epipaleolithic era, late Natufian period, roughly around 10,500 to 9,000 BC. The availability of water and fertility of soil attracted hunter-gatherers to settle down and begin domestication of plants and animals. This is called the Neolithic Revolution, by the way. By the 8th millennium BC, Jericho was an agricultural town fortified by a stone wall, tower, and a ditch. Its round tower has an internal staircase of 22 steps leading to its top surface, making it one of the oldest known monumental building and fortification systems in the world, as well as one of the main Neolithic centers of agriculture and human history. Jericho not only provides a documented testament to the development of the fortification system, but also provides physical evidence to the development of domestic house layouts from simple rounded shapes in the pre-pottery Neolithic A period to more complex rectangular forms in later periods, which are unparalleled in any other contemporary site. The developed Neolithic architecture and technologies at ancient Jericho are decisive testament to the rudimentary level of social communal organization accompanied by political, religious, mythological, construction, and handicraft developments. Furthermore, the ritual and funeral practices are especially important in Neolithic Jericho. Burials were found under house floors and skulls treated with plaster paint and shells placed into the eye cavities. We all know about the cowrie shells on the.
Okay, so this is the oldest town.
I'm almost done. Characterizing special ritual beliefs and identities for the community over millennia. This practice is one of the oldest examples of ancestral worship in the world. During the 6th and 5th millennium BC, pottery production became common in ancient Jericho. Now you can speak. I'm finished. There's your source. Go ahead.
Where does it say the Native American migrated here 10,000 years ago?
I never said that's not what this source is about.
Well, I asked that question previously, and somebody said that Native American migrated here 10,000 years ago. When you're the earliest, when that also says roughly between 9,000 and 10,000. So, I mean, that could be 7,000 or 8,000 for all we know. I mean, what dating process?
It says specifically 9 and 10,000 years.
So was that?
Well, that's the craziest thing I ever heard. 7 and 8 between 9 and 10.
So what dating process are they using? They're saying roughly. That's a guess. That's a rough guess.
Between 9 and 10.
Right. So that roughly between.
Not 7.
It doesn't say most definitely between 9 and 10. It says roughly.
All right. Yeah, I gotta go to bed.
Hey, step in the name of love. He's stepping right now, brother. Like, you have a hard time.
So what does that have to do with a Native American population? Are that and is that population that migrated here 10,000 years? How are they related to anybody here today?
I got you. So what this was brought up because you said show a civilization 10,000 years ago. And I was like, okay, Jericho, that's easy. And I just went to Jericho to show you that there were people sowing the seeds of civilization. This is called the Neolithic Revolution. When we start to see people moving and transitioning from a hunter-gatherer subsistence strategy to a agro-pastoral subsistence.
Okay. Would that be pre or post Tower of Babel?
Pre or post, I say post. But here's the thing. To address your other question about how do we know Native Americans have been here a long time, it's because the oldest mummies date 8,000 years ago. The oldest mummies that these people are related to, like the Kennewick man, the spirit cave.
Mummies?
Do you know
what you're talking about?
Mummies.
I've never heard of mummies over here. I mean, they.
That's because you don't read.
They found you're saying they found mummified remains. That doesn't make that so they're a mummy. Like the movie Mummy, like an Egyptian mummy.
Yeah, they found mummified remains in the Americas.
Okay. So do you think that they intentionally mummified, or they were somehow in the event they were mummified?
Most likely they were intentionally mummified.
And so is this a burial site or is this a random find?
Oh my God, he's fishing.
This is a site, a burial site where they got it from, and he asked for permission of the local native people to take this mummy so they can test its DNA.
And they dated it to 8,000 years.
10,600 years ago.
So what dating method do they use?
What do you mean? They used a molecular clock.
Fishing.
A molecular clock? What is a molecular clock? There's no such thing called a molecular clock for dating mummified remains.
Yes, it is. That's the mechanism you asked for the mechanism. I gave it to you, the molecular clock hypothesis. That's what they use. So what? You don't know what it is. So let me tell you what it is.
Can you pull that up on the screen?
Okay, listen. They look at the amount of mutations that are on your Y chromosomes, or how many are your Y or mtDNA. They look at the amount of mutations
on your MT on the X chromosome,
on the Y or the X,
So what would be the most successful?
Hold on. First of all, you gotta understand what I'm saying first. You're going all over the place because you're gish galloping. Just listen so I can teach you what it is. They count the mutations on the Y chromosome or the mtDNA. They count the amount of mutations and they say, okay, it took this many years to make this one mutation. That's how they come with those dates. Right? You don't get 30 mutations on your Y chromosome overnight or within one generation. It takes time to accumulate and form these mutations. So that's how they come with these dates. And using that method, right, they came up with a date of 10,700 years ago for the spirit cave mummy.
So that would give you the date of the mutation, not their age.
Oh, jeez.
Brother,
that would give you the date of the haplogroup mutation, not the age of the remains.
That is the age of the remains.
No, that's the
age of the remains.
That's when they're saying the supposed mutation occurred in whatever chromosome they possess, not the age of the remains.
Where do you think the chromosome came from? An alien? It came from the human. So that's the age of the human.
That's what I'm saying. You're saying they're counting the mutation. So that's roughly how long ago that last mutation. You know what I'm saying? So somebody was still. So you're saying that that haplogroup no longer exists, if that's the case. Somebody today would have to have that haplogroup somewhere.
They do. And the people that
that's what I'm saying. But that's because so if I exhume some remains that was say 100 years old, you don't go off the mutation of their haplogroup.
What?
Actually, you do. Come on, brother.
So that doesn't tell you the age of the remains. You're not making any sense, dude. Like that makes no sense.
That's literally how they aged them.
Bro, I'm telling you, you don't understand. Either you don't understand what they're talking about, or it's bullshit.
That's a false dichotomy. That's a false dichotomy. Either or. It's got to be bullshit. You don't understand. What about the gray area? How about I do understand this very well? And what does that say right there? What does that say on the screen? That's why I like having brothers read, man. What does that say, man? Let me go down.
Okay, so where does the original haplogroup start?
Hold on. Read what this says before we move on. What does that say right there? Read it.
After genome sequence. Okay, so what does the article say?
It's read it.
I just read it. What is it? What is? Can we get to what the article says?
North America's oldest mummy returned to U.S. tribe after genome sequencing. What does that say right here? DNA proves what? I want you to read it.
Native DNA proves Native American roots. Of course, they'd have roots.
How old is the
everyone would have.
skeleton? How old
Now,
is the skeleton? No, read it.
sir, everyone on Earth would have roots back. If we have the oldest town showing going back 10,000 years in Jericho, that would mean everyone would have roots.
You just cut yourself.
10,600 years ago.
He learning something though. He getting something out of this. I know he is.
He is. He's just trying to deny it.
You know.
Everyone would have roots 10,600 years ago. The oldest town we have is 10,000 years ago, and you're saying this is post-flood, post
Tower of Babel.
Tower of Babel. Yeah, so which isn't biblical, which wouldn't align with biblical timelines.
Okay.
And the diaspora of
How old is the biblical narrative?
So just going off. Okay, so for instance, 70 AD. That's a marker. That's a time and period.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you.
Okay.
I asked you a question because you just made a definitive statement.
For instance, the time when Christ walked on the earth. It's been roughly 2,000 years. That's a time marker.
Are you going to allow me to ask?
And so the dates of which these books, the Exodus, roughly 1400 BC. So the Exodus is in what? The book of Exodus.
I'm going to ask you again. What is the time?
I just told you.
How old is the biblical narrative?
The Exodus was roughly 13 to 1400 BC.
Is that the beginning of the biblical narrative?
It's a large portion of it.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you if it's the beginning. Where does the scripture start from?
Yes, that is where you find the laws and the establishment of the culture.
I asked you where it started at. You gish galloping. I asked you, where does the biblical narrative start? How old is the biblical narrative?
Well, post flood, the Genesis, will be more in alignment with the age of the Jewish calendar, I would say, or the Hebrew calendar.
Okay. Where in scripture does it say that the world is 5,000 or 6,000 years old? Where does it say?
I didn't say that. You did. I did not say that, sir. I didn't say that.
You said according to the Jewish calendar. How old is the Jewish calendar?
Roughly 6,000 to 7,000 years old.
Okay, there we go. Thank you for the answer. Where in scripture does it say?
What it says is, what we know from historical references, the Exodus was around roughly 13 to 1400 BC.
We all have a rough number of where the Exodus started. That's not what I'm asking you.
Okay, well that's
you said 7,000. Wait, don't get galloping.
Question, bro. Shut the fuck up and answer the damn question. Like y'all niggas is fucking retarded, bro. He's asking you, when do you place Adam's timeline? Answer the fucking question.
Not even Adam. Going back, because the scriptures doesn't start with Adam. Scripture started with the 7 days of creation. So how old is the biblical?
Sir, we're talking about, I'm starting from the time the Israelites exited
I ain't asking where
Egypt.
You start from. I ain't asking you where you
Well,
start
I don't care what you ask. That is
well, then you don't need to
95% of the Bible.
If you're not going to have an honest conversation and you're not willing to answer rough questions, like we've answered all your rough, nonsensical questions, I'm asking you a question that you feel is nonsensical. When you said 7,000 years, right? Okay. Where in scripture does it say, thus saith the Lord, the earth or the world is 6 or 7,000 years old?
That's from the day when we started. That's when they have a calendar, sir.
I didn't ask you that. I said, where does it say, thus saith, show me the scripture.
So
Show me
So if we
chapter and
don't,
verse.
so
Show me
all
chapter
right.
and verse
So
where it says, no, bruh,
if we
I asked
don't
you a
have
question.
civilization going past roughly 9,000 BC, okay, and so
You still haven't answered the question.
the calendar
You still
post
haven't answered the
flood
question.
is roughly 6,000 years old. So we don't have civilization going past even if we want to say Adam. We don't have anything going past 10 to 12,000 years ago.
Oh, okay. Now it's 10 to 12,000 years ago. Many of you
Well,
said
you just
7.
said you don't have anything.
So
You just
I
dated
didn't say that. I asked you
10,500.
a direct question. I didn't say
So
that. I
I'm
asked you a
being
direct
generous
question,
in
and you're
giving you.
talking over me.
We don't have
You're talking over
anything
me.
beyond 12,000 years ago. So we're
You're
gonna have to
talking over me.
factor in
Hey,
the
shut
flood.
up and let Sean talk because you
We're
ain't
gonna
saying
have to
nothing, bro.
factor in
Shut
the
the fuck
flood. We're
up,
gonna
bro.
have to
Shut your
factor
bitch
in what
ass up. Shut up.
ancient
Oh, ass
Mesopotamian
nigga.
civilization.
Let Sean fucking
All
speak.
right. I muted his mic because he doesn't want to answer the tough questions and he wants to gish gallop all over the place. So I'm gonna ask the question again and I'm gonna open your mic. I'm gonna ask you the question again and I'm gonna open the mic. Where in scripture does it say the world is 6 or 7,000 years old? Thus saith the Lord. Don't give me anything about Exodus. Don't give me anything. I ask you a direct question.
Sir,
Go ahead.
you're making a straw man argument.
No,
I
you're
never
making
said
a straw
any.
man argument. Yes, you did.
I never gave anything about an exact date for creation.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
You said
We don't. We can.
You said 6. You said according to the Jewish calendar, which is 6 to 7,000 years old. That's what you're going by. Be honest. That's what you're going by. Because now you don't want to give a complete answer because 1 minute you're saying nothing is over 10 to 11,000 years old. Then you go back and you say there is nothing. That according to the biblical narrative, nothing is older than 7,000 years. So I asked you a direct question and you refuse to answer it. So I'm going to give you a chance again. After that, I'm going to remove you from the panel because you're not being an honest player here.
If you want to take the easy way,
you want to take the easy way out by gish galloping all over the place. That's what you want to do. Because every question you have for us, we answer. Regardless to how
you're running. You're running.
Regardless, no, you're running.
You're running.
You're running because you didn't
straw
answer the
man
question.
argument.
Yo, you're straw manning.
The whole panel. The whole panel quiet. Can't.
Man, you just want to fucking argue, bro.
Stop
You're a
talking about some
fool and a
stupid,
troll,
non-biblical
bro.
shit.
Shut your bitch
Some
ass up.
dumbass.
You a fool and a troll. Shut up, nigga.
That's enough of that. Because, this is BHI nonsense. He keep gish galloping. 1 minute he's saying that we're wrong. Next minute he's agreeing with us. And then he tries to find an argument to fight his way out of a paper bag. You can't do that, bro. All right? So that's it for you. Because you're the one running. You're the one straw manning. You're the one making absolute statements. When we question you on your absolute statements, they fall apart. I yield.
Shalom, y'all.
Shalom, Zaya. Yeshub, anybody y'all want to get ready to close out or y'all have more to say? Anybody?
Nah, I'm good,
Hey,
man.
this was good.
All right. Zadok, you got anything else you want to say, bro?
No, bro, this was good. I mean, you see what happens when, when we're sometimey with how we want to deal with how we've been claiming forever. Bloodline passes. And it's unfortunate that it's usable when guys want to. It's interesting how some guys were using DNA evidence until more scholarship and time allow more research to be done to broaden what DNA can tell us about our history. And now some individuals
have even claimed to abandon, like, yeah, I don't deal with it no more. So that's, that's a thing of convenience, man. And we just want to be honest to scholarship. And there's nothing in DNA that harms our discussion. As a matter of fact, I think it helps it a lot, but it all depends on how you see the text, bro. If you have a supremacy narrative in your head, then DNA hurts you when you try to claim some kind of ethnic primacy. But if you're being honest to what the text says, everything y'all said here today actually lines up and gives credence to the admixture of the children of Jacob and all of those who the Most High connected to them, which would have been a varying population of individuals. I mean, Abraham told the Most High, man, I'm willing to give whatever you give me to Eleazar, this Syrian, and his son. That was in Abraham's household, man, before he even had sons, So yeah, man, good stuff, brothers. Keep it up, because there's a lot of people in the community that are being turned on to the need to look further down this rabbit hole if they want to sound and be more correct on the way that they've been dealing with DNA. So I think that you guys have been risen up to be a bulwark for some, and to be a damn agitation to others. But I think whatever that might be for any person will be by their choice and their approach to scholarship.
Con. Who else we got up here still? D-Red.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think the brother was, he a victim, like some of us were. You don't really, nobody talking about in regards to genetics, and that's okay.
I was being patient with him, D-Red. I was being patient with him, trying to walk him.
I was, and I'm gonna be honest. I was so surprised at Jashuba's patience, because he's the young firecracker. I'm the old bull, and Jashuba's the young bull. They be ready to flip out and cut everybody out, and I'm gonna shoot. Jashuba fly for handle, but I was proud of how he handled it.
You shoot me to be the bad guy tonight, D-Red.
I saw that. You know what I mean? But no, man. I think that our people we're scientifically illiterate. And that's okay. You know what I mean? Because that's what that's what our job is here for, to get to look at the evidence, bro. Like all of us didn't get where we at understanding genetics, science, history, material culture. Johnny brought up the 4-room houses, trying to teach the brother about material culture. Ancestor worship, Yeshua brought that up. Ancestor veneration, which we see in West Africa, we see in East Africa with the Wargafana people or Romos. We didn't get where we was at. It took us some time. So hopefully that brother keep coming back to the channel and learning. You know what I mean? And slowly deconstructing the programming that he's been indoctrinated with. And indoctrination is a powerful thing. And so we never should poop on that. You see what I'm saying? A lot of these brothers are being indoctrinated, and they don't have the methodology that to pull themselves out of it. You see what I'm saying? So that takes time, man. And that's what the channel is for, man. We look at the material culture, the history, the oral tradition, the DNA. You see what I'm saying? We break it down for them and give these people the breadcrumbs so they can follow, and do the research themselves. And hopefully that brother, like I said, keep coming back to the channel, keep learning, and he'll be okay. You know what I'm saying? I believe in our people, and the young brother, he'll be okay. He definitely be okay. But
he's definitely not somebody we would look at as being an enemy, or the brother just he's steeped in his understanding of things, and it's making for a hard way to go for him. Like you said, hopefully all the sources are posted. All the sources were posted. Yeshua read from sources. The
Yeah.
brother he didn't want to deal with them, honestly. And so this is what we get. But
No disrespect, like Sean, dude is a troll. Like, come on, y'all. Like, these dudes, they don't be knowing nothing but want to argue. Like, it's crazy. Like, none of these brothers take the time to study anything, and it shows. Like, bro just came up here to argue. I know I caught like the tail end of it, or whatever the case may have been, but it was just like, come on, bro. Like, if you don't know something, just say you don't know. Like, it's okay. Like, dude just wanted to be contrary for no reason. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, they have no respect for the people that are putting in the work, putting in the scholarship. They respect all the idiots and the fools, and they follow them. Like, these
and
dudes
give
is
them their
wicked,
money.
huh? Like,
And
these
give
dudes
them their
is
money.
wicked, bro.
I got a question though regarding the Mexicans and regarding DNA. I'm not here to argue, so don't kick me out. I'm here to talk, right? Even though you guys talked about me last time, just nonsense. But according to you guys, how you get the art, the how you call it, the that DNA, the E? Because why? How do you get that? Supposedly that's Israelite. How do you get it?
We don't teach
How do you get it, bro?
I'm trying to explain it
Huh?
to you. We don't teach that the macro
Okay, go
haplogroup.
ahead, bro. I'm listening. I didn't.
We don't teach that everybody with haplogroup E are Israelites. We don't teach that.
Mm-hmm.
We teach that E and D, comes from the family of DE, might be the Shemites or might represent Shem. That's what we teach. When it comes to the Israelites that existed in the Iron Age,
okay, go
when
ahead.
it comes to the Israelites that exist in the Iron Age, we've been demonstrating all night that they were a mixed multitude. A mixed multitude. Caucasus hunter gatherers, some of them Africans. They all come together with original Levantines. They all come together and they make these people called Israelites. All right? That's what we teach.
So where does Abraham come from? The DNA. That's from Israelite, right? Those are Hebrew, right?
Abraham doesn't
Because
come from the Israelites. He exists before the Israelites.
Yeah, well, that's the line, right? When they went into Egypt, right? Exactly, and then they mix with who they mix. The Israelites mix with other people, like probably the other Hebrews around the area, right? That look different, but they still the same line.
Not other Hebrews, Egyptians, which was already a mixed population.
Yeah, well, the Shemitics, there were already Shemitic Egyptians in there already.
Yeah, there are also Hamitic people. There were a mixture of people in Egypt.
Because the DNA that I don't go to DNA or nothing like that, to be honest. But like I look into it, you know what I'm saying? Because I want to see what I find, you know what I'm saying? And because that's what it is. You have to be scared of the information, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it says the E is the Levant, but Abraham comes from the Euphrates and the Tigris, more upper. Then Abraham don't come from the summer. According to the scriptures, Abraham comes from across the Euphrates, not beneath the Euphrates. So that's a whole different thing. And if you study the history about that area, those were what they call the Native Americans. They come from there, bro. They're Hebrews, and so are the Israelites. So, and then we met over here. Hey, I'm just being real, bro. People it comes from some of the scriptures. In the scriptures, it says it comes between across. It's called even calls Abraham an Aramean, right?
Yep.
It does, bro.
Where is Syria? Where is Syria located?
It's in the Mesopotamia, but it's across the Euphrates, not in your summer.
No, the Bible calls them a wandering Aramean. Where is Syria located?
Yes.
Where is Syria located?
On top of the Euphrates, between the Euphrates and the Tigris.
Let me help you out, brother.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm gonna help you out.
And you got to remember the whole thing with E. That's like scientific data. Like E and J is all scientific.
Yeah,
that's not.
I'm just saying, because
hold on, let me help him. Hold on, brother. Chill out. All right. You see what this says here?
Too, bro.
Listen, brother. What does that say? Levant, right? What countries do you see in the Levant? Lebanon, Israel, Jordan,
Lebanon.
Syria.
Where's the Euphrates? Check on the Euphrates. You put Euphrates and the Tigris. Put it. Click it.
I got you. Hold on.
That's what the scripture says. Abraham comes from across. According to the scriptures.
No, nobody say nothing. Listen.
Okay.
Listen, brother. You read a scripture saying he was a wandering Aramean, correct?
Yeah, there's more scriptures.
I got you, but I want to deal with one point before we move on.
Aram. Yeah, Aram.
Okay.
Click ancient Aram.
Please listen.
Where is
click a full map, bro? That's a little map, bro. Click a full map.
Please listen.
The waters.
I know.
The waters. No,
bro. Put a full map. Put a full map. Don't try to trick me, bro.
The waters. You gotta chill out, bro. We're gonna deal with it, but you gotta be.
He's not,
patient.
bro. He's just trying to trick me, bro.
No.
Put a full map.
You.
Yeah, he is, bro. I know the tricks,
bro.
Put a full map.
The
Put
water.
a full map. You can see the Tigris and the Euphrates, bro.
The water. You gotta chill out, bro. We're gonna pull up the map, bro. You just gotta chill out.
Right, go ahead.
Okay? Chill, bro. Okay, let him finish what he's finna say, and if you want the full map, we can pull up a full map. But just chill. We're just gonna have a peaceful dialogue. Okay?
We're just talking about the region of the Levant first. Just relax.
All right, go ahead. Yeah.
All right, so all I was responding to was your scripture in Deuteronomy 26, where you said that Abraham was a wandering Aramean, right?
Yeah.
The Levant is Israel, Lebanon, Jordan, and Syria. Syria would be ancient what? Aram. Okay, so he's from the Levant. What is the genetic profile of the Levant in ancient time?
Go up, bro, to the Euphrates and the Tigris, bro.
I will type that in, but I'm trying to get you to follow.
No, because bro, I looked at the map with the DNA from you guys, bro, and it says it's R, bro. From you guys pull up the source, bro, and it says you guys pull up the source and it says the E1 or something like that, and then on top it says R through that area, bro.
Yes, R.
I'm just being real, bro. Look, put out the Euphrates, the Euphrates and the Tigris. That's what it says, bro.
But brother, I think you gotta look the DNA
gotta
profile.
Look at the Abraham lineage.
I understand that, brother. But brother, listen to what I'm saying. The genetic profile that you see today is not the same genetic profile you see in ancient times. This is why you got to understand the migration, who came into what area at what time. It's more to it than just seeing who's there. The genetic profile that is there now is not the genetic profile that was there at ancient times. We know when certain groups came in to the Levant. We know when the Sea peoples come in. We know when the Hurrians come in. We know when these groups come in around the time frame they do. We know about the Bronze Age collapsing when these other haplogroups start invading and coming into the Levant. We're not disputing that. But what we're trying to say is the founding population of Semitic culture, you see what I'm saying, is haplogroup E. The founding, meaning the progenitor of Semitic languages, the progenitor of Semitic culture, is haplogroup E.
Didn't the Canaanites, the Egyptians from Africa, they went into the land of Canaan, right?
No.
So who were the people in Canaan during that time?
This is before Egypt.
Exactly, bro. Exactly. See what I mean, bro? The Canaanites were in the land, bro.
The Canaanites were in
the Canaanites were in, they didn't land, bro. That's why when Yahweh told Abraham, do not take a wife from other people, take from the thing, and it went from the same area, from the Tigris and the Euphrates, and then they went down to, and then Yahweh said, go down to each, and then they had Isaac and Jacob, you know, and then they said, go down to Egypt and I'll make you a great nation, right?
Yes.
But the family was still in place, bro. So you saying that from the E does not make sense, bro, because there were Canaanites already there.
You read a scripture saying that he was a wandering Syrian. Now,
Yes, pull the full map.
I'm gonna pull the full map.
Scripture. Genesis 24:10.
All right,
Abraham,
so before you move on to that,
servant too. Huh?
Let me read this. Yeah, I'll read this.
Uh-huh.
All right, so let me go to this source here. What does this say here?
Bro, go to the.
I want
That's
you to read
talking about the Levant, bro. You're talking about the Levant. I'm talking about across the Euphrates.
But you said Abraham was the word,
bro. You can't trick me.
Yeah, okay, whatever. You said he was a wandering Aramaean.
Yes,
that's in
and
the
they have more scripture. You want me to get more scripture?
That's in the Levant.
No, look, bro. It says right here in Genesis 24:10. Abraham's servant took 10 camels of master Abraham. He departed with good things in his hand, and he arose from Aram Naharayim, Aram of the two rivers, between the Euphrates and the Tigris, and to the city of Nahor. Check where is that, bro?
The waters. We're trying to get you to see, brother. Is this the waters?
No, you try to trick me,
bro.
No,
we're not trying to trick you.
Bro.
The waters.
There are Canaanites in the Levant.
Okay, the waters. We know that. We're not disagreeing with you. This is what we're saying, bro. When we look at the Levant area, right? The Levant area is also the Tigris and the Euphrates, brother. This is why we're asking you, do you know that this is considered? Okay, we understand that we're listening to the scripture. What we're saying is that what we see today in modern groups of people, they would say that area that you're talking about in the scriptures is called the Levant. It's simple, brother.
Nah, bro.
The whole region. Okay, wait.
Go
So
to the DNA and
I'm
the
asking you a logical. Hold on, I'm gonna ask you a logical question. Is the region of California, is that Nevada? Yes or no?
California is not Nevada.
Okay, that's what we're trying to tell you, that those rivers that you're talking about is in the Levant area, so it would be considered Levant or Levantine, where people of the populations of the Levantines would have been. That's all we're saying to you. We're not saying that you're wrong, brother, or nothing like that. But those rivers that you discuss are in the Levantine region.
But where does Abraham come from? And how do you know that DNA, bro? Because you guys said, the other source you guys put out says the art originated from the north, from the Middle East, from the north, bro. And that's exactly where the Euphrates, bro. And then that's where the ark landed, right? Then the ark landed right there. And then people were trying to get together. Yahweh said to separate, and they didn't want to separate. They all put together, but Yahweh separated them because they cannot go against Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? And
nobody says
and then the Canaanites didn't even went to where it's supposed to go. They still dwelled in the Shemitic land.
Okay, is Syria Canaan, brother? Is Syria Canaan? Exactly. It's not. It's not. It's not. The Levant was dominated by haplogroup E, bro. Like, it's that simple, man. I'm trying to help you, my nigga. You breaking up.
Hey, Jashoub, I posted some in the back. Can you pull it up? This from Encyclopedia Britannica about the Tigris and Euphrates, and it'll say that it flows through Syria. But then if you pull up that map again, showing him again what Syria is.
Why are you trying to do that? You don't know the history about you don't know the migration patterns about the natives that came over here. You don't know about the Sephardic that were in Spain before the Romans, the Iberians, the Hebrews.
But the Sephardic
carry you guys still talk, bro. Just like everybody else, bro. They don't even know our history.
But hey, brother, the Sephardic actually carried the haplogroup E though. They carried E1B1B.
No, you're talking about because the Moors went in there. Hold on, bro. Because we also went to the North Africa and Morocco. The Hispanics were also right there in the area. There's different types of Moors, bro. They're Canaanite Moors. They're Hamitic Moors. They're Arab Moors. There are different kinds of Moors. There were Israelites in Morocco. When they came in,
Canaanites are
they
Hamites.
converted them into Islam, and then the
Hold on,
same people, Hispanics, took the Iberians that were in between.
Canaanites are Hamites, brother.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Canaanites, but yeah, there's different types
They're
of
not.
Hamites.
They're not two
There's
separate
different types of
groups.
Hamites, right?
Listen.
Different
No.
tribes. That's what I meant to say.
Listen. Okay. Even though that they come from different tribes, they will still carry the same paternal Y marker, brother. There is not going to change because they're called the
Which is
Canaanites.
E, right? According to you guys, it's
No,
E. That's where most Africans come from. That's what you guys say. Oh,
N-
everybody's
no,
black.
brother.
Black. And
The
most of the
waters,
people that come from there,
listen.
bro.
The waters, listen.
Nah, bro. And you
There-
say
we're
our
not.
DNA because of
Listen,
Sephardic,
listen.
because
The
you guys went
waters,
into
the waters.
Spain,
I'm trying to
and
be
you're already
patient
there.
with you, the waters, because you know I fucks with you. Look, we don't have the same haplogroup as the Proto-Africans. We don't have the same haplogroup. That's what we're trying
Nor
to
do we
tell you.
say.
We don't.
Nor do we say that everybody is black. Don't bring that here. You've never heard us say that. Don't do that. You save that when you go, against the BHIs or the One Westers. We don't say that. So don't do that. Don't put words in our mouth.
Yeah, even the One Westers don't even say that. Shit.
Huh?
Oh man,
Yeah,
he was
even the
talking the
One
whole
Westers don't
time.
even say that.
All right, you know what? I can't, y'all. I'm about to remove the brother. I can't.
You want me
I
to
gotta
show
go
you?
Hold on.
You want me to show you how we're Israelites, bro? You want me to show you how we're Israelites?
Don't remove them, man. Don't remove them.
Yo, I'll show you how we're Israelites, bro.
I don't know what you're trying. I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. What are you trying to say right now? What are you trying to say?
They're the natives and the Hispanics. They're the Hebrews. They come from the Tigris and the Euphrates. That's what I'm saying.
So can I get a empirical? I'm asking you for the research. Show me the data that proves that Native Americans descend from the Tigris and Euphrates.
Look at the culture, the archaeology between the area.
You
Hold
do
on.
it and show it to us.
All right,
I'll
bro.
wait for you. Give me a source.
Hold on, bro. What do you want to see? What time migration? Do you want to debate this in a formal debate?
Yeah, I'll debate you, but just can you provide
You want
me
to
a
debate
source?
in a formal debate so I could get the information ready?
Yeah. We can do that. What day are you available to have a formal debate? You can hit my email up, HebrewJedi@gmail.com. Matter of fact, I put it on the screen, and we can debate this here on the channel.
All right, I'm available tomorrow, bro.
You want to debate it tomorrow?
Or Friday? I don't know, whenever, bro.
On Friday, we got to
do it right now, actually. Hold on, bro. Because I'm meeting something.
We got to work in the morning. We're not doing it tonight.
Wait. Show me some evidence.
About the Hispanics? Or what?
Yeah.
What do you want to see?
The Native Americans show that they have a migratory pattern coming from the Tigris and Euphrates all the way to the Americas. Show.
Because
we've been sourcing up all
information. Hold on, bro. Because you study their information from the area, and it matches the like, how do you call it? The writing.
Could you show it to us, please? Could you show it to us?
All right, hold on. I have to. Assyria. Native America. Actually, if you want to talk about DNA, there's some people that talk about DNA that connected to that on YouTube. But I'm gonna find an article, bro. I'm gonna find something, bro. Watch. Ancient. It's Turkey, right? I think it's Turkey, bro. See? See what I find.
We're not talking about Turkey. We're not talking about Turkey.
We're talking about Mesopotamia.
Tigris and
What is that
Euphrates,
area of
right?
Turkey?
We're not. The
Like right now, modern day. That's what I'm saying, bro. I know it's different, bro. Native American. They have totem poles, bro, and the same thing that they have over here. And then Yahweh said he took Abraham from people that worship idols, right?
Hey, a lot of people worship idols.
And then the it was son. I can
show us, bro.
explain it, bro, but I can't really. I can explain it right now, but I can't really find the thing, bro. They have the worship, like not worship, but they like the sun. How the sun, they had the same thing, bro. It had different meanings, bro. Is even the scripture it tells you they call the creator Haya, which in the scripture, and then it says Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? That's what it came to Aramaic. They had the same patterns, the same things, like archaeology wise. They have with the stars and stuff. They have that's the oldest building. How's it called? They have everything, bro. But I'm just going with the scriptures right now, bro. I have a lot more scriptures if you want to get the scriptures. But
the water.
I don't want to.
Set up the debate. Get a topic right now. Let's get this
Are the Mexicans and Native Americans Israelites? No, hold on. Hold on, no. And the Hispanics and the Native Americans connected to Israelites. How about that? Because because there were Hebrews, there's Hebrews, and there's other Shemitic people. I'm just being real.
Mm-hmm.
You want to discuss that? I could give you the origins about the Hispanic history in Spain, and I could give you the migration pattern about when the Assyria. I could give the Assyrian because they went through I show you what they went through. There's records in Japan, there's records in China.
But what haplogroup? What haplogroup are you seeing with that? What haplogroup are you seeing with that? What haplogroup are you seeing with that?
It's the I'm seeing the migration when the Asia was that from Asia that thing that Q or something like that.
Well, so this is my whole thing with this, right? Is like, and I'm just jumping in. I don't always come on here, but I can tell you right now that the Yoruba have a migration pattern that matches. The Yoruba have a migration pattern.
Yeah, because their Israelites came through Asia. If you listen, if you I guess scientists, whatever they call it nowadays, they say the Native Americans come from Asia, right? And they're also through Oceania and stuff like that, right? That's what they say, right? I'm just saying what I've been.
I don't know.
Doing the research.
I don't know, but I can tell you this: everything you're saying about migration patterns is similar to the oral tradition of the Yoruba, and the migration pattern that I've seen on the subclade that is tied to their to findings that people that match that subclade to the Yoruba E1B E17A. So what I'm saying is there's a relationship between what you're saying with the Spanish people that you're talking about and these black people in the Yoruba land. That's exactly the same. Or so you see what I'm saying? You like
the Israelites went to Spain since Solomon's time, bro.
Well, you were talking about the Iberian Peninsula. You mentioned Iberian Peninsula.
They're already,
and then Morocco, Morocco, and then getting pushed on Morocco, right?
Yeah, because the Moors that were in Morocco that went into Spain, that what they say they kicked them out. Though they call them mariscos.
Yep.
They were the same. They were the same Iberians from Morocco and Spain, bro. It's just that the Muslims of the Arabs with people from Central Africa, they came and they conquered that's part of Morocco, and then they converted to Islam, and then from there they went to Spain, the same people that were right there, and then that's what the people converted to Islam as well again. So and then you know how the story, right? How it
Yeah,
goes.
but that's what I guess what we're saying is it's not about skin color, right? Because what I'm getting at is the reality that the Yoruba have this same oral tradition that you're describing, but they're actually Black African people, but they speak Maghrebi, so they speak the same language that almost every other those Moroccan Jews speak, which is that dialect of Maghrebi. And their oral tradition is that they left Spain and Portugal. They went into Morocco, and then they found themselves into the interior of Africa. So I guess the point I'm getting at is I don't think that anyone's saying that this is all about Black people.
No,
I think what we're saying is it's a mixed multitude.
According to DNA, that's
what I've
what
heard
it
all
is,
night
bro.
is mixed multitude.
But I'm not saying because we'll mix with. That's why I go with DNA personally, bro, because I know we're mixed and people move and migrate in different areas, bro. That's why I'm not saying, bro. That's why I don't really go with it. But that's what it says, bro. And if you say where it originated, is right there, bro. Where because if you study Ham, Shem, and Japheth, and then Noah, how they landed right there, bro. All people come from there, from 3, right? Or there's other people here already. Because according to the scriptures, that's what it is, bro. Besides the other the spirits, the way it says the other things, bro. You know.
Let me help you out,
But
brother. Let me help you out. Let me help him out real quick. Let me help the brother out.
Yeah, let do speak.
Do you see this? Can you see this?
Q.
Read that quote. Read that quote on the screen right there. Can you read that?
Q, ancient population movements of Eurasian and Americans. And yeah, that's what I said. QY, whatever. Yeah. What?
Okay. It says thus
And
it is
what?
likely that. Hold on. Thus, it is likely that QZ780 and QM930 were both present in the ancestral Asian Amerindian source population that gave rise to Native Americans. You look at this map
Okay,
here.
so where did Shem went? Where did Shem went?
Not to America. Anyway,
Asia. To Asia, right?
Hold on, brother.
You know, there's different migration patterns, not just that one. That's one, yeah. I'm not denying it. Am I denying it? No. And they confirm, yes.
What does that say right there?
When did they came?
I got you. What does it say right here? Read that, the blue part. Read it. The main contribution. Read it. Oh, maybe you should read this portion here. What does that say right there?
That's it now. And the main contribution derived from the people that separated from the ancestors, present-day East Asian more than
20,000 years ago.
So
and settled in Beringia for several thousand years before moving into North and South America.
So for how many years? 20,000 years?
That was that's where it come from. 20,000 years ago.
20,000 years, bro. How do you get that so much number? How do they get so much, bro? See, I don't get it, bro. How do you get so much?
People are older than y'all like to believe.
Okay, so how old is the world according to you guys?
The world.
How old is the world according to you guys?
Older than 6,000 years, if that's what you're getting at. It's way older.
Yeah, it is. It is. But every day to your highway is 1,000 years.
Homo sapiens humans. Hold on. Homo sapiens are only like 160 to like 300,000 years old.
But where you get so much from? Like where you get it from? Just do you get that from the scriptures?
We get that from dating fossils and
no, but you get that from the scriptures though. I'm just saying, like where you get that 30,000 years?
Listen to what you're saying. Why would I get that from the scriptures? The scriptures,
because that's the truth. As Yahweh says, and they speak according to this word that made them true in them.
The scriptures is not a tool to date objects. Say it again. Say it with me. The scriptures is not a tool to date objects. It's not a DNA test. You guys try to use it as a DNA test, which is weird. It's not a tool to date anything. It does not date the world and its events. It doesn't do that. It doesn't.
So all people don't go from Shem and Japheth. They don't come from Ham, Shem, and Japheth. They do not. Only certain people do.
No, I never said
That's
that.
what you're saying, bro.
No, it's not what we're saying. The waters. You got to listen to what we're saying.
No, you saying that
So
according
in creation,
to the
wait, hold
scriptures,
on. The
Yahweh made
waters.
the world in 7 days. And every
Yes.
year to every day to Yahweh is
Hold
1,000
on.
years. So that's
Hold on.
7,000.
So
And right now
can
we're
you?
almost in the 4,000 years.
Okay. The waters.
4,000, bro.
The waters. The waters. So this is what we're saying, brother. So in between, when the Most High was creating the world and He was creating Adam, I know you read it the way you read it. You're like, oh, He created Adam right away. But what we're talking about is what's the time period in between
1,000.
that time between Him
1,000.
creating Adam and
1,000
placing
years.
him in the garden.
1,000 years.
But how do you know that? Because the Bible
The
doesn't
scripture
say
says
that.
that. The
No, it
scripture
doesn't.
says
It doesn't say that.
every day to Yahweh is 1,000 years.
What's the
Okay,
second part?
we get that, but you don't know how many days
Let's get that
passed
straight.
before
Yeah,
He
on the
created
first
Adam.
day, Yahweh created this. On the second day, you can't go against Yahweh. Why
Watch
going
this.
against His word? See what I mean?
So according to
Yahweh
your
is
narrative,
king.
the Bible was the earth was created in 7 days or 7,000 years. Which one?
7,000.
7,000 years. So He created the world in 7,000 years.
No, and 6,000 He rested. That's what the scriptures say. Right?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't say that.
It doesn't say Yahweh rested on the 7th day.
No, it doesn't say that He created the world in 6,000 years.
Wait, hold on real quick.
One day then.
Hold on real quick, brother.
Every day to Yahweh is one. That's the scripture say, right?
House of David. Let's read this scripture and let's try to apply it logically, right? What you're saying.
I thought you guys were the Yahweh, bro.
Second Peter's 3 verse 8. But you must
No,
not
that's
forget
the
this
eight.
one thing.
I don't go with that.
Let me fucking read it, bro. I'm trying to be patient with you. Let me read the scripture that you reference. You always reference this.
I didn't reference that one.
You said a day is like 1,000 years to the Lord, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, then. What does the rest of the scripture say? And 1,000 years is like a day. Why you don't never apply the next one? The next part of the damn sentence. Why? Why don't you say the rest of it? Because if you read the rest of it, what you're saying doesn't make any damn sense.
I read the Psalms 9 and 4. I don't read the fake Vatican fake New Testament.
All right, so give me the scripture in Psalms. It's gonna say the same shit.
Psalms 9 and 4.
Yeah.
Psalms 94. It's gonna say the same exact thing. Because where do you think the New Testament writers are getting it from?
Oh no, it's
Psalm
Psalms
94,
9. Psalms 9 and 4.
Oh my bad. Psalms 94.
It's 90.
It's not Psalms 9 and 4.
90 and 4.
90 and 4. For you 1,000 years are passing as a passing day. How does that help you? As brief as a few hours.
Like 1,000 years is like a day, bro. Yeah. That's what it says, bro. And then where it says on the third day you will revive on you know, then it's in the scriptures too.
That has nothing to do with fucking creation.
Huh?
That has nothing to do with
You probably read the next verse. Yeshua.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I go with the book of Yahweh. I don't know who you get your information from. Man. Yahweh says trust Yahweh, don't trust man. You want me to get that scripture too?
Yeah, but you get all your stuff. What is this? What, Jeremiah 17 verse 4?
Basically,
what are you talking about? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Mari. So a day is a few hours now. These are fucking metaphors, and you like, what are you doing, man?
No, that's what Yahweh says.
Well, you gotta understand this is used as a metaphor, bro.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. What is a psalm?
Huh?
What is a psalm?
The what?
What is a
What is
psalm?
a song? A samar.
Yes. What?
Keep things with music. Yeah.
Okay. This is poetry, right?
It's music. This is true music, right? We dedicate it to Yahweh, right? I know there's metaphors. I know, like when Yahweh says Yahweh's like a sun, meaning he's our shine, our protection, our light, and stuff like that. I understand that part. You know what I'm saying? But that's what it says, bro. So a day. So a day. How many? According to you guys, how much is a day, bro? Then the time. Let me see. How much is it? And then we'll do the math.
I'm lost. What are you asking again? Rephrase the
With
question.
that period between the Yahweh created things that day, according to you guys, how long is that period? And then you can just do the math from all your calculations that you guys do regarding.
The Bible does not record all the years. Hold on. The Bible does not record all the years of mankind on earth. It doesn't do that. It doesn't record all the years of earth. It does not do that. It does not tell you after this period of time, 200,000 years elapsed. It does not. It's not written like that, bro. It's not.
But if they find artifacts prior to the modern day civilization, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, ain't that from the old world?
What?
Like if they find artifacts or something and they say that it's dated back to some years, thousands, whatever it's saying. But since you look at the scripture, it says people come from Ham, Shem, and Japheth. So that means it's prior
But that
things
was
that they
after
found.
the flood, bro. That was after the flood.
Watch this, bro. Watch this. So here's a commentary on Bible Hub for verse 4. We just read, for 1,000 years in our sight are but as yesterday. Time has no relation to God. That's all it means. It's idiomatic speech. It's idiomatic speech. What is idiomatic speech, brother? That's why it's in a psalm. It's poetry.
That's according to him. The commentary.
And what is your
man, right?
come from? What does your interpretation come from? It's not in the Bible. It's you. It's coming
No,
from
that's
you.
what the scriptures say. A day is like 1,000 years, like 4 hours in the night, bro.
For 1,000 years in our sight are but as
That's what the scriptures say, bro. So what are you talking about? That's what the scriptures say, literally, bro. And then so if you do the calculations, all right, 1,000, you know what I'm saying? And then right, and then
you're
taking, if you're saying more is prior. I'm not sure.
You're
It's
taking the idiom and trying to make
the civilization prior to the flood. How long was that? How was it? How long was that one?
If we take what you say seriously, the Bible has been thoroughly debunked. Thoroughly. Because if you're trying to say the earth is 6,000 or 7,000 years and the flood.
No, I didn't say that. I said for like more than that, bro. I said more than that.
How old is the earth?
Last time I was trying to do that, it was kind of hard. I was trying to get all the ages and do the math, like try to do it in a calculator, and it came out to like 13 something thousand, 14 around there, bro. Like for the generations, yeah.
The Bible has been thoroughly debunked. They're thoroughly debunked.
Who debunked it? Who debunked it? Nobody can debunk the scriptures.
Because there are humans that are older than 14,000 years ago. There are animals that are older than 14,000 years ago. You do realize that, right?
I don't know, bro. I wasn't alive 14,000 years ago.
You don't have to be. We have instruments and mechanisms to deduce these ages.
And they're accurate.
They're more accurate than you just saying whatever the hell you want to say.
They're more accurate than the book of Yahweh? I can see no more accuracy in the book of Yahweh.
Let me put it like this. They're more accurate than your interpretation, which is fallible of Yahweh, or the book of Yahweh. Whatever you're trying to say.
So you're going with man. All right. That's what I'm saying.
But you're literally coming up with your own interpretation. So
no, I'm going where Yahweh says. You're going with man says.
No,
like what man says
you're
regarding that.
You're not going with what the book says, because the book it's a psalm. It's idiomatic.
So there's no truth in the scriptures, and the Psalms.
Boy, you give a nigga an inch. Listen, brother. I'm not arguing whether there's not truth contained in the text. What I'm telling you is the way you are interpreting the text is wrong, and it can be it's demonstrably false because we can show that there are animals that are older, land masses that are older, continents that are older, languages that are older than the date you give for your biblical origin. It's way older.
So, according to you, how is the world? According to your man and everything, your research that you found, how is it?
It's not my research.
No, but how much is it? How old is it? So I can let me see.
I'll give
How is
I'll give you a date right here. The oldest Y chromosome we have was dated to 42,000 years ago. That's like 4 times the age you gave for the Earth.
42?
45,000.
45.
Mm-hmm. So how the hell men?
I said 14.
Men existing before the Earth was ever created. Think about what y'all be saying, man. Think about it.
So they're off by like 30 some years.
Okay, the waters. Hey, yo, Yeshub, can you pull up the extinct unicorn rhino? So you understand, like, even in
I'm
your
just saying where you get this from
hold
the
on,
scripture.
listen, listen, the waters. You understand, like, it makes references to certain animals, right? Certain animals that are extinct now, like it says unicorn in the scriptures, right? And
That's
this is
an
where a lot of
ox,
people
bro.
say, no, it's actually a rhino that's
Let me
extinct.
go.
It had one horn. You understand this, right? It's a rhino that was extinct that has this one horn. So when you look at what it is and how old it was, it says what? 39,000 years ago. How would people have put this in the scriptures if certain like if they didn't have tales of these things or mythology of these things being passed down? This is your unicorn in the scriptures.
A rhino? There's rhinos with a horn, no? Right
Yeah,
now?
but this particular rhino is extinct though. 39,000 years ago.
What do you get that's that? How do you get it from the scripture that's that one, though?
Well,
What's
how
that?
can this is what we're saying? The earth is
Yeah.
older than what you're saying it is because those animals existed. And this animal existed what? 39,000 years ago. And Yeshua gave you a timeline of the oldest human existence that we have. So we're just trying to show you, the water, that the earth is a little bit older than what you're saying or what you think it is.
So that animal was alive during when Shem was here and stuff like that during those times.
Probably was when probably like
Or was
in
it pre-flood?
Noah's
Or
time.
pre-flood? Pre-flood?
Yeah, it's probably pre-flood.
So that's what I'm saying, bro. According to you guys, like I know Yahweh made the 7 days, and then the other civilization prior to the flood. How long was that civilization? That's what I'm trying to say, you know. And then we could go to calculate everything if you guys want to do the math. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, all right. Let's go back to this because we kind of veering off, brother. Let's go back to this article here. Let's go all the way around the world. This article here. I want to show you this map about where these Native Americans come from, right? That's what we were talking about, right? Let me see if I can find the article again. We kind of got off the path right here. Here it is. So you see what this says here: the Asian origin of Native Americans is well established, and several migration models and entry scenarios have been proposed, mostly by analyzing uniparental markers to account for the variation observed in modern Native Americans. In the last year, genome studies on modern and ancient samples have confirmed the Asian origin of Native Americans. Don't talk about nothing about them come from Mesopotamia. Doesn't say they come from the Levant. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. They come from East Asians. When you go down, Hold
So
on, hold on,
no no
hold
no no
on.
no 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 no
It's
no
Petty,
no
it's
no
Petty,
no.
it's Petty, it's Petty. Hold on, man.
And then tell me why, from what people, all right?
Look, here, they give you
After
a
you
nice
tell me that.
Siberian, ancient Siberian people. Look, it says right here, less than 16,000 years ago, an internal route. You see that M3? That's the ancestral group of Native Americans. And this is when they start to come into the Americas and populate the Americas. A nice little map for you to follow.
Yeah, we
They're
probably
the-
did
they're
mention
the-
people in Asia.
Well, hold on, DeWaters,
We
because
did.
I think this is hold on real quick, because I think this is your confusion. What we saying, brother, is we're not saying that these people were the only people here. We know that there was other people here. They probably had different
Who were those people though? Who were those people that you
but
said?
we're talking about these particular people of what you would say is the
Who are
mainstream.
they? Where they come from?
We're telling you right now. Let me
From Asia, you say from Asia, all right? But where did Noah's Ark
brother,
landed
wait.
at?
The
Where
waters,
did
the
Noah's
waters.
Ark landed
Okay,
at?
the waters. Wait, so like we're basically trying to show you that even though they're a collective group called Native Americans, right? They all like there'll be black people, whatever, and they all under this one umbrella. They're not a monolith of people. These people would have gathered together and became what you would call the Native Americans. So this is why Yeshua was giving out percentages of these different of these haplogroups within the, I guess you would say, the Native American people. So he was saying, majority of these people are this haplogroup. So you
Okay.
can't say that all of them are quote unquote
And who are
Israelites.
those people?
That's what he's trying to. That's what he's trying to
Who
break
are those
down to you.
people? Who are those people? Because according to the scriptures, the Noah
I
comes
already
from.
told you.
They,
Ancient Siberian. Ancient Siberian.
no. Look, bro. Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Who they come from?
Japheth.
Japheth?
Yes, Japheth.
Bro, according Asia's Shemitic land, bro, to this side. All right? On this side, bro. All right. So no, hold on. Who I'm saying the Shemitic people that came through here. Yes, we had children with people in Asia. So what? We like women. That's how we multiply. We bring people. That's how you become a population, right? You get women, right?
Hold
You have
on really
children
quick.
with them.
Wait, hold on. So you mentioned Shemitic. You said that that they're Shemitic people. The reason why Native Americans, it's kind of difficult for us to believe that Native Americans are descendants of Shem is because one, like you said, they are Shemitic people. Native Americans don't speak Semitic languages. They're not related or closely, hold on. They're not related or closely linked to Afro-Asiatic populations.
Yes. Now what? Hold on. No. You just lied right now.
Hold on, bro. I'll let you speak. Let me speak.
All right, go.
Most Afro-Asiatic peoples are in the Middle East, or they're in North Africa, in East Africa, and West Africa. They're not really populated in the Americas. Like this is historically known. Plus, when it comes to Afro-Asiatic populations, most of them carry E markers, not Q markers. You can look at maps. You can look at the map of the distribution of Afro-Asiatic peoples, and you can look at the map of the distribution of haplogroup E, and you see that they overlap perfectly. This is why it's kind of impossible for Native Americans to be Afro-Asiatic. Plus, their language family is not related to Afro-Asiatic peoples. Their language family is essentially a branch of Siberian languages that went into the Americas.
Okay, first of all, the Shemitic people were not Afro-Asiatic. They were Asiatics. All right? They're not Afro-Asiatics. Those are Hamitic and Shemitic mixed together. What you call the DNA from the Levant, right? Abraham comes from, not from Summer. They come from the Euphrates and the Tigris. Second, Noah.
Which Native Americans don't come from. Native Americans.
No, hold on. So second, the language, the Nahua language, the Nahua language has similarities with Shemitic, Egyptian, and Hebrew language.
House of David, you have to admit that Native Americans do not come from the Mesopotamia region. You have to
No,
admit that.
all
You
Ham,
have
Shem,
no
and
proof of
Japheth,
that.
bro. During the
Listen,
Tower of Babel,
listen, bro.
they're sons of
Look
Yoktan,
at the
bro.
map.
They're
Let's go
Yoktan
back to the map.
descendants. The first inhabitants of this continent are from Yoktan that migrated through the
That's not
east.
true, brother.
Those were the first ones. Then through the house of
Actually,
Joseph. All right.
actually, when you look at the
We're
genetic
not
makeup,
Afro-Asiatics.
they're
We did
saying
not
that
mix
David
with the
population.
Canaanites like with the Hamitic. Or probably we did have with children with people from there. Everybody mixed with each other. But were you talking about?
So,
I don't think
Talking
what I'm
about
trying to say,
Afro-Asiatics.
people already
what I'm
mixed,
trying to say,
bro.
what
You
I'm
have to
trying to
go
say
to
is,
Abraham, bro. You have to go Abraham. That's what
okay,
I'm
still
saying, bro.
talking,
To the Hebrew
but
and then Yoktan, bro. I have to study the lineage.
None of
Look,
that.
That's
all
what I'm
right,
saying.
What you
the
said
water.
but brother,
empirical
what I'm
evidence.
trying to say to you is something real simple, bro. I posted the article in the back. It's only two migrate. Well, it ain't just two, but they positive more than two migrations to the Americas. But that's according to David Wright, Harvard Genetics. But there's only two groups as of right now that they attribute to the founding of the Americas. One is the Siberians, the people that come from Siberia.
Shem,
Two, the people from
Shem,
Oceania. Those are only two
Shemitic,
populations.
bro. Say it
Neither
right,
one of
bro.
those people speak Afro-Asiatic language. As a matter of fact, the brothers from Siberia, they speak Athabascan language. They speak. Then you have other people that speak a Muskogean language. Then you have a Siouan language. Then you
All
have
language is
Iroquoian
related,
language.
bro.
Those are the four language groups that populate the Americas as far as Native Americans. But then the genetic makeup, you have the people from Oceania who proliferate to the Pacific Coast region of the Americas. So
Yeah, that way you
you,
come at your time.
the stuff that you're saying, brother, it just it actually has
No,
no
no. You make
it has
several
no
errors
weight. It
when you're
holds no
talking
weight. We know the language group that these people speak, and they speak and they spoke, and it was not Hebrew. We know the language of the people from Oceania. We know what they speak, and it's not Hebrew. We know this, like we know their language group. We know their language family. You know what I'm saying? We know how it's connected
all
linguistically.
language is
Everything.
connected,
We
bro.
even know the boats that the Oceanians used to come all, or the
The
double
how
hull
will you
canoe that they
feed a
used to
mob
get over
people?
here. You see what I'm saying? So like the stuff that you're saying, you gotta like I understand that you believe in the scriptures. We all on the stage believe in the scriptures. But we understand how to correlate science, genetics, material culture, archaeology. We know how to correlate that
No,
and create a scientific
you just
model
saying
that we can
Shem,
present to
bro.
a university. What you just saying is just belief. And it's
No,
cool
I'm
that you
not,
believe
bro.
that,
No,
but
I'm
you can't
not.
substantiate it and back it up.
Wasn't the earth divided when Joktan's time?
Yeah, okay, but the water. This is
No,
what
no,
we're
no,
saying.
no, no. Hold on. And then you guys
Uh,
put DNA from Asia. What is it? That doesn't prove anything. Does that prove nothing?
okay, but
That's all you. There are Asiatic
what you
people that went over there and migrated over here. Yes,
waters,
that doesn't
brother,
prove
the
nothing,
waters,
bro. Does
the
not prove
waters,
they're Japan. Does not
the
prove
waters,
nothing.
the waters. Listen, brother. When we were breaking this down to you earlier, we told you that the E haplogroup is the proto-Shemitic
No,
speakers.
it's not, bro.
According to scientists, according to
Where does
geneticists
Abraham come from, though?
from Levantine
No, bro. There's already the Canaanites
population.
already mixed with the Shemitic people and the what they call the
Okay,
Levant, bro.
okay. So then,
There's
who is
already
the
people
first?
right there,
Okay,
bro.
the waters, the waters. Who is the
Ain't it?
first?
Where they? That's what they go to with
Wait,
the idols,
the
bro.
waters, the waters. Who was the first people that they recorded in history to be the people who spread the Shemitic language? Who is that? Which haplogroup?
What they call the
It is
Phoenician.
E. It is E, brother.
The
That's what we were
Phoenician.
trying to show you. Yeshua did read it to you, but he pulled it up on the screen,
But where does
and it's
Abraham come from, bro? And according
it
to your
comes
DNA
from the
chart,
Levant,
the
brother.
R
Okay,
haplogroup comes from
Abraham,
okay,
where
you
Abraham
talking about
comes from.
Abraham? Okay, wait, hold on. What was
Yeah,
Abraham's? What was Abraham's lot? It was from the Tigris and Euphrates to what?
in the middle. That's
I
it.
know, but his border stopped where? Where does the other border stop? Tigris and Euphrates to where?
What where he was born at? Aram?
No. What I'm asking you is yes, the Tigris and Euphrates is the first border. That means that's where it stops, right? But the other border, where's that border at? What river is the other border?
You talking about the Nile?
Yes. Where is the
Yeah.
Nile River, brother?
Well, that was prior to Yahweh said.
That
Yahweh
that
said,
that wasn't
you're gonna go into
that
this
wasn't
land, and you're gonna go to this land, and I'm gonna make you a great nation. That's what Yahweh said, right?
so what empire technically ruled that territory?
During that time, there were Shemitic Egyptians reading right there. They're a mixture of people.
Okay,
But
so if
read
they were the
Egypt, bro.
people, okay, look, the waters. If they were the people in control of this, don't you think it would have been a multifaceted kind of place? Like it wouldn't have been all homogenous. That's what we're trying to like get you to see. Like it's not
And
homogenous. It was not.
they told Isaac go get a daughter from not from the Canaanites, get it from your family, and then went back to the
Okay,
Euphrates,
so
right?
when we're looking
Right,
at the
right, right.
genetic, yes,
So that's
I'm
where
not
Israelites come
disagreeing
from.
with you. Listen. When we're looking at the genetics of these people who dominated the region, they were E markers. That's what we're trying to like get you to see
Yeah,
is
they
that
were also African.
nine times out of 10, if he says go get a wife from your father's house, she would have been an E marker because E is the progenitor of the Shemitic speakers. The
Today, who has the
proto
most Halib groups right now? Where at? In Africa, right?
no,
Exactly. Yes, bro. It's in
no.
Africa. Yes, it
Hold
is.
on. Let me jump in really
Yeah, it
quick.
is,
So
bro.
most Afro-Asiatic people, hold on. Most Afro-Asiatic people carry haplogroup B. First, let me show you the distribution of Afro-Asiatics.
What's
So
Afro-Asiatic?
here's the distribution of Afro-Asiatic
Esau
people.
mixed with the
You see
Canaanites
all
as
that?
well.
You see all that green? All that
Yeah.
green is from the Middle East, all the way in North Africa. You have Semitic people in the Middle East and North Africa, and look at all that green. All that green is Semitic speakers. Now, let's shift over to haplogroup E. If we look at a distribution,
haplogroup
if
R.
we look at a distribution of
Go
haplogroup
to
E,
haplogroup R.
it fits perfectly with haplogroup E, Afroasiatic. The distribution of haplogroup E and the distribution of Afroasiatic overlap beautifully. This is part of the reason why we say that the Semitic people,
Does
that
not cover
Abraham, Isaac,
Abraham
and
where
Jacob,
Abraham
would have been
come from.
Edom.
Does not cover where Abraham come from.
It
Abraham
does.
it does not cover that. It does
You know,
not cover it.
I can read you sources that
Does it not
literally.
cover where Abraham come from?
Yes, it
Your
does. Yes,
map
it does.
does
You
not
said,
cover that.
hey, Dewada, listen. You
No,
said
it
he was.
doesn't, bro. You're
You read
lying.
Deuteronomy 26. You read Deuteronomy 26, verse 5, and you can see right up there.
I said, yeah, bro. Go more up, bro.
Brother, you said he was a wandering Aramean. And that's how this conversation started. And Syria is covered in green right there. Does not.
But they're
It's
more
not.
up. It's more up during by Turkey.
Bro,
it's over there. Like
okay.
towards more north, up
Aramean.
Syria, a little bit more up.
The
That's what it
rivers
is,
that
bro.
they're talking about
You're not
run through.
Huh? It is true.
The rivers that you're talking about run through Syria.
North Africa, the Canaanites went there. Esau mixed. Sit your ass down. Sit your ass down. Esau mixed with the Canaanites and went to North. Sit your ass down. Sit your ass down.
All right, now it's time to read some sources. Let's
the art. Bring the art, bro. Bring the art. Where is the art?
Hold on. Let's
Bring the
read
art. It
sources
covers
here.
where Abraham's at on your own sources.
I think it's time to whip out a couple of books here. So let me.
This man said that he was a wandering Aramean. That's Syria.
Yes.
That's Levant.
No, go to the Euphrates, between the Tigris and the Euphrates. That's not between the Tigris and the Euphrates.
There is no river called Euphrates. Okay.
Yeah, there is, bro. What the?
Euphrates. He didn't say Euphrates. He was mispronouncing the word.
What does that mean? It's a Shemitic geographic language. It means to know.
All right.
Are
Let's
done
read
being
from
the
this
town,
book.
bro?
Let's read from this book. In Hot Pursuit of Language in Prehistory.
Still don't bring the map up, bro.
Let's see what we'll get to maps here in a second, but let's just read a few sources. Let's just break this down slowly, bro. Let's break it down.
We're
slowly.
not African.
So, according to the book In Hot Pursuit of Language in Prehistory, it reads, this paper makes an additional inference, since there is archaeological and physical anthropological reason to believe that the Natufians were related to modern Semitic-speaking peoples of the Levant. So what haplogroup did the Natufians have? Because it seems like, according to experts, they are the antecedents to Semitic peoples. What's their haplogroup? Well, the haplogroup of the Natufians is actually haplogroup E. Let's read from this source right
What's
here.
Abraham's haplogroup?
The role of the Levant and the Neolithic, which is when the Natufians lived, the Neolithic dispersal of E3, B1-M35 sublineages is supported by the data. And there's various other sources that say the same thing. This finding contrasts with both earlier Neolithic and Epipaleolithic Levantine populations, which were dominated by haplogroup E. Now, that's dealing with Neolithic populations, which would have been the ancestors of Semitic peoples, the Natufians. But let's get with that. Let's read an actual source. Well, actually, let's read one more source dealing with the Natufians.
How about you read the
scenario?
Guerrilla?
Would also explain such a scenario will also explain the presence of Y chromosome haplogroup E in the Natufians and Levantine farmers, a common link between the Levant and Africa. And we read earlier that Natufians are the ancestors of Semitic peoples, but let's actually read something that says,
I'm about to end this man's whole career.
Let's actually read something that says the Proto-Semitic people would have carried haplogroup E. So let's read a few sources, not just one. So,
and then bring the map out.
EUpedia haplogroup E1B1B, it reads, E-M34 is the main Middle Eastern variety of E1B1B and is thought to have arrived with Proto-Semitic people in the late Copper to early Iron Age.
Keep it real with your dog no matter what. Same bitch decline, she love you, she'll set you up. Out here in these streets, it ain't no such thing as love.
But we're not done. We're not done. Let's read a little bit more. This is from Peter Solomon Kavos Kavix, excuse me. As you can see, his credentials right here. He was he went to the University of Jerusalem and et cetera, et cetera. You can see him right here. What does he say concerning haplogroup E? He says, in this group, many of us conclude that haplogroup E is one of the major founding haplogroups of Semitic people, and that haplogroup E people were the ones who brought Proto-Semitic language out of the Afro-Asiatic homeland in Northeast Africa into the Levant and Mesopotamia.
Okay. All right. I'm putting cases on all you bitches.
Yeah, you're still talking about Afro-Asiatics.
I got his last name wrong.
Talking about Afro-Asiatics, bro. You're talking about Asiatics. Talking about Afro-Asiatics already mixed.
All right, so let's read a few more sources, though. Let's read a few more sources.
How about you pull up a map?
I got some more. Let's shift over here and deal with. Let's deal with
Abraham. Deal with Abraham.
Abraham. You want me to read some sources of Abraham? Okay.
Yes.
I'll pull that up. No worries, bro. No.
You're gonna put your summer with the fake so-called scholars students.
All right.
Scholars are just students, bro.
Let's read this.
Yeah, how is a teacher?
You want to read some?
Little motherfucker gonna try to rob me. Well, I'm gonna show you how we do it up here in Pinkies, nigga. I wasn't trying to rob. Shut up! Before I bust a cap up in your ass. Now what you done with Day Day?
Yeah, how was a king, bro?
Day Day is
Can't
my
do
shut
nothing.
up.
That's right.
Now who sent you, nigga?
Yeah, how was?
Say another motherfucking word, and this shit is over. And I ain't playing.
It's just beginning. It's just beginning.
Nah. You ain't got no gun. But where the weed at?
You have to change your whole system now.
Shut the fuck up. Say again. Say something else. Oh. Say something else. Say something else, nigga. Say something else, nigga.
Still ain't gonna do nothing.
I'm gonna tie your monkey ass up.
Still didn't do nothing.
All right.
But
So
tie
let's
your
do this.
monkey ass up. You keep talking, man. But tie your monkey ass up.
All right,
Say
let's
another goddamn word.
let's read this source. I have one for Abraham, don't worry. But first I want to read this. Reasons why haplogroup E is a better candidate. So let's deal
Give
with
me more Afro-Asiatics,
wait,
bro.
let me ask you this question. Did Abraham come from Mesopotamia? Yes or no?
Aram, Mesopotamia. Aram, northern Mesopotamia.
I got you. Let's read some sources on that. Okay. You said
we already went
got it. So according to haplogroups.org, titled Haplogroup J is definitely not Semitic in origin. It says, according to the theory, Afro-Asiatic languages spread to Asia via E1b haplogroup, not J1. It is historically known that a ruling elite class of Afro-Asiatic people, Akkadians, Assyrians, etc., also invaded the north of Mesopotamia, which you just said, and brought their Afro-Asiatic languages to the central and northern parts of Mesopotamia during the period of Akkadians and Babylonians, which are Semitic people, by the way. Elite dominance model of E1B1 might be supposed for Akkadians, Assyrians, and Babylonians. In this sense, it might be theorized that Sumerian was the main language of ancient Mesopotamians before Afro-Asiatic E1B overwhelmed Mesopotamia. Elite dominance model. Let's keep reading. According to how Eurasia was born, this paper says the most plausible candidates for Semitic remigration to the Fertile Crescent, which is Mesopotamia, with TMRCAs. TMRCA stands for the most common recent ancestor, fitting the arrival of Akkadians and other early Semitic peoples, are certain subclades of both E-V22 and E-V12. With relatively early TMRCAs present in the Middle East could be candidates for such remigrations, such as E-FGC14382 and E-V3262. Now,
can I kill your source right
now?
Wait,
hold on. I'm not done.
Can I kill your source already?
Let me keep cooking. So, with that being said, why is this?
Hold on, David. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. How hard is that? It's hard for you to shut the fuck up because you're getting killed right now. I understand.
No.
Asshole, you gotta cry. Shut the fuck up. I'm not asking you. I've been nice. I've been patient. You won't shut the fuck up. Bitch, who raised you?
Bitch, who raised you?
So why is this significant? We see that according to the last few papers that we just read, that E markers are all throughout the Levant and the Middle East, and they're there in ancient times. This is a map. These are two different maps, basically illustrating E markers going the exact same route as Semitic people would have gone. We see them starting off in the Levant, and they're making their way into Mesopotamia. You see these E markers? The oldest ones are like from 17,000 years ago, and then the youngest ones that make it to Mesopotamia is 4,600 YBP, which is years before present. That's around the time of the Bronze Age. And you see over here all the different E samples that we find. This fits perfectly with Semitic people going into Mesopotamia, which is what we read earlier. Now,
hold on real quick. Do you see haplogroup QM3 there?
I do not. I don't see it.
So you don't see the Native American signal there? Because he was saying Native Americans come from there.
Native Americans come from the Middle East?
Yeah, the Euphrates. How you said the Euphrates?
I don't know about the Euphrates, but I do know about the Euphrates.
And they came up with a whole new goddamn river, Euphrates, man. They come
Is that
from
where fairies live or something? I don't know. Well, anyway. Anyways.
What about M1107? Wait, does M1107 come from that region?
Yeah,
M1107. M10107.
Is that a Q marker?
Yeah, I believe so.
I don't know if I can say that. I don't see it in any of the papers, so I have an issue with like saying that Q was in these places. Now I can give them this. There is a Q marker, and I know people are probably going to not want me to tell him this, but there is a Q marker in like, for instance, was it antiquity? But the issue with the Q marker being in antiquity, the one we found is because that's pre-Israelite, that's pre-ancient Israel, and two, it's a specific Q marker that Native Americans don't have. So that's another issue when it comes to all this like Native American stuff.
Called a back migration.
But let me get there. There's actually a source I have on. Actually, you know what? I'll read this source. This is a good source because he seems to have an issue with like Afro-Asiatic in Africa. And
hold on, real quick before you do that, Ibri.
Yeah,
can we break down when Q entered the Levant from IG?
Antiquity, which is like 2,000 years ago, but it was only one.
Whoa.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know you're hyper focused on this joint, but let's just go real slow, right quick. So, what's the implication of that in terms of the migration with Q Native Americans? The implication is that Native Americans with Q were in America before people in Q were in the Levant. It's they didn't come from the Levant; they migrated to the Levant, bro.
Right, likely with certain peoples like Turks and stuff, because we know historically Turks and Scythians, but probably Turks did go into the Levant, but that was like during the medieval ages and stuff.
Yeah. So last point, I'm gonna let you rock. So not only did they come to they migrate to the Levant, not from the Levant. They came to the Levant literally after Native Americans had came down from Lake Athabasca, whatnot. People with my mitochondrial DNA, etc., came down the west coast of the Americas, etc. Like after all that, bro. Like we're talking way after all that.
Yeah, that was like 20,000 years ago.
And if you want to argue like, oh no, the 20,000 years too long, cool. Let's take the time off the clock. Let's say your 14,000 years is it, right? I'll give you your timeline, right? No matter what timeline you put it on, the archaeology says that the chronology is that it's a migration backwards into the Levant and not from the Levant. Period, fam.
Right.
After whatever chronology you want to put on, after Native Americans made it to the Americas, fam.
Yeah, that's 100%.
So it's not a Tower of Babel migration. This whole Book of Mormon, Jaredite's doctrine you pushing, fam, it's not what it is, fam. You got it, Ibri. My fault. My fault.
No, it's all good, bro. It's good to slow things down. So let me see, where should I begin? I actually, he seems to have an issue with Africa and Afro-Asiatic, so I just want to read this source really quick. So this is from a book. Some of y'all may have read this in college. Guns, Germs, and Steel by Jared Diamond. And it's actually a pretty good book, but we're going to focus on the part dealing with Semitic and Afro-Asiatic. So it says, Greenberg determined that Semitic languages really form only one of 6 or more branches of a much larger language family, Afro-Asiatic. Even the Semitic subfamily itself is mainly African, 12 of its 19 surviving languages being confined to Ethiopia. This suggests that Afro-Asiatic languages arose in Africa and that only one branch of them spread to the Near East. Hence, it may have been Africa that gave birth to the languages spoken by the authors of the Old and New Testaments and the Quran, the moral pillars of Western civilization. Interesting. So what does Christopher Ehret have to say, who is a well-known historian and linguist? And this is from a conversation with Christopher Ehret at UCLA. So I'm just going to read this quick, sentence that Christopher Ehret says concerning the origins of Semitic people. He says, after all, the early Semites were just a few Africans arriving to find a lot of other people already in the area, i.e. the Middle East. So there are definitely people, scholars that can and do propose that early Semites were Africans. It's not an impossible thing. You can find scholars that say this. Now, with that being said, there is a Levantine origin of Semitic peoples. Let's deal with that really quick. This is from the paper, which I recommend everybody reads, the Bayesian phylogenetic analysis of Semitic languages identifies an early Bronze Age origin of Semitic in the Near East. So why is this important? Let's read it and see. So I'm going to read what's in yellow, which is because it's the most relevant portion. So it says, we estimate Semitic had an early Bronze Age origin, approximately 5,750 YBP, years before present, in the Levant, followed by an expansion of Akkadian
into Mesopotamia. And that kind of fits with what we said earlier, or what we read earlier about Akkadians and early Semitic peoples migrating into Mesopotamia, and with this source as well. But let's go back to here. So Semites had their genesis in the Levant. And we also read earlier that Natufians are the ancestors of Semites. Why am I saying all this? In our model, we were proposed that after the flood, Shem would have settled in the Levant. The Levant was originally the homeland of Shem before the Canaanites came. A lot of people say, oh, the Canaanites were in the land of Shem. That's why E can't be in the Levant. Those are the Canaanites. No way E can be Semites. They have to be the Canaanites because Canaan was in the land. No, we would propose that after the flood, like I'm just repeating this again, Shem went to the Levant first and settled there, and Semites expanded from the Levant. But what had happened was that Canaanites came into the Levant and stole the land of Shem. And this is why Abraham is chosen to go to the Levant and take the promised land, because this was like former Semitic territory. And there's different ways we can determine this. But first, I want to actually read some sources on this, because this is actually a known tradition. So let's actually read some of this really quick. Let's go right here. This is from UC Press eBooks collections, University of California, and is dealing with the conception of the conquest of the land during the second temple period. So it says right here, zoom in a little bit so y'all can see. According to the book of Jubilees, chapter 8, Shem, the son of Noah, inherited the entire idle land of Israel. So Shem inherited the land of Israel from the Euphrates to the Red Sea. It says later the Canaanites took the land by force and were therefore cursed. Jubilees chapter 8, verse 29 through 34. And so it goes on to say the claim that the land of Canaan had actually been a part of Shem's inheritance that was then stolen by the Canaanites also appears in rabbinic sources. We read, for example, in the Midrash Agadah on Genesis chapter 12, verse 6, the Canaanites were then in the land for the land of Israel was cast in the lot of Shem, as it is written, and Melchizedek, the king of Salem. And Melchizedek is one example of Semitic peoples being in the land of Shem before Abraham, because when Abraham goes into the land, Melchizedek is already there, and Melchizedek is ruling over a kingdom called Jerusalem or Salem, and Salem and Jerusalem are Semitic words that existed before Abraham was born. And Melchizedek also had Semitic customs and cultures when you read the scriptures. That kind of indicates that there was already Semitic people in the land before Abraham got there. But there's more sources that indicate that the land of Shem was stolen. This is titled Canaan Stole Shem's Promised Land. Shem was blessed and given the inheritance, but the Canaanites and the Hamites continued to try to take over his inheritance. Shem's descendants moved away to avoid the conflict, leaving Shem mostly on his own, but still the king of Salem. Shem's inheritance, the land promised to him, is taken by the Canaanites and becomes known as the land of Canaan. The land of Canaan is really Shem's rightful inheritance, stolen by Canaan and his family. Abraham is called back to this land by God to retrieve it for God's chosen people. The promised land was controlled by the Canaanites because they had usurped it from Shem's family. Abraham reasserted his familial claim and was so made the family's new head. And we can read tons of other sources about this, but basically what I'm trying to
I think what happens, I get what you're saying. I think what happens is we always want to defend. Nah, motherfucker, we playing offense. Back on this American shit, nigga. Back to this American shit. We know who the Proto-Semitics was, Afro-Asiatics. They were E. Look, the Levant encompasses Syria. Those people were originally E until the Bronze Age, when you start introducing trans-Caucasian people. This is easy shit. This is easy shit, right? Watch this real quick. Let me go back to my stream.
Yeah,
and
let's
then
go back to Native Americans.
I'm gonna go to bed after this, man. And you got the wheel. You do it as you please after this. Well, look at this. What does it say here? Hold on, let me go back to the chart. He needs pictures. You know what I'm saying? We can read to him on. I've been reading to him a lot of that stuff. I had already brought to his attention, before you got on. And this guy, being the dilettante he is, he's at the same location. He's at the same knowledge level as he was when he first got here. So as you guys brought up earlier, back migration into the Americas, but you also see one coming from here, M25, right? That is actually going towards Southwest Asia, but this is a back migration within the last 5,000 years.
Say that one more time, please, fam. I don't think they get it.
You have native indigenous related populations back migrating through Asia into Southwest Asia. And as you go to the chart of the Y chromosome DNA breakdown up here, let me get to it. It shows you that clearly. So these are people that back migrated. But the nucleus of the Native Americans, they still maintain their ancestry here in the Americas, long before there was Israelites. When Abraham was walking the earth, Native Americans were walking North and South and Central America. Having children, trading in wares, planting food, practicing agro-pastoralism. You understand? The Aztecs, the Incas, so on and so forth. After Abraham and before Abraham, the antecedents to those empires were in America. So what do they got to do with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob? What do they have to do with that? What do they have to do with Middle Eastern history, period? What do they have? Native Americans have nothing to do with the Levantine history. Nothing at all. When we're talking about Jericho, we're talking about PPNB cultures. That has nothing to do with Native Americans. Ancient Native Americans were in North and South America during that time. Okay, the Shemites that were in the Levant have nothing to do with Native Americans. And you can't prove it. That's why I was asking you for the article of proof, and you couldn't give us anything.
And the cold part is we're talking about Q1A versus Q1B when you get into it, right? And this is why, so this is the whole Alazar argument when he's trying to go back at Dr. Brown and what I'm like, oh, see, Q was in the line. Like, bro, no, bro. Like, this is whenever you start saying something like that, this is how I know you don't know nothing about the DNA you're talking about, fam. You don't know nothing chronology, you know nothing, because you're literally just sucking on a scholastic shotgun when you say stuff like this, man.
Right. So remember, we saw the back migration of M25, and we saw it going in towards Southwest Asia through L713. What do we see? These clades here, and we know that these are Southwest Asian because they give us a little legend over here. The gray diamond represents Southwest Asian lineages, and that's the lineage that we see there. They have their own distinct line here. Native Americans are more so up here off M1107. You see the Answick? That's an ancestral Native American that was found here. Kennewick man right here on the M3. M3 is a Pan-American haplogroup. These people have nothing to do with the Levantine populations, have nothing to do with the Assyrians, have nothing to do with Abraham. They have nothing to do with the early peoples during that time in the biblical narratives.
Y'all niggas talking about some Attila the Hun ass niggas. Y'all talking about like Mongolian ass niggas going through, like, you know what I'm saying, doing work and whatnot. Like, y'all, oh my God. Y'all got the wrong people in the wrong place at the wrong time, speaking the wrong language with the wrong culture, praying to the wrong God.
Yeah, where were the Anzic people at? Where were the Anzic related people, right? Where were they at? Let's go down here. Look at the time frame. This is between 10 and 15,000 years, what we're looking at. 10 and 15,000 years ago, they were in Mexico. That green circle represents Mexico. That's where they were.
Shout out to my great grandma. You know what I'm saying?
Where were they during the time? Where were they during the time of the Israelites between 5 and 5,000 to present? Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's telling you.
And then to piggyback up what Yeshua was saying, and the only other group that was here outside of those Athabascan speakers, Muskogean speakers, Iroquois and Siouan speakers. The only other group that was here was the Oceanic people. And I posted that article in the back chat.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? By Skull Kong and David Wright. The only other group that was here was them. So there's only two groups of people here. And neither one of them have showed any connection to the Levant, Israel, Middle East, Mesopotamia, you know what I'm saying? The Euphrates, the migrant,
The Euphrates.
the Euphrates, the migrants, you know what I'm saying? And none of the other words that you want to make up. It don't have no connection. You see what I'm saying? So, and that's why I put that scientific article on the back. So when you look at the genetic makeup of the Americas, what David Wright proposes there was multiple migrations to the Americas. We know that the Polynesians came somewhat after around 1,000. They populated from 1,000 BC to 1,000 AD. So we know that they came at a particular period in time. We know that the Oceanic people came. We know that the people from the Bering Strait came. So we know this. And none of those people have a connection linguistically, culturally, or material culturally, oral tradition wise. They have nothing to do to connect them to the Levant. Nothing. When you groups like the Apache, who I got Apache blood. My grandmother told me the whole cosmology about how the boy Apache slayed the dragon, saved his mom and his uncle. You see what I'm saying? They don't and they said they've always been here. You see what I'm saying? They don't even know their own. They don't say that they migrated here. You got groups like the Chumash in California. The Chumash are called the people of the Tumal because they're Pacific Islander based Native American tribe. They're
Facts.
from the Pacific Island.
Yeah.
You know that from the material culture. The boats that they use, they use the double hull canoe. They got certain style fishing hooks. We know the Polynesians came. When we look at the material culture, because they found American yams in the Pacific Islands, and they found Pacific Islander chicken in the Americas. So
Facts.
we know that these people were. So brother, the problem with what you guys are having is that you guys are not looking at the material culture. You're strictly trying to go strictly on scripture. And if you open your mind, young brother, to what we're trying to explain to you, you will see that the material culture, you know what I'm saying? And there's nothing wrong with you being grafted into Israel. We're not tripping on that. We're not one of those groups. But the reality of the situation is that you have got to open up your mind. And once you open up your mind, you will see how science, history, material culture, archaeology, anthropology, all of that in the scripture actually lines up more. And then you'll actually have scientific proof that you can go to and have actual conversations with geneticists, archaeologists, and actually they'll be able to respect your whole premise. But right now, the way you come in, brother, you'll get laughed at the gym. And that's what happened with Guerrilla Hebrew. He got laughed at the gym. And Guerrilla Hebrew was my boy, but he got laughed at the goddamn gym.
Hey, where
That's
the
what it is.
during the time of Abraham, where were the indigenous people located? Where were they at?
They were already in America. They were already in the Americas.
That's what this chart's showing you right here
Hence
between
the word indigenous.
from 5,000 to present, 5,000 years ago to present. They're in Western South America. That's what those dark purple and the light purple is Eastern South America. They're in Mesoamerica. The green circles in Mexico. So they're nowhere near Abraham or the Levant or, as you say, the Euphrates. The
Now, real
Euphrates.
quick, real quick,
You know
y'all.
what the quotas
If I
tell me?
can, real quick, more if I can, just real quick, and it's
Yeah.
like, I'm reading the chat and stuff like that. Y'all keep saying that we don't know the scriptures and all this other stuff. So I got one for you. This is a future prophecy. So let's see where these people are spread to. Can somebody pull up Zephaniah 3?
Hold on, let me see.
Pull up Zephaniah 3 real quick. We're gonna see if these is talking about Native American.
Don't tell me it's in the Euphrates, brother. Don't tell me it's. Don't tell me.
Like, I get it, Dwight. You gotta get off that color doctrine, little brother. You gotta get out the color doctrine. Go down to verse 10.
Hold on, let me get this comment off the screen right quick.
You're not up here teaching color, brother. You got to get off that color doctrine. I understand you think ain't no African Americans and Israelites, but
What verse you need, Doc?
Ain't no
verse 10.
no African Americans come from the Euphrates. That's what he said, I think.
I mean, technically speaking, he would be right about that.
Hey, Ivry, he got the Euphrates doctrine.
What's better, the Euphrates doctrine or the Jerusalem doctrine? Which one's better?
I don't know. The Euphrates doctrine giving the Jerusalem doctrine a run for his money.
I know, right?
This is a future prophecy, right? So all this stuff we brought out in the DNA and all of that, we showing you the migration pattern, where we got scattered to, where we went to, and how we all that. So this is just one of the displacements, right? So it says, "From then I will turn the people to a pure language, that they may call upon the name of Yahweh, and to serve him on one consent. From beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, my suppliants, even the daughter of my dispersed." Like, let's look at this word suppliants. You don't know what it means? It means worshipers. "Even the daughter of my dispersed shall bring me an offering, and in that day thou shalt not be ashamed of all their doings, where thou hast transgressed against me." I mean, how can you transgress against the Most High? You got to break what? The commandments, right? "So I will take away out of the midst of thee them that rejoice in thy pride, and thou shalt no more be haughty on my holy mountain." It's talking about the remnant of Israel, bro. That's like,
No, brother. Did they say Euphrates?
That's exactly what I say.
If it didn't say Euphrates, that ain't divinely inspired, brother.
You know what's interesting about that verse that you read, Zaya, is that a well-known Jewish traveler by the name of Eldad the Danite also said a similar thing. Actually, I guess I could read what Eldad the Danite said, because what you read reminded me of that. I'm gonna pull it up here because earlier I was just talking about Shem being Afro-Asiatic and well, the descendants of Shem being Afro-Asiatic and Semitic. But since we're talking about African Israelites, which I do believe there are Israelite people in the continent of Africa, let me just read this real quick.
real quick, Erie, what's beyond the river of Ethiopia? Isn't that like the Nile River?
Yeah, that would be everything the opposite of it. That would be
West Africa?
potentially
I
it
don't
could.
know.
So, what does Eldad the Danite say? This is from the book Jewish Travelers in the Middle Ages. I recommend everybody reads it. So it reads, "And Sennacherib arose a second time and took captive the tribe of Asher and the tribe of Naphtali, and led them to the land of Assyria. After the death of Sennacherib, 3 tribes of Israel, being Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, journeyed on their own to the land of Ethiopia, and encamped in the wilderness until they came to their border, a 20 days' journey, and slew the men of Ethiopia. And unto this very day they fight with the children of the kingdoms of Ethiopia. And these tribes, being Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, dwell in ancient Havilah." So, 4 tribes of Israel, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher, are in Africa, according to ancient Jewish travelers like Eldad the Danite. Very interesting. Those are Semitic people, by the way, in Africa. And just to show you a really quick book, back out of that, just to show you a really quick book, such as The Lost Tribes, a Myth, it actually does show various places where Jewish people are, Israelites are, and you do see Eastern Africa. You got, Jewish people, Israelites. Northern Africa, obviously, Jewish people, Israelites. And what is this? Even in Western Africa, you got Jewish people, Israelites. So yeah, it's always been historically known that there was a type of Israelite population in Africa. Now, I'm not saying that all the Israelites were in Africa, or that the Israelites were only in Africa. I'm not saying that, but we can make the case that there was Israelite people in Africa and even West Africa, as y'all saw on the map. So,
hey, Ivry, Read that scripture on the screen.
Is this what he said?
No.
Wait, no. The waters edition. My scattered people who live beyond the river. You're wrong for that. I was taking that seriously too. Bro, how are you gonna trick me like that? Bro, you're wrong. River of Euphrates will come to present their offering.
Shout out to you fairies doctrine. You know what I'm saying?
I'm about some Zechariah 13 or Zephaniah.
Am I wrong? Because I want to see him in Battle Axe debate.
Oh, that would be a good debate. Bro.
That'd be a classic.
It would be horrible and like great all at the same time. It'd be like a train wreck. You know what I'm saying? Like there would be no scholarship at all in the debate, but you know what I'm saying? It would be entertaining as hell.
Just shoot, you got their numbers. Maybe something could be set up.
The Euphrates doctrine, because you know, like Battle Axe can't stand the concept of Native Americans and Latinos being you know what I'm saying?
Israel. Yeah.
They would go tooth and nail, my G. Here's what I'm trying to see. Here's the coldest tell for anybody rocking with this whole native thing. And this is something like, okay, I literally descend from all the people my man was talking about. Native Americans, like literally Jews in Spain and whatnot, Moors, all of those are all my peoples, fam. Like you can look at my DNA and see what it is, right? Here's the coldest tell for anybody making this Native American concept, right? Like I'm trying to say all natives are Semitic or whatnot, right? So you got to explain to me, why is there more linguistic ties to Semitic languages within Spanish in comparison to any other native language out there? Why does Spanish have more ties to Semitic languages than any native language on the books, man? When you can answer that one for me, fam, like I'm good. I'll give it.
I mean, but you got to remember though, a lot of these people don't go by linguistics. They don't even look at linguistics. Like when Zaire read that one about the people spread from the rivers of Ethiopia, that's deep. I thought that's a deep scripture. As a person that's been to Africa, we went with my boy Jude and his people, the old Kerry, right? And they trace their lineage to Yusuf Nawas. And again, this is in the 90s when I went over there. So I don't know who the fuck Yusuf Nawas is. I had to come back and research that shit. And so when these people are telling me their lineage, I'm like, what the fuck? They don't practice Judaism. They don't walk around with yarmulkes. They don't do none of that. They do. They said their they said their Jewishness predates Orthodox Judaism. That's what they say. So they don't feel like they need to care about being acknowledged by them and none of that shit. So that scripture holds a lot of weight. But you know, I guess still guys just practicing the Euphrates doctrine. I guess they don't care about scriptures.
Hey, brothers, I'm going to bed. Eve, read more. Y'all can hold it down if y'all want to. You know what I'm saying? Just if y'all have a long one, Eve, please shut down the show before 12 hours.
Yeah, I got you, because it doesn't record after 12 hours. Yeah.
Oh man, y'all been on for 5 already. Damn.
If y'all want to let
I missed a big
what's
chunk.
her name is you fairies back up here, y'all can
in a minute. But what Morin and D-Red was saying made me kind of think about Spanish and its connection with Semitic languages. Do you think this would be copywritten or what?
Well, you put up the fair use, fam. You straight.
All right, how do
I mean, this is actually like a great example, right? Like, so I can say like pasame el azúcar, right? And that's pass me the sugar, right? And so I promise you, one word they'll say on here is going to be they'll show how sugar is the same in Spanish as it is in Arabic or whatnot, right? There's literally the vast majority of Native Americans don't even have a word for sugar.
Dang.
That's
so
like,
everything was like bitter that they ate, bitter or sour, or
bro, like sugar. Like again, sugar is not like okay, sugar cane, right?
Right.
We get sugar from it's like they had words for like honey and other kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But it's not sugar, right? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like you get that going into like Central America, Mesoamerica. You know what I'm saying? Like in terms of like the north, like we're the people with the Q coming in from like from Siberia, they didn't come up with a word for sugar, fam. What you talking about? Where's sugar?
And to piggyback on what Moore's saying is that you got to understand that the Iberian Peninsula been populated by Semitic speakers since BC times. You see what I'm saying? Even before the Arabs got there. I mean, when you look at Cartagena, like Cartagena, Spain, it was spelled the same way that Carthage was spelled. It was spelled Cartadas. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's a BC time. It was founded in BC time. It's around the same time Carthage was founded. So, Semitic speakers being in the Iberian Peninsula, uh, that's why you'll see a linguistic connection. The only place you don't see a linguistic connection with like that in Spain is with the Basque people, the Basque region.
Yeah, they're isolate. They're a language isolate. Well,
Yeah.
actually, they're Indo-European, but some are a language isolate.
And by the way, speaking of the Moors are like over on the left, who is going to be representing the Arabic side.
Yep. So copyright, fair use, you know the deal. We do not own this, but we're using this for educational purposes.
And to talk shit.
Go ahead.
And to talk shit.
Yeah, I was just about to say, because some people don't know Semitic people are in Spain, which is not far from Africa, by the way. It's literally like, I'm pretty sure a person can swim.
When they say a stone's throw, fam, like it. Anyway, go ahead.
You can literally swim, I think, across the. But anyways, yeah.
1, 2, 3. Blusa. So similar.
That was cool.
Pants. 1, 2, 3.
Pantalones. How do you say it?
Pantalon.
Pantalon. That's cool. Pantalones.
Shirt. 1, 2, 3.
Camisa.
Oh, you're just saying A after, so it's like almost the same.
Yeah, camisa. Camis?
Yeah. Sugar. 1, 2, 3.
Azúcar. Oh, that was cool. Azúcar. I basically speak Arabic.
Guitar.
Yep.
1, 2, 3.
Guitarra.
It's the same.
Say it.
Guitarra. Cooking oil. 1, 2, 3.
Aceite. Zip?
Yeah. Like this.
Aceite. Zip. Yeah. Yeah.
Scorpion. 1, 2, 3.
Alacrán.
It's like sort of similar.
Say it.
Alacrán.
Alacrán. Or just more of an N at the end.
Yeah. Until. 1, 2, 3. Hatta.
Hasta.
You just have an end.
Yes. Hasta.
Hatta.
That's awesome.
Music. 1, 2, 3. Musica.
Musica.
Hey.
That's the same thing. That was like the one.
Yeah,
that
was the one.
But yeah, I think y'all get the point. And there's tons of videos you can watch. Just type in Spanish language and Arabic. This video will be the best, but it's 13 minutes, so I don't want to play it, or 14 minutes, so I don't want to play it all. But this guy knows his languages. I think he actually went to school to be a linguist.
There's a little Hebrew and Spanish as well, like because it's like again, it's part of the history of the Iberian Peninsula and whatnot. That's more Arabic or whatnot, obviously, but there's definitely a little bit of Hebrew in there as well. But like, yeah, it's you can't fight that culture, fam. Like it's a linguistic imprint, and it's a linguistic imprint you do not see in the language of the Americans and whatnot, right? No. You can hear people claim it, but they're not going to demonstrate it, and they're definitely not going to demonstrate it prior to anybody from Spain being in the Americas. That's definitely not what's going to happen.
Facts. I'm actually going to hold on while we talk, because I missed some of the conversation, but I want to do this really quick. So pull this up. I think this would be a good video right here. We're gonna just wait. Hold on, let me mute myself. There's an ad. But I'm gonna have the volume turned down, and we can just talk about what we see in this video right here. We don't have to have the audio on. This episode, just to stay away from the risk of copyright, but I do want to kind of have this play in the background just a little bit.
The map shows that the Y chromosome haplogroup Q.
Actually, I could have the audio up just a little bit, or we can just talk over it and explain to the people what's on the screen. What do y'all want to do? Let the audio play, or we just talk over it while it plays in the background?
We can talk over it, man.
All right, so let's remove that. Subtitles. And let's start right here.
Makes up Native Americans.
No, leave the closed captions up so they can actually see what it makes us
okay.
see what he's saying while we're talking over it.
Okay.
And you can even mute it out if you need to. Yeah.
Yeah, so what y'all see on the screen is the distribution of haplogroup Q. Actually, we could just read what the text says. Let me go back really quick. Could do that. Then we can add in our own thing. But so the haplogroup shows the Y chromosome of Q. This is predominantly found among Native Americans and several Central Asia and Northern Siberia peoples. And it's typically seen in like the Kite or the Ket peoples. I don't know how you pronounce it. But
Hold on, real quick, pause it real quick.
Yeah.
And so because they were showing the Ket people coming from like a population density in the distribution and whatnot that's super dense with Q, right? So if you go backwards on the map where he was just showing
93.8%.
Yeah, 100%. So this is like, again, we're talking about like an origin point that's nowhere near the Levant, Middle East, and whatnot, right? And people with Q is coming back to the Levant. They're traveling to that joint. They're not coming from it.
But I think you would have to say more. I'm gonna play devil's advocate here. But according to the second Esdras, the Israelites went to a land where no man dwelt. So where would they go? Dun, 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 dun.
Yep. So yeah, the Kite or the Ket peoples, I'm gonna say Ket peoples. The Ket people have 93.8% haplogroup Q. The question we have to ask, are the Ket peoples also Israelites? Because we keep on focusing on Native Americans. Are Ket people Israelites as well, or are they Hamites?
Bro, you gotta give me everybody, like the whole Tungus people, like, you know what I'm saying, all the Mongolian people, like everybody, all the Tibet, like everybody that way, fam. What you talking about?
Yeah, it's like a lot of people with Q besides Native Americans. So let's look at this map. We see all of this Q in Native Americans. That's South Native America right there, 92%. And then I think it's going to shift to, he has all the people. Let's pause right here. Oh, that text is in the way. All right. So what do we see? The Ket peoples have the most haplogroup Q, 93.8%. And after that, Native Americans have 92%. And then Native Americans of North America have 77.2%. And then you got the Yomut, or whatever, 73%. And then you got the Select Ups at 66.4%. I think you pronounce that as Altaeans.
Yeah, Altaeans.
At 63.6%. The Tubans at 62.5%. The Chelkans at 60%. The Icelandic Inuit at 50.
That was the green. That was the Greenlandic. Not even Iceland. That's the Greenlandic Inuit.
Greenlandic. My eyes. And the last one, the Tubalas at 41%. So basically, it looks like it's a lot of Central Asian, Northern Asian, and Americas.
Let me break this down. That's a big ass chart that says not the Middle East.
Right, that's a good point. I don't see Iraq. I don't see Syria. I don't see Arabia. I don't see
big
Israel.
chart, not Middle East.
You don't see Turkey. That's the main thing. The good brother we kept talking about Turkey. You don't see Turkey there either.
Yeah, brother, you just said the Yemenis. The Yemenis have E as well, brother. Gotta
Yeah,
stop.
the Yemenis have E. As a matter of fact, let me pull up a distribution map of haplogroup E, and then we'll come back to the Q video just to show the contrast the two. So let me shift.
Do you want to pull that paper that says that even all 8 Jewish groups share haplogroup E?
Well, it's not that they all have haplogroup E. It's that they all have sub-Saharan African autosomal DNA. But I can pull up.
Well, I was gonna say what's interesting is amongst every single almost every single Jewish group you can find a mixture of E and J, and that's from like India to Europe to even here, fam.
Yep. And so this just is going to show like a migration map, but let's look at these E markers. We see E all throughout the Levant, Mesopotamia, Arabia. It's even going into the precious Anatolia. It's going into the Balkans, which is, Greece and places like that. You see E even going into, let me show you this right here, going into Spain, going to Italy. All of this is historical Afroasiatic peoples. And might I add, just to throw in a little bit of some extra stuff. This is the cradle of civilization, where you see all these E markers. Egypt, Carthage, Rome, Greece, Kush, Mesopotamia. The founders of civilization, I gotta say it's E markers. And then you got J markers too. But I'm focusing on E right now. Going a little bit of E supremacy for just a quick.
I was about to say you sound like a whole supremacist right now. I appreciate you admitting it, sir.
So yeah, all the founders of civilization, which is Mesopotamia, North Africa, and the Middle East. This is where you see all the E markers. I don't think it's a coincidence, but let me just slow down on the supremacy. Let's go back to haplogroup Q. All right, so
he's joking, by the way, fam.
I am joking. That's a 100% joke. So again, we left off here, and I think the video is going to shift to something else. Let's just skip up a little bit.
And it definitely ain't gonna shift. I promise you.
Where is the origin of Q? It doesn't look like it originated in the Middle East. It looks like it originated near China, west of China.
Yeah, that is not the Tower of Babel, my G.
Right. And right here is just showing that Q would have split off from haplogroup Y DNA atom and stuff like that. So let me just skip to the relevant thing. So it's talking about K. Let's skip. All right, so we're at Q now. Let's go back a little bit. So we see that Q originates on the western area of China, and it splits off from P, and the brother to Q is actually R, surprisingly enough, which is it's a bit ironic, but for reasons that I won't get into right now. But basically, ancient North Eurasians would be Q markers. Oh yeah, do fair use thing. I almost forgot it. Fair use, by the way, using this for educational purposes. So, what's y'all thoughts on Q originating in Central Asia like that? What y'all want to say to that?
I just want to take a look at that arrow.
Yeah, it looks like it's going into Kazakhstan. I think that modern country would be one of the stands. I don't know.
I'm just saying, like it. No matter how you slice it, fam. And we really need to separate this one out, fam, and go make our own. Like I don't know what y'all did today, but this definitely needs to be its own small, less than like 2 hours, like an hour and a half video where we just break down how anybody rocking with this like Israelite Q concept, like where Alizar was talking about in the debate, like, oh yeah, Q go back to Levant. Nah, fam.
Right. We do need to make a separate, like, contained video only dealing with that. And we can use this video as well. Wait, hold on. Let me go back. So you see right here, this subclade of Q, Q1b, it was found in 10,000 BC in the Americas. Israel did not exist 10,000 years ago.
And again, put on whatever timeline, if you're a younger person or whatever, chronologically speaking, on whatever chronology you use, there's a big difference here that you got to account for. Doesn't matter what timeline you use. We're talking about chronology at this juncture, right? One is way older than the other, and you got to account for that.
Yep. And let me just go back to E1B1B. So we see haplogroup E in the Levant going back thousands of years ago, but you can see the timeline right here. It's actually moving closer and closer to the Bronze Age period. And he's going to shift actually and go to some other parts. Let me just skip back to the areas of the Levant. You see a lot of E actually in Europe. A lot of people focus on E being in Africa, but it's actually quite, spread out in Europe. But that's not quite what I want to show. I can pull up more videos dealing with E, but let's go back to Q really quick. Play that. Now I'll try to pull something else up. So I think this is going to be the oldest Q we found in South America. Again, 10,000 years ago, the oldest. Oh, let me go back and pause that. So the oldest Q we find in South America is also 10,000 years ago, which is not when Israel would have existed. And this is why we have an issue with Q1b being Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You basically you'll have to say that the entire biblical story happened in the Americas if you want Abraham to be Q. And that will be a daunting task to prove. But I think we're going back over here to Eurasia. Let's see what we got. Oh, we got a paper. Analysis of the human Y chromosome haplogroup Q characterized ancient population movements in Eurasia and the Americas. Might need to save that paper. And by the way, if y'all want to ever find this video and watch it yourself, the video is Origin of Native American and Y-DNA Q Geo Nomad. It's a pretty good YouTube channel. And I would play the audio, but I don't know if it's copywritten. But
yeah, just to be clear, that paper said Eurasia, not Western Asia. Eurasia, true. Not Western Asia.
Very true.
I don't let you know, bro. We gotta explain this, bro. But we have to explain it. It just is what it is.
Right. So here we're going to see how Native Americans how the ancestors of Native Americans got to the Americas. So it looks like their ancestors slowly made their way up through Siberia, and they got to the coast of Siberia. And looks like there's multiple different migration points. So some are going back, but some are also crossing what seems to be the Bering Straits. And around this time, all of that would have been ice, so you can walk over it. But people could have also had like boats and swim across it. And I heard that that area right there in Canada and Russia, you actually can easily get by there via the islands. But I think this right here is dealing with the Bering Strait. Yeah, it is. It's dealing with the ice. Let me go back so I can read this. So you see right here, paleo drainage map of Berginja, I believe that is. So basically,
Beringia. Beringia. That's where you get the Bering Straits from.
Right. And this is around the time of the last glacial maximum. So all this green you see would be ice, I believe, making it easier for people to cross. Or maybe all of this green is land. I think this is representing land, actually, not ice, excuse me. And because you can see the lakes right here that would have existed when it was land. So let me unpause that. And I'm sorry, let me go back. And the last glacial maximum, as you can see, is less than 18,000 years ago. So again, we're not dealing with the Israelite time period, which is the Bronze Age. Well, excuse me, the early Iron Age. We're not dealing with Israel 18,000 years ago.
Does he touch on mitochondrial DNA in this video?
I can look and see, but his channel is mostly about the Y DNA.
Okay, so let's pause it up because we've already made the point about the Y DNA. Let me explain something that's just like it's just a simple killer on the whole thing. And I'm gonna rep this one as somebody who has a Native American mitochondrial DNA, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, out of the multiple mitochondrial DNAs that we see from the Native American groups or whatnot, There's only one that has any tie to the Levant, right? And here's, you need to understand this. It doesn't come over with the migration of Native American. It doesn't come over with Q. It does not come over with Q, and it's heaviest in the eastern part of the United States, right? It's not something that goes down. It doesn't come across the Bering Straits at all, like my man was just showing, right? It doesn't go down to Mexico. It doesn't go to South America. It seems like it came in from a migration from the east and whatnot, right? But it's the only Native American mitochondria. So people talking about, oh, well, Q go over there. All right, cool, got you. And the only female one that goes over there is X, right? So Q is over there in the wrong in the wrong time and whatnot, and X is in the wrong place, my G. Like, so yeah, I got to figure this one all the way out, man. If it's us lying, cool, make it make sense with the information, fam. Because what you're saying is not making sense. I can find my A2G all the way back. I can find my A2G like in all kind of places in A2 all the way all over Asia, fam. From Mongolia down to Japan, and some places in like Cambodia and whatnot. I can trace this joint all, but I can't find nothing about any other female Native American Native American DNA that goes to the Levant anywhere other than X. It doesn't make any sense. So make that one make sense to me, fam.
You know, there's only one haplogroup that I could possibly give him in terms of the Y DNA that could potentially like show at least like Mediterranean, African, or Middle Eastern connections. I wonder if I want to say it because he might go on a whole tangent with it, but I think I'll go ahead and say it.
In terms of Native American Y DNA?
Yes, there's one that I can make a case for. I guess I'll go ahead and say it. It's haplogroup T. You actually can find Cherokee.
Oh, but they're not gonna claim that one.
Yeah, they probably won't. I know how
there's not gonna be a single one that claims that, because once you rock the lineage, once you understand where the lineage comes from, they're like, nah, fam, no, I ain't got nothing to do with that.
Right, and it's only like a select.
Yeah, it's like a real small percentage, and it lets you know who anyway.
Yeah, but that's the only thing I can give them in terms of why DNA is T. so
for instance, it's just like in West Africa, right? Like if we find people with T, we know it automatically lets you know where they came from.
Yes.
Automatically lets you know where they came from.
Mm-hmm.
They're not from West Africa.
Right. They're not. Yeah. But that's all. T and X. That's what you got. TX.
I know you found him. He found him a Fulani Native American tribe. I see you.
Hey, maybe there was a Fulani. Nah, I'm playing. But so I think we covered that pretty well. I see somebody jumped on the stage, but before I introduce you really quick, I just want to ask more D-Red and Zaya, what happened in the past 5 hours? Because I was doing some work. I was doing yard work. And I didn't get a chance to.
You're asking the wrong cat. I was not here for that. I came on like a little before you. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So I'm assuming, like, I see Guerrilla Hebrew in the title. I don't know like what you were shooting at.
Mm-hmm.
But gauging on how we were dealing with this happens with Q, like it wasn't that this time. You know what I'm saying? Like at the beginning. So
yeah, I was there for the beginning part, but I had to leave like early on. But I missed basically like everything in the middle, I guess, because I was skimming through the video and I saw that like Zadok was on stage and like you had like Zadok was
some
here.
Crazy
Like,
dude
people in the room earlier.
There was some crazy dudes on stage and they was breaking it down. I ain't gonna lie, bro. When he dropped the link, I was just tired of hearing dude. Like he was just beating around the bush. That's when I came. That's like when I hopped in. He was going through some information. Him and Sean, and everybody was going through some information with the brothers, trying to help him understand, like the argument that was at hand with the Native Americans. I guess he was like, "Oh, I don't know if he was a black Native or whatever." But he was going through it with them, and then ended up kicking dude off, and then the Waters came on, and then we was trying to help the Waters, and then the Waters ended up getting kicked off. So yeah,
Oh, shout out to Zadok.
Here's all the people that was here. More. I think this is Zadok right here, right? That's his profile.
Yeah, that's Zadok.
And like there was a lot of people on stage earlier today.
If y'all aren't familiar with Zadok's channel, go check out Zadok the God Hop MC.
But yeah, they were talking about a lot of stuff. I think even that Jewish person who was on Berean TV was even here, who talked about the Yoruba.
Mm-hmm.
I think even he was in the video earlier today.
Well, interesting.
Yeah, I might have to like actually watch this live to see what everybody talked about. But I see somebody's on stage. My bad. Did you say something more?
I said, you know, you don't watch our videos.
Not when they're 7 hours long. I don't, because I'm already there. You know, I'm already experienced the video. You know what I'm saying? I'm already experienced it.
Contributing to them hairstyles, you know what I'm saying? And with that action, I'm about to jump off because I got like some other stuff and whatnot. But
all right.
But
I'll stay on a little bit longer.
That's what's up, man. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. Y'all know what it is. And again, anybody trying to use this haplogroup Q argument, like, just understand you are showing your hands as how much you do not know about DNA, biology, and history, material culture, all that. All that. With that, I said peace and love here.
All right, shalom, shalom.
Shalom, more.
Shalom, Mark.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, Avery. But you know, D-Red came on and he was breaking stuff down, and all the brothers are just breaking stuff down. And you know, a lot of these dudes just wasn't like, they're not willing to learn. Like, it's like, you obviously don't know what you're talking about. You obviously never studied it, but you want to tell the person that studies it, like, you know, what's going on and how you should interpret the paper and this and that, when it's like, okay, this is literally what they teach. Like, you don't teach this, you teach something else. Trying to tell people what they teach that they're wrong. Like, yeah. I'll say what I'm gonna say to you offline, but you feel me?
Yeah, we can probably talk on Clubhouse after the show.
Yeah, but I'm done with these clowns, bro.
Yeah, I'll probably end it here in like 30 more minutes or something. Try to hit that or actually maybe not 30 more minutes, maybe like 15 more minutes. Hit the 6-hour marker and probably end it there.
Cool. Just hopping back on. Did more gonna get off? What's going on, Zaya?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, more left, but shalom.
Dang. I wanted to know.
You want to talk to him?
Yeah, I wanted to see about some, I guess you can call it Islamic sources. I want to know what he knows about that kind of history.
Yeah, it's too late. I might be able to text him, but I think he had to go do something. It's like midnight where I'm at. I didn't even know it was midnight. But is it really midnight? Dang, it is. Yeah, let me text him and see, but he might be like going to bed or something.
Yeah, if not, I'll just hop off, to be honest.
All right. Give me a second. Let me text him. But one of y'all's got to keep the, Jashu don't like dead air, so somebody's got to keep the show going.
Sorry.
Shalom.
I'm sorry.
Hey, shalom, Shar.
What it do?
Dealing with the madness of all these different people, man. Oh, man.
Every time I tuned in, it was like a different crazy.
Yeah. Come from these dudes that just want to argue. They don't study nothing. They just want to argue.
Hold on, was I talking crazy?
No, I'm not talking about you, Montezon. You got some sense.
No, but I was here like a little early. You feel me?
Oh, okay. So you was talking crazy then? You was on here earlier. You talking crazy?
I don't know. That's why I asked.
Shit, I don't know.
I don't think you was. I don't think you was going crazy.
No, I've been talking about this guy right here.
Hey, that's the homie, the Waters. Bring him back. That's the homie, the Waters.
You claim him?
Yeah, no, the Waters is our brother. He just get indoctrinated by other people too easily. You ain't right, Avery. Who did that?
Bro, Avery, that was Avery this time.
Yeah, man. I mean,
Bro.
like he cool people that just he get indoctrinated by other
Yeah,
people.
yeah.
So
Bring him on. He only gonna be on for 12 minutes. It ain't gonna hurt.
Hold on, I might bring him on towards the end of the show, but hold on, I'm trying to text more because you say you want him to come on the show. Hold on.
Oh, don't talk about no fakers. Come on, I'm trying to bring you on.
Here, let me. I don't know if I should call him. Give me a second. I'm gonna call him.
Yo,
All right.
the Waters had it. The Waters, bro. I'm gonna need you to work on some patience, man. You need to work on patience. You need to really work on that. You want that map so bad. You was basically wigging out for that map. Can't do that, brother.
Yeah, he was hyping over that map. I ain't gonna hold you.
I'm like, what bro on right now? See how right?
Well, well, dang, I don't even know how long. I'm not gonna say dealing with because I don't see it
All
like
right, I
we're
text him.
dealing.
So we'll see if he
Like
comes.
we've been having like these debates for a long time, and like there's certain people that he's used to encountering, and that's why he has a certain mindset about when he hears certain things. Even when you're not saying it, he's either thinking you're saying it or implying it. So that's why he be reacting the way he be reacting. But I know personally, well, not personally, but from all the times we have the conversation, I know it's not like in malice, if that makes any sense. So
No, he just gives off vibes.
The Waters is he cool people. It's just he just get indoctrinated by other people a little bit too easy. Like they're all in the people that support him that are the ones he's listening to that's making these arguments will not hit the panel. Like this whole Q argument, like Q is not the only haplogroup and these populations that they talking about. Like they're not all a monolithic people. Like you have over 4 or 5 different haplogroups in Ethiopia by itself. So it's like
On
all we're
top of that,
doing is
Semitic languages too.
and we just highlighting all of the stuff that we've read through, like the papers. Well, I'm gonna say they read through because I just basically say what they said. But yeah, what they read through in the papers and this particular haplogroup, you don't even know if you descend from it. So you arguing for people that you may not even be a part of.
Well, I'm gonna be. Can I be 100 with y'all? I'm gonna be 100 with y'all anyway. I think he was wasting your time reading him all that stuff because he's indoctrinated, like you said, and indoctrinated people. They don't use sources to indoctrinate people. They just use scripture.
I would
Yeah.
say that the only reason I really brought out the information, it was 25% for him, but 75% for the people. So that our people can see how do you deal with someone who speaks like this, and to show them that it's very easy to counter their points with scholarship and research. So it was mostly for the people, and I need to start getting back into jumping into these topics so I can not get rusty. I can't let myself get rusty on these people.
Man, yeah. But like I said, like they just for some odd reason just pick one thing and think that this one thing is always right when they don't know anything about like debating for real. Like in a debate, you always have someone that has a counter argument to what you're presenting as your evidence for your argument. So right now we got a strong argument. We got the culture, we got the language, we have the elders. Our traditions have survived, whether people believe it or not. we the only ones that's out here pushing it like that. Like you can't like I get it. Like y'all saying that all African Americans is Canaanites, Hamites. I get it, bro. You wish that was the case. Unfortunately, it's not the case because like it's just not the case, bro. And like I can pull scripture that's gonna point you to certain places in Africa. That's how you really want to do it. Like I mean, you straight said Zephaniah 3 didn't mean what it say, but when you pull a scripture and we tell you that's not what it means, what it say, you want to like dismiss it. But I mean, I don't know, bro. Like this is the reason why I don't want to deal with the Israelites no more, bro. Cause
You sound like you should. I'm
they
tired of these
foolish,
Israelites.
bro. Like they so
Yeah.
foolish, bro. Like they be trying to tell, like let's take someone that don't study the language, right? They try to tell you what the book say, and they don't study the language. It's like they be like, "Oh, I don't trust that. That came from like I'll bring up something like a paper talking about something. They be like, "Oh, I don't trust that. That came from man. It came from white." But your King James Bible comes from your same oppressor that you so mad about. Like it don't make no sense, bro. Like just because you can't do it doesn't mean that what anybody is saying is false. Like I just gotta actually do the research ourselves. They just don't want to do that, bro.
That's facts. So I'll bring him up here for 1 minute, and then I'll see how that goes, and then I'll probably end the show shortly after. We'll see how it goes. If he gets unruly and stuff, then just have to put him back down to the audience. But yeah, we'll see how this goes. Just for 1 minute, got my timer out. If he acts up, then yeah, you out.
Hey, first of all, Yahweh was my teacher. I don't go with nobody. I'm not in this thing or nothing, bro. I just by myself, bro. All right. I study. I do my own research, and Yahweh helps me. All right. And what I'm saying, bro, you guys been stuck on the Shemitic people, bro. What I'm saying that Abraham came through the other side. That's what I'm saying. You guys are still stuck in the Levant, bro. All right, and then Abraham came. You said it that the Canaanites went in there and they took over. The
30
Shem
seconds.
was in Jerusalem, and we are said that we're the Iberians, bro, the Sephardic. We're the real Sephardic Israelites. The Spanish they came over here. There were Sephardic Israelites. We mixed together, bro. That's why you brought the language because we spoke that Hebrew Landino, bro. You have to do the research about our history and have a lot of
10
evidence
seconds.
right here, folks. See what I mean? I'm just being real, bro. But you guys just take me as a joke because you guys think in your own mind, bro.
No, the waters. What we're saying is,
Look how you guys
listen,
act, bro.
the waters. Listen, brother. We're not saying that you may not have Hebrew origins or
No,
Hebrew, but
no,
we're
but
talking. Listen. Can you listen, brother? Like
go then.
this is what we're saying. This is what we're saying that you're not listening. We're not talking about all of y'all as a monolithic people. What we're talking about is the majority of the people. It's just like, okay, if you say African Americans, right? African Americans are not all monolithic people. We don't all share the same genetics. We don't all share the same DNA. So when you say 65% of African Americans are E markers, the others are R markers and whatever else they are, right? Are us, the African Americans that are the E marker, are they related to the R markers? No.
Bro,
We're
people
not the
move.
same people. No, but
People move.
listen. The waters. We're saying us, the E markers, and the R markers are not the same people, even though we look alike and we all are under the umbrella of what you would say is African Americans. What they were bringing out to you is that these Q markers that are also called Native Americans, they would not be Shemitic. They're talking about a specific group of the Native Americans, not all of them, because we know that not all of them share the same genetics. So we're not saying that you're not an Israelite, bro.
All right. Can I explain what I'm trying to say before you guys kick me off? Because I know you guys were
You
doing that.
got 1 minute.
See what I mean? How can I? You know what? first of all, like the E haplogroup doesn't mean that they're from Israelite, bro. You said Esau went in Europe. There are, right? That's two different things. It's your sham. All right, and you have to study migration patterns from the time the Syrian captivity. They went to Afghanistan, bro. From there, they moved to China. From there, they went to Japan. From there, they came over here. That's another migration. During time of David, that's another migration. You study the people in the sea, the Sephardic. More recently started mentioned. Most of the Hispanics are the Sephardic, bro. We are the Sephardic. We are the people from the scriptures. All right, we are the Sephardic that were in Spain for more than
So
2,000 years.
the water. So is the Sephardic the only
The
Israelites?
Hispanics, bro.
Okay,
The
listen,
Sephardic.
listen to what I just asked you, Duarte. I said, are the Sephardics the only Israelite group? Yes or
No,
no?
because we had children with all people.
Okay, so what other groups of
There's
Israelites are
different
there?
Israelites in all continents. There's people in Asia. There's the Trepadan, probably in Africa. Though I've been doing my research.
What's your
There's
thoughts on this from Eldad the Danite? What's your thoughts on this? Can you see this in red? Can you read it to me? What's in red?
Their journey to Ethiopia. The Asher, Gad, Naphtali journey to the own land Ethiopia to encamp in the wilderness until they came to the border. 20 days journey, and they slew men of Ethiopia and they went to every day they fired children to the kingdom of Ethiopia. And the tribes of being Dan, Naphtali, and Gad, Asher dwell. Then Naphtali, Dan, and Asher they dwell over there by like Phoenicia, right?
It says in ancient Havilah, which is believed to be Eastern Africa.
I know, but the one time period is that?
You see it? What's at the top? Read what's at the top right here. Hold on. Where you see right here, it explains how they got there. You see this? Read starting at and.
The Shemaneker. Oh, you're talking about the Assyria captivity? But
Exactly.
where does the scripture say they went? They said they went to Afghanistan, right?
No.
Yeah, they do,
No,
bro. It
they
says
got
they went to
The word
Afghanistan.
Afghanistan is not in the Bible.
It's
Right.
the between the Medine or something like that.
Yeah,
It
the word
is.
Afghanistan isn't there.
No, not Afghanistan, but in that area, that Syria over there to that time.
But
They
here, let
dwell right
me.
there, bro.
But read this. What
And
does
then you
this say?
study, and then there's something happened during
Wait.
200 BC.
Read this verse since we want to talk about Bible scriptures. Read this
It
verse.
should come to pass, and the day the Lord should set his skin against the second time to incur the remnant of his people, left from Assyria, Egypt, Pedus, Cush, Elam, Shinar, and Hamath, and the islands of the sea.
So
Yeah,
Cush, you see Egypt, you see
yeah.
Pathros. All of those
Am I
places are in
saying we
Africa.
didn't have children? We didn't have children in Africa? Am I saying that?
It sounds like you are.
No, I say we had children with all women, all people, bro. But originally, bro, you guys, people are making it seem like, oh, it was black or Afro-Asiatics, bro. When it was, we're brown, bro. You seen the people in Avaris, the
I'm not talking
Israelites?
about skin tone, bro. I'm
No,
not
no, no,
talking.
no, no, no. I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that. I'm not talking about skin tone either, because everybody is brown, bro. If you really think about it,
And why did you
nobody's
say?
black,
Bro,
nobody's white. Like
you just said that basically because
African
we
American. That's what you're trying to say. That's what
yeah,
I'm trying to
you're
say.
basically saying that they're not African American.
They're
But
not. They
as you
were not
can
originally
clearly
not.
see, okay, so I'm gonna ask you this. So the Sephardic Jews, right? You know that they actually uh broke off from the Ethiopians, right?
No, because they were
Yes,
there.
they did.
They were
No, we
there.
no,
There was
no, they
Solomon's
were not.
time, bro.
Wait. I'm
There
not
were
talking about
the
Solomon's
second
time.
temple. The second temple.
I'm
The
talking
first
about
temple.
before you went to Spain. Before you went to Spain, you were with the Ethiopians. The Yemenis, when they broke off from the Ethiopians, they went into Spain.
When?
That's what do
When?
you mean when in the kingdom of Simeon? In the
When? What
kingdom
year
of
was that?
Himyar. That
What year was that?
was around like what? The Middle Ages. Like late Middle Ages, before Eldad the Danite.
Israelites were in the BCE times in Spain already, bro. What are you talking about? We're in
Bro,
Spain already.
this is like bro, what are you talking about? No, they were
We were
not.
in Spain. Yeah, we
Do
were,
you
bro.
understand? Okay, do you understand that the Sephardic come from the Yemeni people? This is in Yemeni
No,
history. Do you
bro. No, no,
understand
no.
that?
I know what you're trying to
Do
say.
you
I
know
know
what
what
do
you're
you
trying to
know
say.
what the no
Everybody's
you
trying to
don't.
say this, bro.
No
But
you
we
don't.
were in Spain.
No you were not. No you were not, brother. I'm trying to tell you what happened. The kingdom of Himyar, if you understand that, that's the Yemeni kingdom that broke off from the Ethiopian kingdom. Some went into Yemenite territory, some went into Spain, brother. I have
Well,
Yemenites that
before
confirm
they
that.
went to Spain, and before the Yemenites went to Spain, they went to Iraq and they converted Jews in Iraq. That's what the word Safar means. Safar means Iraqi Jew.
Good. Thank you, D-Red. So,
And,
brother,
and
oh,
so a lot of those Sephardics, some of those Sephardics were not even actual Jews by blood that went
So you
into Spain. Some of those were converts.
so you guys are saying that the Israelites were in the during Solomon's time, during the first temple, during the second temple, that they not went to Spain, to the Iberian Peninsula. That's what you guys are saying.
Well, what we'll be saying is during Solomon's
No,
time, if you want to look at that, those were there was a tripartite agreement. You can read the Periplus of Handel the Navigator, and it talks about who was leading those expeditions. Yes, it was Israelite traders on some of those boats, but the majority of those people were of Phoenician origin. They were not necessarily Israelite. So you're
just
right, but there was it was an agreement between Egypt, Israel, and the Phoenicians. You can read it in the Periplus of Handel the Navigator about the tripartite agreement.
well, you
You
can
see what
read
I'm
it.
saying?
Why are you muting me, bro? I'm trying to just talk conversation. And the scripture says the Judeans were in boats. That Solomon put the Phoenician or the people that were not Israelites, what they call the other nations, into servitude, and they worked for us. But we were the ones on the boats. The Asherites were on the boats. Even Dan was on the boats. Judah wasn't doing that mentioned earlier. You get evidence from Greek, bro, and Greek stuff that went to Greek too during those times, bro. I'm
All
just
right,
being
you're
real. There's a lot of
making
information, and
you're
then during
but
the
you're making
real
a
quick.
lot of claims, but can you provide sources and evidence
yes, I can
for your
provide
claim?
sources.
All right,
Now,
can you show me?
All right.
and then you also gotta understand this, the waters. Like, we ain't gonna get into all of this stuff with you because, like, even if we were to go into the scriptures and I was to show you that the kingdom of David was in Ethiopia, you wouldn't even believe it because you have a doctrine, bro. But if we read for what the scriptures say, that's where it says that the kingdom was. So are you saying
Oh
that
yeah, I was gonna
these
ask you about that,
Ethiopian?
bro. Last
Mm-hmm.
time we were talking about that, remember?
Mm-hmm.
About the Nile and the thing.
Well, yeah,
So
but the
no,
Gihon
no, no, no.
River,
Hold
where
on.
is
I'm
that?
I'm agreeing with you in a way, kind of, because I was looking like more into the research, and it says from the Euphrates to the Nile. And what does the Nile end? And what does Euphrates end? It's all that landmass, bro. If you really think about it,
Yeah, it's
I'm
North
just being
Africa.
real, like I'm just being real. And then
Yeah.
Solomon did win over there with Sheba, whatever, during that time, right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
just I'm just reading, bro. I'm not arguing about nothing about that. I'm just
So,
yeah.
so that's why I'm asking you, the waters. Some of these people that you're saying that are Jews, right? You know we descend from them. Like we're not two separate people. So yes, we're called African Americans, but we still carry the same genetic marker from back in ancient times. Those of us who are, pure, I would say like a pure blood, I guess you could say that. But we still carry that same genetic marker back from the ancient people who carried the marker. It didn't change. Like that's the reason why DNA tracks migration. And that's what I'm saying. Like right now you're arguing with us, but you haven't done your DNA test. So you don't even know really
Well,
what people you come from. Like I get it. Like I believe in the scriptures too. I put the scriptures over DNA, but at the same time, this is evidence that helps you prove who you are.
my family is from this continent. My dad's family is from the Iberian. I do my family line. I'm just being real. Well, now, what do you want to see, or something about Israelites in Spain? All
No,
right,
We
something
we
about
know the
Israelites
Israelites
and
all
in
right, go.
Spain.
I got it. I got it.
Native American tribes being Israelites. That's what
No, you said in Spain, bro.
I didn't say Spain. I can
Yes,
even
you
go
did.
back.
You said it. You said it.
I didn't say Spain. Did I say Spain?
Yeah, you did.
No, I'm not asking you. I'm asking everybody else. Did I say Spain?
Nah, I thought he was proving the native thing.
Exactly.
See what I mean? Now you want them get? It's because I had it in my. I
You know,
have
I can
the.
go back and play the clip.
Yes, you
Like,
said Spain. I said prove that there.
The waters we agree with Spain.
Facebook
yeah,
back
we
check.
agree with Spain. Why would I say Spain when I agree with that? You know, I can go back in the video, right? We can go back and see what was said.
We agree with Spain. We're not disagreeing with Spain, bro. That's the whole entire thing that you're not getting.
No,
We're
okay,
not
so this one
disagreeing
has
with
one in
that.
Spain, BCE times, right? Solomon.
We
I
teach
agree with
that.
that. I said prove Native American tribes being Israelites.
Okay. I have it in my phone. I don't have it on my computer. But you want me to read it from my phone, and I tell you from what source? So
No,
you should
I
look it
want
up.
you, just like you have your source pulled up right here. This is your.
Well, I have to send it to my email and then upload it again, bro. Because I have I have it in my
Then
phone.
do that. You pulled it up for Spain. You can pull it up for Native
All right,
American.
all right. Then I'm gonna send it to my email, and then I'm gonna
Just do
it,
what you
all
got to
right?
do, bro. I want to see those
All right,
Native
then.
Americans.
All right then.
All right, and I ain't gonna keep this live up too long, so we need to.
Avery, check your Facebook back check.
Bro,
All right.
I'm gonna do it.
This is dealing with interesting Carthage chronology. Possible independence and alliance of Israel and Phoenicia. Yeah, that's true. Israel did have an alliance with Phoenicia. King of Hiram, I believe his name was. Phoenician
Exactly.
colonies westward about the founding of Carthage. Yep, that makes sense.
I'm gonna get
Actually, D-Red, if you want to pull up your screen, you can. Do you want?
No, so I'm on my phone. I'm in the goddamn kitchen.
Okay.
It's the source is called. I'm gonna send it, but I'm just gonna give you. It's
I'll
called.
just go ahead and read it from my phone. Well, actually, I could pull up my Facebook. Did you want me to read it?
You can.
Here, let me pull up my Facebook. It might show. It might show the Israel's Elite Facebook page, but or Facebook Messenger, but I think it'd be pretty good to read. So I'm gonna show y'all what D-Red sent me right here. Oh yeah, it doesn't show it. Okay. Let me put that over here and move this right there. I'm only going to read right here, starting at Rise. So, Rise of Assyria about Greek activity and the extension of Israel. Fall of Troy about. All right, so I guess some of that doesn't matter. Fall of Troy, anyways. So right here it talks about how there was a independence and alliance of Israel and Phoenicia, and it talks about Phoenician colonies that were westward during the founding of Carthage, or about the founding of Carthage. And it talks about at this time the Semitic commercial system centering in Mesopotamia, Phoenicia, and Carthage controlled the trade of the world, which is true. We can actually pull up a map of this. Phoenician trade routes. It kind of explains what D-Red is showing. So this is not the best map. I think this is a better map. I'm going to blow this up. So you should be able to see right here, Phoenician colonies. Let me make this bigger. There we go. Phoenician colonies. So this is the Levant where Phoenicia was, and we see that they spread into places like Egypt, Cyprus, Crete, the Anatolia, and North Africa, pretty much nearly all of North Africa, and even in Spain, where the Iberians were at. And there's even belief that they went to the British Isles, but a lot of people don't know.
You get the 10 Commandments in America, bro.
The Phoenicians also went to West Africa. Let me show y'all that really quick.
In America. We
North
get the 10
Africa.
Commandments at the 10 Commandments.
Let me show you Hanno really quick. His migration routes. Here's the migration route that Hanno went on. Hanno's voyage. I'm gonna make this bigger for you people. Here it is, Hanno's voyage. He basically went to, actually make it even bigger than that. So tell me if y'all can see my screen. Hanno traveled from the Spain, and he went to West Africa. He actually made several different stops, like in Mauritania and Senegal, and I don't know what modern day country this is right here, but basically they went all the way to Cameroon and traveled to West Africa. Now this is just Hanno's migration route, but and we know for a fact that he did this. I can't find any trade routes and sources of Phoenicians going into the Americas, but I can find it for West Africa, like Hanno. We also have Nico. Well, technically it was Pharaoh Nico, but there was another Phoenician voyage. There was actually several Phoenician voyages to Africa. Let me just see if I can find all of them, because Phoenician, and all of these are documented. That's why I have a bit of an issue with the whole Native American thing, because that's not documented. But we do have documents of Phoenicians going into Africa. So let's take a look at this image right here. And it has the names of the people who were a part of these expeditions. So we see in blue, Nico, this is Pharaoh Nico and his voyage around the continent of Africa. This was in 600 BC. Very, very long ago. And then we also have Hanno, which is who I mentioned earlier, who went to Western Africa. And we also have, let's see, Himiso or Himiko. Excuse me for mispronunciations. This one actually shows them going to Britain. But we also have in orange right here, land and Saharan routes. And this is one thing that a lot of people may not know of. Let me actually show you all this. Saharan trade routes, because people traded in the Sahara going into West Africa as well. So this right here is Saharan trade routes. And these trade routes are ancient, by the way. I'm going to make this bigger. Give me a second, you guys. I'm going to make this. All right, there we go. So I made this bigger. So these trade routes are actually ancient. This right here is just, illustrating people from East Africa going into West Africa, as well as people from North Africa going into West Africa. And as a matter of fact, oh, this is a pretty good map as well. Let me show you all this. This actually has like kingdoms. So you have people like the House of States and the Mali Empire getting a lot of resources from North Africa and East Africa. And I already showed you maps of Phoenicians going into West Africa as well. So this idea of like West Africa being isolated is completely bogus. And we can find a lot more evidence of peoples from the Mediterranean and the Middle East going into West Africa than I can see of these people going into the Americas. Like, this is 100% documented. We even had Romans going to West Africa. Let me show you all that real quick. Romans in West Africa. So oops, I accidentally moved my screen. Sorry about that, y'all. But here is a some trade routes of Romans going into West Africa. Again, West Africa was 100% not isolated. Tell me if y'all can see my screen. I think you can. So you see all the people right here. These are 4 Roman, I guess you can say, generals. So this is the Roman expeditions into Lake Chad in Western Africa. I'm not going to read the Roman names. Terrible with Roman names. But we see basically they went to historically known places like Lake Chad and Gayo, which is not far from Timbuktu. So yeah, I just want to really, really show y'all that peoples of the Mediterranean and the Middle East, North Africa, East Africa, etc., they knew of West Africa, and they definitely traveled there. Like I keep saying, I don't really see evidence of these things in the Americas, but we definitely see it in West Africa. So is there anything that somebody wants to add to this trade routes? D-Red, I know you know a lot about West African trade routes. Do you want to go into that?
Well, yeah. When at the fall of Carthage in the Third Punic War, the Romans took all the Carthaginian, because like you know, when you read the papers of Africa, the Phoenician dominated trade in the Mediterranean in the world at the time. because they had the best ships at the time. They had the Quinquerine. It was called the Quinquerine. It was the best ship, naval vessel of his day. And it wasn't until Second Punic War when Hannibal got stuck on the Iberian Peninsula and a Quinquerine got damaged and it washed up on the shores in Italy that they reverse engineered and figured out how to make a boat that could compete with the Phoenicians. So they basically had to reverse engineer one of their boats. From there, Rome was able to turn the tide and win the Second Punic War and subsequently the third. And so once they destroyed Carthage, they took over all the Carthaginian trade routes and they expanded their trade throughout Africa. They
So
tried to
tell
go
me this,
into.
D-Red. I'm sorry to cut you off, but tell me this.
Okay.
So since the Romans took over Carthage, and essentially by doing this, they learned of all the trade routes of the Carthaginians and more than likely would have traveled down them. Does this mean that the Carthaginians knew about West Africa? Because we see Romans going into West Africa. So could the Carthaginians, who are Phoenician, Semitic, Levantine peoples, which could even include Israelites, could they have known about West Africa?
It's obvious. When you look at like this one, we talk about DNA a lot, but we don't talk about the material culture in West Africa. When you look at the note culture, you look at their statues. The note culture is roughly about 900 BC. When you look at the note culture, you see terracotta figurines. Well, terracotta as an art form is a Levantine art form. You see equestrian art, equestrian terracotta figurines. We know at the time who was riding horses at that time. We see that's when we talked about earlier, glass beads, cowrie shells, cola nuts, all of the vestiges of Israelite culture. You find it at that time, similar time period as Carthage is, and the Israelites are exploring what they consider the quote unquote uninhabited or taboo territories. So the no culture pops up at the same time. So
Hey, you guys want to talk about DNA? I have the from Japan already, bro.
All right, pull it up.
You know, Esau DNA and the area. Esau went to West Africa as well. I'm just saying.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I'm cool.
That's
with
what
that.
it says, right?
More Semitic people in West Africa. Got it.
Mixing with the Canaanites, with the Girgashites. They went right there.
Okay, got it. More Hebrew people in West Africa. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying, bro.
All right, I'm cool with that. So pull up your source.
All right, hold on. Good.
Is there anything you want to say, Zaya, concerning this map or anything we just covered while he gets his source? Or was there something earlier you and D-Red talked about the Himmerite kingdom? Let me just pull that up then for people who may not know where it's located. It's in Yemen, but I think it's good for still some visual.
You got it? I'm ready.
Oh, you got your source? Hold on, let me see what you got. So you're talking about the 10 Commandments being found in the Americas, and I see it's at the Supreme Court. It looks modern. It's in English.
No, it's the time of David. But I'm looking at
but you
this.
see those American flags, right? In English.
What are you talking about?
Right there.
Oh, talking about
That's
this
modern. No, the one that's in English.
That one? This is 10 Commandments I was telling you about, right?
That's the 10 Commandments. Let me first fact check that.
Yeah, I already checked. It's during the time of David, during the reigning style of the Phoenician, where they were the Phoenicians, bro. The Hebrews, bro.
Yeah, let me fact check this really quick.
All right, let me get this one. Can you see the Japan one now? Can you see that? Or you still see the other one?
No, I still see that one.
Oh, what the heck? Hold on, let me share the other screen. Percent. Alright. Share screen.
Hold on, let's stick with the Mexico
Oh,
one.
entire screen.
Let's not go over to Japan first. Or next. Let's
Okay,
let's
I
slow
thought I had
down.
the Japan one first. That's why, bro. My bad. I thought
Well,
I
let's
didn't know I was showing you that one. I
yeah,
thought I had a.
let's slow down though. Let's take this.
All right.
Let's take
Let's
this
go.
nice and slow. Let's actually look at this real quick.
Yeah, because there's scholars that say it's recent, but there's others so-called that says that it's from the almost 2,000 years ago, more than 2,000 years ago.
Yeah,
That's what it
let's see
says,
what the
bro.
scholars have to say on this.
Yeah, they say different things, bro. But
Yeah, but
what?
some
Who
people
made
are
it then? Who
scholars
made
and
it?
some people are not scholars.
Who made it? And then when the Sephardic Israelites went over there, they're also present right there. But they did not wrote that. They were just having like gatherings right there. That's what I read in some other book about our history, Hispanics, Sephardics.
Now I agree that some Hispanic peoples are
Yeah, we
Sephardic,
are.
but not
We
all.
are.
But not
Most of
all
us,
Hispanic peoples are Sephardic.
most of us are Sephardic, bro. Most of us are the Sephardic. We're the real Sephardic, bro. When the Moors came in, there were different types of Moors. There were Canaanite Moors. There were Hamitic Moors. There were people mixed Moors. There was Arab Moors. There were different kinds of Moors, and there was also Israelite Moors, which was us that converted us to Islam, and we went into the Iberian with the same thing, bro. It's just the same thing, bro. And then the Mariscos and the crypto, that's what we get. That's what we get. That's what we get. The Israelites. Those are us. Those are the Hispanics. But people want to take our history away, like all the time.
All right, so I pulled up an article really quick dealing with your stone.
Yeah, people say
In
different things.
Mexico. Here's the article. Can you pronounce this for me so I can make sure I
Los
get it right?
Lunas de Coloc Stone in New Mexico.
The Lunas. I'm going to call it the Luna Stone. All right, the Luna Stone, or the stone in New Mexico. I'll just call it that. So this stone in New Mexico, a archaeologist looked at it by the name of Kenneth Fender. So let's read this part right here. So, according to archaeologist Kenneth Fender, the stone is almost certainly a fake.
According to him, other scholars say other things, bro.
Hold on. He points out that the flat face of the stone shows a very sharp, crisp inscription. His main concern, however, is the lack of any archaeological context. He argues that to get to the location of the stone would have required whoever inscribed it to have stopped along the way, encamped, eaten food, broken things, disposed of trash, performed rituals, and so on. And those actions should have left a trail of physical archaeological evidence across the greater American southwestern discovery, the greater southwestern discovery of which would undeniably prove the existence of foreigners in New Mexico in antiquity with a demonstrably ancient Hebrew material culture, and states that there are no pre-Columbian ancient Hebrew settlements, no sites containing the everyday dietaries of a band of ancient Hebrews. Nothing that is even, bro. Do we have to keep going?
No, because you're just reading one person. You're reading one person. There's other.
Do we have to keep going at this point?
Bro, you're fake, bro.
It looks like, according to archaeologists, this is not.
Can I help the brother? Can I help the young brother out? He really help him out.
Yeah, I'll bring him back up.
Say,
First, let me first bring up Kenneth Fender really quick so that people can know about him. This is the guy who did the who basically I was quoting because a quote I was reading. Kenneth Fender, he is a professor of archaeology at Connecticut State University, Central Connecticut State University, and he's the author of several books on archaeology. So yeah, these are all of his books, and he's a very reputable person in terms of professors and historians and such. Here it is, Kenneth Fender, Archaeological Institute of America. So yeah, he was the person I was just reading and quoting who said that there was no evidence or that stone is really a fake. So there are his credentials. Go ahead, D-Red. Did you want me to bring them up for you to dialogue with him, or did you want?
No, you don't have to. You don't have to. I
Okay.
mean, that's up to you, bro. But what I was saying, I'm gonna say is that they did find the stones in Puerto Rico. I just posted an order for them back from my wrist, talking about the stones that they found in Puerto Rico that they originally classified as fake. But then when they went back and looked at them, they were saying that they're real. So I mean, and they got Hebrew and Phoenician writing on them, and so yeah, it's possible. So I'm never gonna say something is impossible. You know what I mean? But uh, you know,
Yeah,
but it make
brought
more
up
sense
something
of
credible, but he, on the other hand, he brought up something that was fake, though, unfortunately. But when you got, if it's credible, then it's credible. But he's the one who brought up something that was a fake and a forgery. So
yeah. No, I know. I just brought it up just basically just to say that sometimes stuff will be looked at as not true at one point, but then when they go back and re-examine it, sometimes they come back and come up with a different conclusion. So I would just say that the jury's out because you know what I'm saying on the Les Luna stone, and then then he could probably take it to the Back Creek stone. Uh, what else he take it to? I looked into all that stuff when I was going at it with Horace Butler, so I know pretty much all of the stuff that they use. Uh, like you got the Les Luna stone, the Back Creek stone, and you got the stuff you find in Puerto Rico. So yeah, the possibility because of the Phoenicians understood currents and shit like that. I'm never gonna say that what they could do or what they did do. Because if you know what a double hull canoe is, if the goddamn people from the Pacific Islanders and Melanesia and Oceania can make it to the Americas on the double hull canoe, I know the Phoenicians can make it here in the Quinker ring. You see what I'm saying? So, I
yeah,
mean,
yeah, I feel you, bro.
you know what I'm saying? Because the Pacific Ocean is twice the size of the Atlantic. From you know what I'm saying? So if them
Yeah.
people can make it here, there's no way in hell that the Phoenicians can make it here. So I'm not gonna rule it out, but I mean I do think that he's lacking in evidence. Now, as far as the Sephardics, I think he don't understand, and a lot of brothers don't understand that the first Sephardics that came here to the Americas came as slaves.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because of
1492. Yeah.
exactly in the Reconquista of Europe when they was kicking out all the Moors. Pope Nicholas V passed Dumb the Verses, said that he wanted to chase the Moors, the Saracens, the Hebrews. He wanted to chase them to the ends of the earth, seize all their property, seize all their land, and put them in perpetual servitude. So the Jews that you see coming over here on the land and all that shit that the brother's talking about, he don't understand the difference between a papal court Jew. You know what I'm saying? They ended up replacing the Sephardim and taking over their synagogues and their temples with actual Sephardim. The actual Sephardim or Saracens, as the Pope Nicholas the film called them, or Moors as he called them, also in the same document. Those are not the same people as the people that came over on the property in the name of in the name of the Sephardim. They're not the same people. They're totally different people. So I mean, I think that brother gotta check his history. He right, but he don't understand that them people got chased out of motherfucking Europe. You see what I'm saying? And that's how they populated islands like Cape Verde. They went to Morocco. That's how they ended up in North Africa because it was right there. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of Sephardim, actual Sephardim, didn't even come to the Americas. A lot of the Sephardim, like Aaron Lopez and all the people that participated in the slave trade, though they were actual Ashkenazis who occupied Sephardim temples, synagogues.
Right. Well, and by the way, House of David, I'm going to be ending the show here in a few minutes. So when we have another show, we can bring you back onto it. But is there anything that anybody wants to share and add before we end out here? And I'll be going to probably Clubhouse, might start a room.
No, man. I just came back. I guess I ended the show now. I just had to take a break, bro. Like, I just had to take a break. But yeah.
Crazy.
Shalom, everybody. Yeah, man. It's sad, bro.
Yeah, I'll meet you over there at Clubhouse, Zai, if you're going to be there. I might be there for like a few minutes or something.
Yeah, I'll be there.
All right then. Well, thank you everyone who came to the show. Hopefully y'all liked it. If you have any more questions, meet me over at Clubhouse. I might answer them or I might not. We'll see. But we're going to close out here with some outro music. And with actually before I end it, let me just tell y'all a few things that y'all should know about. We have a Yap Plus Gain Scholarship Facebook page. Check it out. Yap Plus Gain Scholarship Facebook page. We also have another one, Yap Plus Gain Scholarship Facebook page. See the outlines of purple and blue, the colors. This is our Facebook page. We also have a, let me show y'all our YouTube channel. Check out Yap Gain Scholarship YouTube channel. If you want to look at our presentations, videos we've done, such as the debate, we covered the debates of Guerrilla Hebrew versus Dr. Brown. Check it out. We have other content as well, and more content will be coming out. That is our YouTube channel. And here are all the other YouTube channels y'all should subscribe to. The Orthodox Moor, Shari, Genesis 49ers, which y'all are currently watching right now. My channel, The Hebrew of Israel, and Rue. We also have a Yap Gain Scholarship Instagram. Check out our Instagram if you want to look at our latest posts. And lastly, we have a Yap Plus Gain Scholarship Twitter group or Twitter page. Check that out as well if you want to look at our tweets. And with all of that being said, shalom, shalom, everyone. Shalom. Have a good rest of your night.
Really, nigga?